Chapter 513. At this moment, Niu Patian was carrying Niu Huanhua and 4 god generals, each fighting against a god general expert. Aside from fighting Niu Potion's group, the other 4 divine generals were all blocking the demons in the east and south. There were no god generals blocking the west and north. Hundreds of demons had already approached the battlefield and were fighting with the fireworks tribe's sky gods. Bing Shui and the rest were also fighting with the demon army. Yi Qinghan stealthily moved to the center of the battlefield from afar. Time was tight. The longer the battle dragged on, the more demons would be attracted. Moreover, the current situation had far exceeded his expectations. It was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. He, Yi Qianrao, and the rest were not afraid of danger and attracted a group of demons in vain. Good chance. Yi Qinghan inserted himself into the battlefield and quietly activated his absolute domain. Black smoke rolled around him. Yi Qinghan controlled the area of his absolute domain to be very small. The black smoke only rolled around his body. From afar, he looked like a demon. He waved the slaughter god blade randomly and tried his best to control his body to be very stiff. Just like that, he charged straight into the battlefield. Yi Qinghan's disguise as a different kind of demon did not attract the attention of the people present. Everyone was very busy and fighting with all their might. They did not care about Yi Qinghan, who was a second-stage sky god. Of course, they did not care about a demon that was constantly approaching them. Although demons were difficult to deal with, it was very easy for god general experts. This was because once they reached the god general level, their attack power would be many times stronger than a peak-stage sky god. They could easily kill this kind of devil cultivator and send them flying. They just had to be careful not to be scratched by them and demonize. I choose you. Yi Qinghan looked at a black-armored warrior who was fighting with Niu Zhantian and revealed a cold smile. He loved this kind of sinister person. After sneaking a smile, his expression became very numb. He grimaced in pain, and his eyes became vacant. His movement speed was also deliberately slowed down by him. His body became very stiff and taut. In addition to the black mist on the surface of his body, he looked like a genuine demon. Lord Warsky, I am Yi Qinghan. Force your opponent this way. I can kill this divine general. At this moment, Niu Zhantian's body was riddled with injuries. His attack speed and his body's reaction speed had become very slow. Just as he was groaning inwardly, he suddenly received a voice transmission. After being stunned for a moment, Shaochen discovered that a demon covered in black fog was winking at him from the left. Although he was covered in black mist, his face could still be vaguely seen. It was Yi Qinghan, who had attracted a few demons. Qi, however, while he was distracted, he was once again stabbed by his opponent. He grinned in pain and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, his mind was working quickly. He did not know what happened to Yi Qinghan. Why did he look like a demon but could transmit voice? Why did he have to do this? However, he decided to take a gamble. Divine power burst forth from his entire body. The spear in his hand let out a soft cry and shook in the air, transforming into dozens of spear shadows. They blocked all 3 directions of the divine general's body, leaving only Yi Qinghan's direction. The dozens of spear shadows whistled at the same time. It was as if space was being pierced. This was his ultimate move. If this attack did not succeed, the consequences would be very serious. As expected. When Niu Zhantian attacked with all his strength, the expression of the divine general opposite him became extremely serious. The long sword in his hand danced continuously, drawing a semicircular shield beside him. His body kept retreating, and he unconsciously began to approach Yi Qinghan. This was the moment. Yi Qinghan's eyes, which were originally in a daze, suddenly shone with a piercing light. Her originally slow speed suddenly increased by several times. The slaughter god saber transformed into a streak of black lightning and struck towards the god general's head. Huh! The divine general had actually known that a demon was slowly approaching him, but he did not care. This kind of devil cultivator, he could easily send him flying. However, at this moment, he heard the cold wind behind him and felt the blade cutting through the air. It contained a chill that made his whole body tense up. His heart skipped a beat. He could not care less about Niu Zhantian's spear shadows in front of him. He forcefully raised the long sword in his hand and blocked the black long sword that was coming at him from behind. However, that black long saber suddenly changed direction, making a strange arc, dodging his long saber, and heavily slid across the back of his neck. At the same time, Niu Zhantian's long spear also quickly pierced through the divine crystal, shattering it into pieces. The divine general turned his head with difficulty and saw a cold smile on his face. He could not help but close his eyes in understanding. The slaughter god blade did not expend much effort and directly absorbed this divine general's soul. The long sword slid across, and the divine general's eyes instantly lost their color. Then, Niu Zhantian's long spear stabbed forward, shattering the divine crystal into pieces. The divine general died instantly. Niu Zhantian put away his spear and blinked his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the fallen divine general. He could not understand how this divine general could be so easily killed by him after fighting with them for so long. He had always been the one being suppressed. His strength was clearly much stronger than Niu Zhantian's. Something's not right. Suddenly, he remembered that when he stabbed his long spear, this divine general's eyes had already lost their color. He suddenly woke up with a start and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. It was obvious that he had only attacked a dead person. The one who had actually killed this divine general was Yi Qinghan, whose body was covered in black fog. Lord Zhantian, don't just stand there. Attack me and send me flying towards the divine general on the left. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's expression became very ferocious. His eyes were dazed as he waved the weapon in his hand randomly. He had returned to his demonic appearance. The slaughter god blade in his hand did not stop for long as it continued to swing at Niu Zhantian. Bang! Niu Zhantian did not hesitate. With a sweep of his long spear, he easily hit Yi Qinghan's body and sent him flying. His control of strength was very clever. It just so happened that he was sent flying towards a divine general who was fighting with his own people. What is that? That divine general was currently dodging the attacks of the fireworks tribe's divine general. At the same time, he was shocked that Niu Zhantian could suddenly kill one of his comrades. Seeing a black figure flying towards him, he hurriedly swung his long rod a few times, forcing the martial artist in front of him to retreat. Then, he raised his hand and smashed it towards the black figure in the air. However, his eyes were fixed on his comrade who had died in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about how his comrade had been killed so easily, that all of a sudden, he realized that something was wrong. His rod had actually smashed into thin air. That demonic person had also disappeared. By the time he reacted, he felt a cold aura coming from the back of his head. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He suddenly felt that his soul was leaving his mind and moving towards the blade at the back of his head. In an instant, he lost his senses. What was going on? The divine general suddenly fell to the ground. His divine crystal and interspatial ring automatically left his body and floated in the air. This strange situation scared the fireworks tribe's divine general out of his wits. This also attracted the attention of many people present. In the blink of an eye, 2 divine generals had actually died. How could such a strange thing not attract everyone's attention? The Wuxia tribe's powerful martial artist was extremely shocked. Even Niu Potion's mouth was wide open in shock. Niu Huahua, who was on his back, blinked her big eyes in confusion. At this moment, all the experts in the area swept their gazes over to this side. The Wuxia tribe's powerful martial artist's divine sense was extremely powerful. After a sweep, he quickly discovered the source of the problem. His cold gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan as he shouted, "Something's wrong. There's something wrong with that demonic person. He's not a demonic person. He's a martial artist in disguise. Kill him for me." "Ha, I've been discovered." Yi Qinghan twisted his numb face. He no longer pretended to be a demonic person. Instead, he stood up openly. However, a fawning smile appeared on his face. He nodded and bowed to the crowd, cupped his hands, and said, "Sirs, I've accidentally passed by here again. Please continue. I'll run first." Chapter 5:14. Clearly, Yi Qinghan's cold joke did not make the crowd laugh. Instead, the faces of the Hua tribe experts darkened. This trash martial artist had brought a group of demons the first time he passed by. Now, it seemed like he had lured them here on purpose. Now, he had disguised himself as a demon and tricked two of their companions. Now, he wanted to escape as if nothing had happened. "Where do you think you're going? How about I send you to the netherworld realm?" A god general sneered and dodged the attack of the fireworks tribe's god general. His body moved in an arc, and with a giant axe in hand, he approached Yi Qinghan at high speed. The giant axe brought with it a gust of wind and slashed at Yi Qinghan's head at lightning speed. "What are you two waiting for? Aren't you going to help?" Yi Qinghan used the shadow step, and his body turned into a series of afterimages, narrowly dodging the attack. However, he was groaning inwardly. His movement and reaction speed were only at the second level of the heaven god realm. Facing a god general's attack, he could die if he was not careful. Meanwhile, Niu Zhantian and the others were still standing at the side, watching the show like idiots. They seemed to be waiting for Yi Qinghan to perform another miracle and instantly kill this god general. Oh. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was panicking and dodging the enemy's attack in a fluster, Niu Zhantian and the other god general finally came to their senses. They immediately unleashed their divine power and surrounded this god general. "You don't need to come over. Go and help Lord Patian." Yi Qinghan hurriedly retreated from the battlefield and began to command the god generals. Originally, it was a 5-on-5 battle. Now that Yi Qinghan had tricked two of them, it became a 5-on-3 battle. With the addition of two more people, coupled with Yi Qinghan's occasional sneak attacks, the situation reversed, and the fireworks tribe steadily gained the upper hand. The Hua tribe experts became more and more aggrieved as they fought. The hatred in their eyes when they looked at Yi Qinghan also grew. It was all because of this trash martial artist who ruined his plans. Now that the situation had become so complicated, and as time passed, the sounds of fighting here would attract more and more demons. It might even attract a demon king. At that time, everyone would really be finished. Although the three of them were being suppressed by Niu Patian, he didn't transfer the four of them who were fighting against the demon. This was because he knew very well that the person most likely to be demonized by the demonic aura was Niu Huihua, who was on Niu Potion's back. He had worked so hard for so long just to obtain a complete Niu Huihua, to obtain her vital yin, to increase his power and increase his chances of leaving the stream of baleful yin. If Niu Huihua was demonized, then everything would be for naught. Furthermore, the few god generals holding back the demons were the weakest. Even if they joined the battle, they wouldn't be of much help. Instead, they would be a hindrance and affect their performance. Not far away, Yi Qinghan was holding a strange-looking long saber and attacking his subordinates from time to time. They were having a great time. The Hua tribe expert finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he roared, "All of you, die." Demonic whip dance. Following his loud roar, the dark golden steel-like long whip on his back began to dance in the air. Suddenly, the golden light shone brightly. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The huge whip, which was several meters long, suddenly split in the middle and began to grow rapidly. One whip became two, and then it continued to split. 2 became 4, and then 8 dark golden whips that were dozens of meters long. The most terrifying thing was that the head of each long whip had turned into a ferocious snake head. They opened their huge mouths, revealing fangs that glowed with white light. The 8 snake heads let out heart-palpitating, chi-chi sounds in the air as they pounced towards the 6 people in the field. However, Niu Patian and Yi Qinghan were the focus of attention. 2 of the snake heads pounced towards the 2 of them. Everyone looked at the 8 giant dark golden pythons dancing wildly in the air. They could feel the chilling intent spitting out from the mouths of the 8 giant snake heads. Looking at the 8 pairs of cold eyes on the snake heads, they were all shocked. At this moment, they all felt an aura of death assaulting them. Be careful, this is a special skill of the Wa tribe. If you are bitten by these snake heads, your divine power will be corroded. You will instantly lose the ability to fight, and you might even be poisoned to death. The moment Niu Patian lashed out at the Wa tribe expert, his divine power surged and formed a shield around his body. At the same time, he brandished his spear and retreated quickly. He shouted to remind the others of the situation. Ah! F***ck. Ugh! **T. However, Niu Potion's warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, 4 painful screams were heard. The 3 god generals closest to the Wa tribe were bitten in the waist and chest by 2 of the snake heads. Their muscles were bitten to pieces, revealing their bones and internal organs. Their bodies were sent flying by the huge impact of the snake heads. Their bodies began to twitch violently in mid-air. Obviously, they were severely injured. There was another voice, which came from Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan saw the 2 snake heads pouncing towards him at lightning speed, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the absolute domain. At the same time, he used the shadow step, turned into a shadow, and ran back. However, his speed was simply too slow. The 2 snake heads easily caught up with him. The first snake head violently collided with his absolute domain. The absolute domain shook and was instantly shattered. The snake head also suddenly retreated. However, the second snake head fiercely bit his left leg at lightning speed. As expected, one of Yi Qinghan's calf was instantly bitten to pieces. He was also sent flying. In mid-air, blood gushed out of his calf. His face was as pale as snow. He fell heavily on the ground and curled up in pain. Lord Yi Yaorao, Bing Shui, and the others, who had been watching Yi Qinghan, cried out involuntarily when they saw this scene. Although this young man looked like a pervert, he had saved their lives many times. Now that they saw him in such a miserable state, they all cried out in concern. F***ck. Ancient Silver Spear Formation. Kill these 2 god generals first. The Wa tribe will be very weak for a short time after using the special skill. Those who are injured, use all your divine power to resist the snake venom. Don't let the snake venom invade your divine crystal. Otherwise, you will die. Niu Patian looked at the 4 injured people who were all curled up on the ground in pain. His face became even more furious. He watched as the 8 giant snakes retracted and turned into a dark golden long whip again. He turned around and roared at the 2 uninjured god generals. His long spear fiercely bounced on the ground. Using the rebound force, he quickly flew into the sky. Ancient Silver Spear Formation. The 2 god generals who were lucky enough to escape the whip shouted at the same time when they heard Niu Potion's order. They cooperated with Niu Patian. The silver spear in their hands bounced on the ground at the same time, and their bodies flew into the sky. 3 figures flew into the sky together. Then, his body began to twist like a swimming dragon. He brandished his spear with his head down and his body up. The spear turned into countless specks of light, and with a series of sharp whistles, it enveloped the 2 divine generals. It looked like the sky was filled with spear shadows. There was nowhere to run. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams were heard. Neopatian and the two immortal generals formed a spear formation. It was easy for them to deal with two ordinary immortal generals. 3 silver spears easily pierced through the heads of the two immortal generals, killing them instantly. Chapter 5:15. F***CK Your second master, I'm having too much fun. This poison is so strong that my leg is crippled. This is the first time I've been crippled since I started my cultivation. How embarrassing. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Yi Qinghan's forehead and back. All the muscles in his body were convulsing in pain. Fortunately, his nerves were strong and his ability to endure pain was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have fainted. Yi Qinghan had the urge to cry as he looked at his empty left calf that was badly mutilated. Being a hero really wasn't easy. Fortunately, he had the soul ring. Although the soul ring was broken, its healing ability was top-notch. Otherwise, if he lost too much blood, his stamina and divine power would be drained. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to block the poison from the snakehead with his divine power. Once it entered the divine crystal, he would die. Although his body was in great pain, it wasn't as dangerous as it seemed to others. He only needed to use a small amount of divine power and the white air current from the soul ring to slowly clear the remaining poison in his body. As for using the divine crystal to reform his calf, he couldn't think about it for the time being. His divine power was thin, and he wouldn't be able to reform his calf without at least 8 to 10 days. Although there were no major problems with his body, Yi Qinghan was very clear about the principle of a high-profile death. His body was constantly trembling and twitching, and he was constantly rolling around. The expression on his face was so painful that it made one's heart ache. To outsiders, he looked like he was about to die. Enduring the pain, he used his divine sense to explore the area. He found that the 3 god generals who were hit by the snakehead had their eyes closed. Although their wounds had stopped bleeding, they looked like they were in pain. It was obvious that they were using their divine power to resist the poison. Nyo Potion's roar and their actions surprised Yi Qinghan. Why didn't they take the opportunity to kill the Wa race's expert? Why did they kill the 2 god generals instead? Kill the leader first. Everyone would only be safe after killing the Wa race's expert. Swish. After a while, he understood the reason. That was because he noticed that the tail on the Wa race's back was waving again, instantly transforming into 8 giant pythons. 3 of them whizzed towards Neopatian, 4 of them attacked the 2 god generals, and the last one whizzed towards Yi Qinghan. Although Neopatian and the others were prepared, they didn't expect the Wa tribe's second attack to come so quickly. The 3 of them had only just killed the 2 divine generals, but they had already launched their attack. It seemed that they had sacrificed all of their origin energy and were going all out. Motherf **Ker, why are you always after me? I'm already pretending I'm about to die, and you still won't let me go? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt like dying. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Acting pretentiously would indeed be struck by lightning. Yi Qinghan wanted to die. The Wa race didn't pay too much attention to Yi Qinghan. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had been pretending to be on the verge of death, so the Wa tribe didn't pay too much attention to him. The snake had only pounced towards his head in a straight line, trying to bite his head into pieces. Nyo Potion's situation was much more dangerous than Yi Qinghan's. The Wa race didn't care about their origin energy and attacked all of a sudden. It was too late to dodge. If the 3 of them dodged, they would be hit and seriously injured. The situation would fall into the Wa race's hands. Miss. Nyo Shatian is going. Remember, your life belongs to all of us. Don't die so easily. One of the divine generals instantly realized that he couldn't dodge the huge dark golden python. A trace of determination flashed through his eyes. He glanced at Neopatian, who was so weak that she looked like she was about to faint, but her eyes were filled with sadness. He revealed a bright smile. After that, his body ignited with raging flames. Instead of advancing, he retreated and resolutely charged towards the ferocious snake heads that were whistling towards him. Xiatian. Uncle Xiatian, Niu Patian and the remaining god general felt a trace of pain, but they didn't hesitate. They turned around and shot towards the ground. At the same time, they formed a barrier around their bodies. Niu Haohua kept shaking her head. Her eyes were full of tears, and her sorrowful cries echoed in the battlefield. Bang! Self-detonation. Another self-detonation. Ah! Bullshit! The Wa race man howled in pain. His huge dark golden tail had been blown to pieces, and he had suffered a serious injury. The pain on his body couldn't cover up the pain in his heart. He didn't understand why his loyal subordinates all ran away in the face of danger. But why did his subordinates self-detonate without any regard for their own safety? Was he really such a failure as a human? Another furious curse resounded, and it was Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan had slapped the ground with all his might when the snake head attacked, causing his body to roll to the side and narrowly avoid the snake head's attack. However, the tragic thing was that Niu Mietian's self-detonation had sent the Wa tribe member flying. Coincidentally, the snake head had also swung around and landed on the Wa tribe member's other calf. With a bite, his other calf was also destroyed. Luck! Luck! Yi Qinghan almost cried. What kind of bullshit luck was this? It seemed like today wasn't going to be a good day. He was 100% confident that he could avoid the snake head's attack, but now, he was blind and went to bed with a widow. His luck was heaven-defying. Yi Qinghan let out another blood-curdling scream, causing everyone present to be slightly surprised. Not only did this puny second-layer sky god trick 2 god generals, but he also survived 2 attacks from the Wa race leader. Was this a coincidence? Or what? Swoosh! The Wa expert watched as Niu Patian and the other divine general charged at him with rage burning in their eyes. He knew that today was a complete failure. Niu Patian was a third-layer god general. He was only slightly injured by his sneak attack at the beginning. Although he had the strength of a peak god general, he was no match for Niu Patian and the other god general after he used the Wa race's special technique twice and suffered serious injuries from the self-detonation of another god general. The subordinates who were fighting against the demons had only just reached the god general realm. They weren't of much use in the battle. Most importantly, they had been fighting for so long. If they didn't leave now, they might attract a large group of demons. They wouldn't be able to leave then. Retreat. He quickly made a decision. He shouted at the distance and ordered his subordinates to retreat. He turned into a dark golden shadow and went around Niu Patian and the others, charging toward the demon army in the north. It's you. It's all your fault. You bastard, you ruined my plans. Go to hell for your father. After avoiding Niu Patian and the others, he saw Yi Qinghan rolling on the ground and howling in pain. He couldn't help but feel a nameless rage. Originally, he had created a good situation today, but it was all because of Yi Qinghan, who attracted a large number of demons and spread rumors, causing more than half of his subordinates to betray him and cause the situation to become chaotic. In the end, Yi Qinghan tricked 2 of his subordinates and turned the tables on them, causing all his efforts to go to waste. It could be said that the person who made him so miserable today was this second-layer celestial god trash martial artist. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His cold eyes emitted a cruel light. His sprinting body suddenly leapt up high like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. His 2 eagle claws emitted a cold light as he viciously clawed at Yi Qinghan's head, who was rolling on the ground. Screw you, second master. Why do you keep targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You're courting death. Don't blame me. Yi Qinghan's body, which had been rolling on the ground, suddenly stopped at this moment. His painful howl turned into a cold voice. His twisted face was filled with mockery, and his two pitch-black eyes shone brightly. With a flash of purple light, the slaughter god saber in his left hand turned into a black lightning bolt and slashed at the head of the war race expert who was charging toward him. Chapter 5:16. Lord Yi. Bingxue and the rest screamed in fear when they saw the What tribe expert dodge Niu Patian and Yi Qinghan's attacks and rush towards the north. However, he stopped halfway and continued to attack Yi Qinghan. Yi Qianrao also bit her lips lightly. She was very nervous. Niu Patian roared angrily again and increased his speed. Niu Huahua, who was on his back, looked even more pained. No one had any hope for Yi Qinghan. The What tribe expert's battle had proven that he was a true peak god general expert. An ordinary god general expert would definitely be killed instantly if they encountered him, let alone Yi Qinghan, whose strength was only at the second level of the sky god realm. Even though, he had mysteriously tricked two god generals just now. Everyone's divine senses could clearly tell that he was only at the second level of the sky god realm. However, Yi Qinghan's sudden voice, the purple ray of light, and the lightning-fast slash of the slaughter god blade caused everyone's eyes to light up. As long as he could withstand the What tribe expert's attack, Niu Patian would be able to rush over and save him. The purple light flashed, but it seemed to be ineffective against the What tribe expert. His eyes were still very clear, but the slaughter god blade suddenly slashed down like lightning. The What tribe expert was shocked. However, Yi Qinghan's attack speed was too slow in the What tribe expert's eyes. He was only stunned for 0.01 seconds before his eagle claws no longer hesitated. He twisted his head slightly and easily avoided the attack. He firmly believed that even if this strange saber struck his shoulder, he would only suffer some minor injuries at most. However, his eagle claws could crush Yi Qinghan's head. Xiao He. Yi Qinghan's blade did not slow down. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted. As he shouted, a cloud of black mist quickly emerged from his chest. The black mist quickly condensed into a small beast the size of a palm. The small beast screamed angrily and rushed towards the eagle claw of the whip What tribe expert. Its speed was so fast that the whip What tribe expert couldn't react at all. She bared her white teeth and bit down on the wrist of the What tribesman, Bada, Bada. Then, something strange happened. That dark golden eagle claw could only go head-on against Niu Patian's spear. However, under Xiao He's sharp teeth, it was like a mouse gnawing on rotten wood. In an instant, half of Xiao He's wrist was bitten off, and even half of the bones inside were bitten off. Ah! Suddenly, an inhuman pain came from his palm. The expert of the What tribe howled in pain and his face twisted. He subconsciously withdrew his arm and swung it around wildly, trying to shake off Xiao He, who was attached to his arm. Good chance. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and circulated the divine power in his body even faster. The slaughter god saber suddenly changed direction. Just as the expert of the What tribe was howling in pain, the slaughter god saber landed heavily on the side of his head. The black light on the slaughter god saber suddenly lit up. Although the What tribe expert's head was extremely hard, the slaughter god saber only penetrated a little. It probably didn't even cut through his skull completely. However, this was enough. The crazy suction force in the saber began to enter the mind of the expert of the What tribe expert, forcefully pulling his soul out of his head and into the slaughter god saber. This saber, at that moment, the expert of the What tribe was thinking about Xiao He, who was attached to his arm. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then, something terrifying happened. He felt a powerful suction force pulling his soul outwards. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. His eyes drifted over, wanting to see what was happening. When he finally understood what was happening, he only had time to say 2 words before his soul could no longer hold on. It was sucked into the slaughter god saber's black gas. His soul left his body, and he died instantly. The expert's eyes lost their luster, and his body became soft. A divine crystal and an interspatial ring floated out of his body. The peak stage god general of the Wu tribe expert was dead. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Niu Padian finally caught up. He didn't know what was happening and didn't understand why the expert of the Wu tribe had suddenly stopped moving. However, he didn't hesitate to stab the spear in his hand into the Wu tribe expert's back. At the same time, he shook his spear, trying to break the expert's divine crystal. Why isn't there any divine crystal? What surprised him was that the spear did not meet any resistance when it pierced the divine crystal. It directly pierced through the expert's body. He didn't pierce the hard divine crystal as he had expected. Instead, he realized that the expert's body had already become soft. It was obvious that he had died a long time ago. At that moment, he saw a brown divine crystal and an interspatial ring floating above Yi Qinghan's body. This, Niu Padian was at a loss. He continued to fly forward with the corpse of the expert of the Wu tribe. Niu Huihua, who was on his back, also stared blankly at the brown divine crystal floating in the air. At that moment, everyone present forgot about the battle and the demons and devils around them. All they could see was the brown divine crystal and the interspatial ring floating quietly in the air. Until, a pale hand slowly rose up and unceremoniously put the empty divine crystal and spatial ring into its own spatial ring. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's gazes swept towards the owner of that hand at the same time, towards that pale and delicate face. At that moment, everyone understood that the expert of the Wu tribe had died at the hands of this trash warrior of the second heaven god realm. But, why was that so? How could he kill the expert of the Wu tribe? How could a second heaven god realm warrior kill a peak stage god general realm expert? Everyone was thinking about this question at this moment. It was a question worth pondering. Chi. Chi. Ah. The silence on the other side of the battlefield was awakened by the low roars of the demons and the tragic cries of a martialist. Although everyone was stunned for only a second or two was enough to be fatal when there were demons everywhere. Everyone was shocked, but the demons did not have souls. They would not be stunned or stop their attacks. A martialist was stabbed in the back by a demon's weapon and was demonized a moment later. Everyone snapped out of their daze. This was not the time to ponder this question, it was time to run for their lives. Whoosh! The few remaining god generals of the Wu tribe were the first to react. Without hesitation, the four of them turned around simultaneously and circulated their divine power with all their might. They fled toward the north. As countless demons flew into the air, the few of them passed through the demon army and disappeared into the north. Even their boss was dead. They had just entered the divine general realm, but there was still a third heaven general realm expert and a second heaven god realm expert who could instantly kill a peak stage god general realm expert. If they did not flee, they would be the next ones to die. Chapter 5:17. Woshan, take a few people with you. Take Zhan Tian and the others. Yi Yaorao, you're the fastest. Come here and carry this little brother. Woshan, lead the way. I'll cover you. Retreat. Niu Padian also knew that the situation was dire. Although the battle had been quick, more than 10 minutes had passed. If they didn't leave now, something bad would really happen. Yi Yaorao had been fighting the demons, but now that the Wu tribe's god generals had left, the pressure on her increased. Hearing Niu Poshan's order, Niu Padian rushed over and unleashed arcs of spear light, blocking the demon's advance. He hurriedly released a huge streak of sword light, then immediately turned around and flew over. He directly carried Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood, on his back, and took out a white belt from his space ring to secure him in place. A rare forced smile appeared on his icy face, and he leaned towards Niu Padian. Xiao He directly jumped onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder, and without saying anything, he took up the task of protecting Yi Qinghan. The god generals who had been injured by the Wu tribe had used their divine power to heal for a while, but they could only barely suppress the poison in their bodies. They hadn't completely cleared it, so it was very difficult for them to move. The uninjured god general directly raised his spear and leaped into the demon dweller army. With a sweep of his spear, the nearby demon dwellers were swept away. He also brought out a few heavenly gods who were trapped in the demon dweller army and had them each carry a god general. Neopatian led the way while Neopatian blocked the demons from behind. Everyone fought as they ran, leaving the scene as fast as they could. As expected, they hadn't completely shaken off the demon army and demons behind them when they sensed a few demons charging in their direction. If the battle dragged on any longer, they would be surrounded by demons again. If more demons appeared and the encirclement grew, the tragedy from last time would happen again. Relying on Neopotion's powerful divine sense, they avoided the demons that were approaching them and ran at full speed for more than 5 kilometers. They only slowed down after confirming that the area was temporarily safe. Phew! Only now did everyone let out a sigh of relief and smile as if they had just survived a disaster. Some people even roared in excitement, venting the depression in their hearts. In the end, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing behind Yi Qinghan. They knew that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, all of them would have died. There were no surprises. He had saved everyone. However, when they turned to look at their hero, they discovered an awkward scene. The first person he saw was the shy and embarrassed Yi Yaorao. Her cold face was no longer as calm as it used to be. Her snow-white face was completely red. On Yi Yaorao's shoulder, there was a delicate but extremely pale face, sleeping soundly on her shoulder. Due to the bumpy journey, his lips would occasionally touch Yi Yaorao's earlobe, as if he was kissing her endlessly. His 2 slender hands were tightly wrapped around Yi Yaorao's jade neck. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was, coincidentally, one of his hands was naturally resting on Yi Yaorao's perky breasts. His palm was slightly open, covering her jade breasts. As he ran, his palm kept moving left and right, as if he was fiddling with something. Although he was sleeping soundly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slightly evil smile on his pale face. If it wasn't for the fact that his eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was steady, everyone would have thought that he was openly violating Yi Yaorao. On the contrary, Xiao He, who was on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, hurriedly turned his head away when he saw everyone looking at him. He seemed a little embarrassed. He. Is Lord Yi really asleep or pretending to sleep? I think he's really asleep. Both of his calves are crippled. With such a serious injury, he must have fainted. I don't think so. Lord Ye's smile is so lewd. Look at his hand, it looks like he's grabbing Big Sister's. When Bing Shui and the others saw this situation, they all chuckled and started whispering to each other. Yi Yaorao's hearing was very good. She was already very embarrassed when everyone looked at her just now. Now that Bing Shui and the others were talking about her, she became even more embarrassed and angry. She forcefully pinched Yi Qinghan's thigh a few times. She tilted her head slightly and scolded in a low voice, "Lord, if you still don't behave properly, do you believe that I won't crush your thing down there?" In the battle just now, Yi Qinghan had deeply shocked Yi Yaorao, be it his superb strategy, righteousness, or tyrannical strength. He had actually forcefully turned the tide of a certain death situation around. Yi Qinghan's image in her heart instantly changed, becoming incomparably lofty. Therefore, when Neopatian said this, she did not hesitate at all. She carried Yi Qinghan on her back and left. However, now, the good image that Yi Qinghan had just built up had been completely destroyed by his perverted hand, whether intentionally or not. However, Yi Yaorao pinched Yi Qinghan a few times, but there was no reaction. It seemed like he had really fainted. She felt a little better and had no choice but to stretch out her hand and push away Yi Qinghan's perverted hand. Her expression became cold again as she continued forward. Neopatian did not say much when he saw that Yi Qinghan had fainted. He only instructed Niu Zhantian and the others to heal their injuries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he released his divine consciousness to investigate the situation around him while he began to circulate his divine power to heal his injuries. He did not blame the group of heavenly god martialists. Instead, he comforted them. After all, they could not be blamed for the situation at that time. Moreover, it was because of them that everyone was in such a dangerous situation. Nyo Potion's magnanimity made the remaining 20-odd heavenly god martialists feel extremely ashamed. However, they secretly made up their minds to follow Nyo Potion and the others to the end in the Valley of Baleful. The betrayal of the Wa Tribe Whip team told them that it was not easy to find a good team leader in this godforsaken place. Without a leader, it was practically impossible for them to survive in the Valley of Baleful. Yi Qinghan had fainted for an entire day and night. Both of his calves had been completely crippled, causing him to lose a large amount of physical strength and divine power. Once he confirmed that he was completely safe, he relaxed and only gave a few instructions to Xiao He before fainting. Although he had woken up now, he continued to lie on Yi Yao Rao's shoulder with his eyes closed. He enjoyed the shocking sensation of her smooth skin rubbing against his back. As he lay there, he began to communicate with Xiao He via voice transmission. Although Xiao He had been quietly lying on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and protecting him, he was very clear about the situation around them. After an entire day and night, they had only encountered a group of demons again. The 3 injured god generals had already recovered, and Niu Huaihua had also recovered a little. Now, she could just about walk on her own. Niu Potion was currently leading everyone towards the ancient Sky Dragon Castle. He heard that there were still 2 more days until they reached the castle. Yi Qinghan checked his body's condition and discovered that the poison in his body had already been completely cleansed by the soul ring. Apart from feeling slightly weak, his body was in good condition. Of course, that didn't include his 2 empty calves. However, he didn't plan to repair his legs right away, because once he did, Yi Yao Rao would immediately discover that he had woken up. Then, this super enjoyable treatment would come to an end. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at the translucent earlobe and the swan-like neck that was right in front of him. He inhaled the faint fragrance from Yi Yao Rao's body. His entire body began to heat up, especially when the road in front of him suddenly became uneven. Yi Yao Rao slightly leaped. His body involuntarily swayed a little, and his lips accidentally pressed heavily against Yi Yao Rao's snow-white neck. At the same time, his hand, which did not use much force, coincidentally moved again. It smashed down on a soft part of her chest and bounced up again. Yi Qinghan's lower body, very helplessly began to react. He stiffly pushed against Yi Yao Rao's cleavage. Ugh, he suddenly felt a hard object pushing against his cleavage. Yi Yao Rao was stunned. Then, her entire body felt like it was on fire. Her ice-cold face was filled with embarrassment and grief. The silver sword in her hand directly cut through the ropes binding her body. Then, she used her back to throw Yi Qinghan away. At the same time, she quickly turned around and lifted her jade-like leg. Then, she kicked fiercely at the small tent between Yi Qinghan's legs. Chapter 518 F***CK, something unexpected happened. Yi Qinghan was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. His face turned the color of a pig's liver as he flew through the air. The muscles on his face twitched continuously. He was clearly injured, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. What a pain in the ass. I wonder if it's broken. The hair on Xiao He's body stood on end the moment Yi Qinghan was sent flying. His 2 beady eyes flashed fiercely as he turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot towards Yi Qinghan's neck. His snow-white teeth shone brightly. It was obvious that he was ready to kill. Xiao He, don't. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the pain in his lower body as he hurriedly shouted. He didn't doubt that if he didn't stop Xiao He, Yi Qinghan's swan-like neck would be sent flying in the next second. Ah! As Yi Qinghan shouted, Xiao He was already close to Yi Qinghan's neck. His cold, sharp teeth were about to make intimate contact with Yi Qinghan's neck. Yi Qinghan felt a chill spread from her neck to her entire body. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. This seemingly adorable small beast had proven its strength and terror many times over. The Class 2 demonic beast at the Fireworks tribe's passageway and the bloody eagle claw that whipped the Wa tribe's people proved the sharpness of this small beast's teeth. Humph. When Xiao He heard Yi Qinghan's shout, he stopped in time. He snorted coldly and turned around to fly towards Yi Qinghan. Luckily, it's not broken. It's not broken. Damn it, this woman is too ruthless. If I get the chance, I'll definitely use the Yi family spear technique to teach her a lesson. The soul ring released a stream of air, alleviating Yi Qinghan's pain. However, Yi Qinghan still felt extremely uncomfortable. It was so painful that he wanted to curse. However, with so many people present, he could only curse in his heart. He wanted to rub it, but it wasn't easy to do so. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. He then looked at Yi Yao Rao, who had been scared silly, and said with some shame and embarrassment, "Miss Yao Rao, I'm sorry. My beast's temper is a little violent, and it has offended you. Please don't take it to heart, this is all my fault. I sincerely apologize." Humph. Yi Yao Rao's face alternated between red and white. She snorted coldly, stopped looking at Yi Qinghan, turned around, and walked towards Bing Shui and the others. Even though he felt a little guilty, he knew that he had gone too far. However, after being scared by Xiao He, she felt embarrassed and decided to ignore Yi Qinghan. "Alright, you're just a couple. Don't take it seriously. In the end, we have to thank you and your wife. If it weren't for you, all of us would be dead. Yi Qinghan, right? I, Nyo Patian, and my young mistress owe you our lives." Nyo Patian chuckled and tried to smooth things over. He gave the two of them a meaningful look. He took a deep look at Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade, but he didn't say anything or ask anything. He only smiled gratefully. "Yi Qinghan, thank you for saving me and my uncles. I, Nyo Yaohua, owe you a favor. You can come to me anytime. Of course, it has to be within my capabilities." Even though Nyo Yaohua could walk on her own, her face was still very pale. Coupled with her perfect and delicate face, people would unconsciously feel a sense of tenderness towards her. At this moment, this promise made Yi Qinghan feel a burst of excitement in her heart. Within her power? There were many things within his capabilities. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied when he saw that Nyo Patian didn't ask about his strange abilities. Furthermore, it seemed like he didn't intend to investigate further. He smiled and waved his hand. Lord Patian and Miss Yaohua are too courteous. We are now grasshoppers tied together. Let's help each other and leave this place together. Very good. Little brother Yi, I admire your personality very much, and I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lai Tian, go and carry little brother on your back. Little brother, you should repair your legs first. Let's go back to the castle and have a good rest first. Nyo Patian laughed heartily as he gave Yi Chen an appreciative look, and took the lead to walk forward. There's no need to trouble Lord Patian. Xiao He, transform. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands politely at Nyo Patian and turned to Xiao He. Xiao He nodded. His body glowed with a black light, and his small body grew to the size of a calf. Yi Qinghan slapped the ground and sat on Xiao He's back. Xiao He kicked off with all four of his legs and chased after Nyo Patian. His speed was even faster than Yi Yaorao's. Everyone looked at Xiao He, who had suddenly grown bigger and faster. Then, they looked at Yi Qinghan, whose legs were glowing with a white light as he slowly healed them. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and awe. Just how many secrets was this seemingly second-layer sky god cultivator hiding? Although everyone had many questions in their minds, one thing was undeniable. In everyone's hearts, Yi Qinghan had already become an expert who could be compared to Nyo Patian and Nyo Hua. Being able to kill a peak god general cultivator was already a demonstration of his strength. Ancient Sky Dragon Castle. I'm finally back. 2 days later, the ancient castle exuding an ancient and desolate aura came into sight amidst the yellow sand. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the castle. Their eyes flickered with indescribable emotions. Half a month's time felt like a lifetime had passed. How many battles had they gone through in this half a month? They couldn't remember how many demons they had encountered. All they knew was that they were finally safe. They could finally enjoy half a month of peace. Who's there? As they approached the castle, several figures rose from the castle walls. At the same time, a blue barrier lit up above the castle. It was obvious that they were the official army's guards. Squad 88 requests to enter the ancient Sky Dragon Castle. Niu Patian cupped his hands and raised an iron medallion high in the air as he shouted. Activate the barrier. The person in the middle glanced at everyone coldly. Finally, he glanced at the iron medallion in Niu Patian's hand. He flipped over and landed, leaving behind an emotionless and cold sentence. As they walked through the ancient Sky Dragon Castle, they saw countless small courtyards and crazy people. Some of the cultivators in the courtyards were laughing, some were crying, some were daydreaming, and some were having sex in the courtyards. The crowd didn't feel strange at all. After experiencing this hellish life for half a month, they knew that they were in a precarious situation. No one knew when they would die. Cultivators who had been under such pressure for a long time would more or less have some personality changes. They didn't know if they would become crazy like these people if they experienced this kind of life a few more times. Wow, it's really open. They are fighting in broad daylight. This battle is so fierce. Yi Qinghan sat on Xiao Hei's back, reluctantly looking at the couples in the courtyard who were crazily copulating. His gaze finally landed on the group of women who were swaying their bodies and swaying their buttocks as they walked. Especially when he noticed that ice snow was peeping at the couples in the yard. When he looked at them, he seemed to notice it. Instead of being shy or panicked, he turned around and gave a meaningful and smiling look to Qin Haodong. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel his heart surging. It seemed that he had to fight this friendly match. It seemed that there was a place for him to vent his anger. Chapter 519. This calf is really slow to grow. I've been back in the castle for 3 days, but it still hasn't grown. Yi Qinghan was lying lazily in a room in the castle. Xiao Hei was lying next to him, bored. He squinted his eyes and curiously looked at the skin on the soles of his feet that was slowly wriggling and growing. Boss, didn't you say that based on your divine power, it would take 8 to 10 days? Now, including the 2 days outside, it's only been 5 days. It's more or less grown. Are you still not satisfied? Xiao Hei raised his head and transmitted his voice. I didn't think of the soul ring. With the help of the soul ring, of course the speed would be faster. God-rank martial artists had divine crystals. Their bodies could automatically recover from injuries. The speed of recovery depended on the strength of their divine power. If it was a God Emperor expert, they would probably be able to regrow in an instant. Yi Qinghan smiled and explained. His eyes were fixed on the glittering, jewel-like soul ring on his hand. Once again, he marveled at the miraculous soul ring. This soul ring was still broken. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of miraculous abilities it would have if it could be completely repaired. The ring of the Supreme Refiner Soul Emperor was indeed extraordinary. Boss, your speed is so slow. Why didn't you summon me when you encountered danger at the beginning? I've already absorbed half of the divine elixir's power. After my transformation, my speed is much faster than yours. It was so dangerous previously. If you do this again, I won't bother with you anymore. Xiao Hei suddenly put on a stern face. He looked slightly angry. He was obviously blaming Yi Qinghan for risking his life alone. Xiao Hei, your cultivation is an important matter. I was confident that I wouldn't die, so I didn't summon you. Moreover, if you came out, how could I use the body fusion technique? Besides, didn't I summon you at the most dangerous time? Yi Qinghan rubbed Xiao Hei's head dotingly. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hei was worried about him. However, he did not summon Xiao Hei in the beginning because he was worried about Xiao Hei. Now that Xiao Hei and his soul contract was equal, even if he died, Xiao Hei had to have a chance to live. Therefore, he subconsciously did not think of summoning Xiao Hei when he was not confident. Along the way, he had been accompanied by wind and rain. If one were to ask who he had the deepest feelings for other than Yi Qingyu and the other two, it would probably be Xiao Hei. In fact, in his heart, Yi Tianlong and the others were not even as important as Xiao Hei. Boss. It's all Xiao Hei's fault for being so useless. This place is so dangerous, yet I can't help you with anything. Although Auntie gave me a divine pill, and with my divine beast instincts, my strength has already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. However, I am still unable to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. If I can't comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, my strength will not be able to increase. I have cultivated in the beast fighting space for a long time, but I am still unable to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Boss, am I too stupid? Xiao Hei scratched his head and looked a little depressed. As a soul-devouring beast, he had always relied on his divine beast instincts and innate abilities to fight. His innate ability, Soul Devourer, was very heaven-defying and could devour the soul of any expert of the same level. However, if he did not cultivate the laws of heaven and earth and his strength was forever stuck at the heavenly god realm, the only martial artists he could instantly kill with his Soul Devourer were heavenly god realm experts. Soul Devourer and Slaughter God Blade were of no help to Yi Qinghan. This Slaughter God Blade, which had no grade, had now become Yi Qinghan's strongest attack. If he did not have the Slaughter God Blade, Yi Qinghan would probably have a hard time killing an ordinary god general, let alone a peak god general from the Wa race. However, this abnormal attack had brought about a stronger bloodlust in Yi Qinghan's heart and an evil fire in his abdomen. Xiao Hei. The cultivation of the laws of heaven and earth cannot be rushed. Don't you see that your boss still has two types of spatial fundamental laws that he has not comprehended? You have just become an adult, and I have only cultivated for a few decades. We still have a long time. I believe that as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to stand at the peak of the divine world like we did in the Fire Dragon Plain. We will be able to look down on all heroes. Yi Qinghan's voice was full of emotion as he consoled and encouraged Xiao Hei. Although his face was full of vigor and he looked ambitious and confident, his heart was filled with misery and worry. There was no need to talk about standing at the peak of the divine world and looking down on all heroes. Right now, he didn't even have the slightest confidence that he could walk out of the baleful Yin stream alive. Moreover, there were still tens of billions of people on the Flame Dragon continent waiting for him to rescue them. This mountain was constantly floating above his head, pressing down on him until he couldn't even breathe. Everyone laughed at me for being too crazy, but I laughed at them for not being able to see through me. Everyone only saw my coquettish appearance, but who could understand the misery in my heart? Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and closed his eyes. He did not think too much and fell into a deep sleep. Lord Yi. Your leg has actually recovered. It has only been 6 days. This is too unbelievable. After returning to the ancient castle, Yi Qinghan had been recuperating in his room. During this period, Niu Patian, Niu Huiyan, and the other god generals had come to visit once. However, the two sisters, Bing Bing and Bing Yu, came to visit every other day. As for Yi Yaorao, she did not come even once. Yi Qinghan looked at this pair of sisters. One was passionate and the other was cold. One was open and the other was reserved. They looked somewhat similar, but when they stood next to each other, they had a different kind of charm. The evil fire in his belly began to burn in his heart again. During their escape, Bing Bing and Bing Yu had taken turns carrying Yi Qinghan. They were already very familiar with Yi Qinghan. Many parts of their bodies had been touched by Yi Qinghan, so how could they not be familiar? Yi Qinghan's powerful and mysterious strength, his bravery to save them from danger, and his unrestrained nature had deeply attracted the two of them. In the god world, the strong were respected. The weak were used to relying on the strong to ensure their survival. And Yi Qinghan clearly had this kind of qualification. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan was full of mysteries. At first, they thought he was an evil person, a pervert. But as they got to know him, they found that he had many good points that ordinary people did not have. This kind of man would inexplicably arouse a kind of curiosity in women, and they would not be able to resist exploring and exploring. However, once they had this kind of feeling, they would often sink into it, and then, they would not be able to get out. Women who were like peach blossoms were poisonous, and men who were like poppies were even more fatal. Hee, my strength is far beyond your imagination. Alas, you have discovered another secret of mine. Two beauties, you must keep this secret for me. If it is spread out, I will not be polite to you. Yi Qinghan slightly smiled, stood up, and jumped a few times. He felt the explosive muscles in his calves, and his mood was very happy. The feeling of regaining something that had been lost was always so wonderful. Looking at Bing Bing's smiling face, and Bing Yu's cold eyes, which revealed a faint trace of admiration, Yi Qinghan felt even happier. His eyes unscrupulously swept over the two voluptuous bodies, and he smirked. These two women often came to his place these days, so they were very casual with each other. He was also used to making some harmless jokes with them. And it seemed that the two women were also very used to being made fun of by him. Looking at Yi Qinghan staring at their breasts, smiling mischievously, and saying rude words, Bing Yu's face turned slightly red. Bing Yu blushed and turned around shyly. Bing Shui's eyes were full of charm. She giggled, and her breasts trembled. She didn't know whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally. She said without any stage fright, Your Excellency, how do you want to be rude to me? Chapter 520. The teasing of the ice and snow caused the evil fire in Yi Qinghan's heart to burn even more fiercely. His eyes started to turn bloodshot and his breathing became rough. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more sinister as he stared at the pair of beautiful sisters. He pretended to be vicious as he said, Towards those who betray me, this young master's previous method of dealing with them was to kill the men over and over again. How about it? Huh, are you afraid now? Bah! Hearing this, Bing Yu's face turned even redder. She lightly spat as if she was a bit angry. She turned around, but her feet remained rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. My lord, you are so cruel. Bing Shui is so scared. Please don't do this. I beg you. Bing Shui raised her hand and patted her chest. She pretended to be frightened, but her words were flirtatious. Invincible women. Vixen, vixen. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. He couldn't hold it in any longer and flashed over, throwing the two of them onto the bed behind him. Then, he pounced on them and hugged them. Using both his hands and feet, he began to enjoy the warm and fragrant jade without restraint. He said even more viciously, looking at the two of you, you don't believe this young master's methods. Today, I'll let you experience the cruel methods this young master uses to punish disobedient women. Bing Yu, don't move. If you dare to run, your punishment will be doubled. Bing Yu was suddenly thrown onto the bed. She hurriedly struggled to get up and tried to escape. However, Yi Qinghan's large hand pressed her down. She struggled a few times, but her strength grew weaker and weaker. She could only wriggle on the bed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her bashful appearance could cause anyone's blood to boil. On the other hand, ice and snow were completely different. She seemed to be struggling and resisting, but her resistance and struggle were obviously soft, as if she was being caressed. She kept muttering, Sir, don't do this. If you do this, I'm going to scream. When the two women were in the material plane, they weren't pure women to begin with. They had always been used to attaching themselves to the side of experts. Now that they had ascended to the divine realm, they were facing a crisis of life and death. The two of them weren't thinking about increasing their own strength, but choosing to use their beauty to continue living a comfortable life by relying on the strong. Yi Qinghan was a strong man whom they could trust. Therefore, they were ready to sacrifice their beauty in exchange for Yi Qinghan's protection. Of course, it was not a sacrifice. Judging from the look of ice and snow, it was obvious that she was eager for it. Boss, you go ahead with your work. I'm going out to bask in the sun. The weather today is very good. Yes, very good. Xiao He, who had been lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. After sending a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan, it cupped its face with its two little paws. Swoosh! With a bang, he flew out of the door. It was as if this super erotic and super violent scene had tainted his eyes. Yi Qinghan ignored him. At this moment, his heart was already filled with evil fire. In his eyes and mind, there was only the desire to vent. The more people the Slaughter God Blade killed, the more negative effects it had on him. Boss, we can't just go down. This Ghost Slaughter God Blade's influence on him is too great. If we continue like this, Boss will become a different person. Sigh. Elder Lu can't send a telepathic message. What should we do? Xiao He flew out of the room and lay on the roof. He was very frustrated. Although he didn't like talking to unfamiliar people, he understood many things. He was very familiar with Yi Qinghan's situation, but there was nothing he could do. Someone is coming? Suddenly, he saw two people rushing over. When he saw clearly who they were, he quickly sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan and the two women had done enough foreplay to get to know each other better. He couldn't help but be furious at the sudden interruption, but when he heard that the people who came were Niu Patian and Niu Huohua, the evil flames in his heart were immediately extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Niu Patian didn't care. They were all men, so he understood. However, Niu Yaohua was just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. If she saw such a violent scene, his glorious image would be completely destroyed. Bing Shui and Bing Yu might have been aroused, but when they heard Niu Potion's words, they immediately jumped up and tidied their clothes. Although they were very open-minded, they hadn't reached the stage where they would start a fight in front of outsiders. Furthermore, they knew how to seduce men. For men, a concubine was better than a wife, and a concubine was better than a mistress, and a mistress was better than a mistress. Before they could do it, their hearts would itch and they wouldn't be able to sleep. However, once they did it, "Sir, you are too bad. We will never come to your place again. Of course, you are not allowed to sneak into our room." After saying that, Bing Shui pulled the shy Bing Yu out of the room like a gust of wind, leaving behind a charming atmosphere in the room. Calm down, Yi Qinghan. You must calm down. You can't go at night. You can't go, too early. Yi Qinghan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and secretly warned himself to be a gentleman. He couldn't go against his principles, couldn't mess around, couldn't be too casual. Even if others were casual, he had to be reserved. A man must be reserved. Huh, Brother Yi, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so? What is that? Niu Patian walked in with Niu Yaohua and saw Yi Qinghan standing there with a twinkle in her eyes and an evil smile on her face. Thinking about the ice and snow sisters who had run out like the wind, he couldn't help but laugh and tease her. Behind him, Niu Yaohua blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at this wretched-looking man. The first impression that this man gave her was that he was a wretched one. His words, "I'm just passing by," left a deep impression on Niu Haiyan. Then, he'd passed by, again without any hesitation and killed a few god generals to save them. This made her very curious. This man was so powerful, but why did he always pretend to be weak? He was a righteous man, so why did he act so wretched and lecherous? This was a mysterious man. He, greetings to Sir Patian, Lady Yaohua. Nothing, the weather is great today, ha ha ha. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start and was shocked in his heart. Recently, the demons in his heart were getting bigger and bigger. He clearly knew that Niu Patian and Niu Huohua were about to arrive, but he was still thinking about these bad things. Originally, he wanted to explain a little, but after thinking that his image didn't seem particularly lofty and upright in the eyes of the two, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He casually laughed it off and asked seriously, "The two of you have come together today. Is there anything important?" Niu Patian saw that Yi Qinghan was serious, so he stopped joking and said seriously, "Yes, there are a few things that are related to our life and death. Brother Yi hid his strength, so we hid some things as well. Now that brother has saved our lives, we won't hide it anymore. Didn't you say it yourself? We are all in the same boat, so we need to work together to get through this life and death situation." Chapter 521. Oh. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. His mind spun like lightning and he instantly understood. It seemed like the strength he had displayed had won Niu Potion's attention. Niu Patian had already recognized him as an equal existence and one of the strongest people in the team. Now it seemed like he was preparing to openly announce their alliance. This world was indeed fair. If you didn't reach this level of strength, no matter how good you were, no matter how loyal you were, you wouldn't be recognized by the other party. Only when one's strength reached the same level as him, or even higher than him, would he look at you seriously and treat you as an equal. Only then would you have the right to know some information and information that outsiders couldn't know, or in other words, secrets. Lord Patian, please speak. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently, sat up straight and listened attentively. Niu Potion's smile became even wider. Powerful people were divided into high cultivation and high intelligence. Needless to say, there was no need to mention Yi Qinghan's cultivation. He admired Yi Qinghan's extraordinary intelligence even more. It was comfortable to talk to smart people. He didn't waste any more time and started to explain in detail. First, I think I need to explain the baleful Yin stream in detail to you so that you can be mentally prepared and better deal with unexpected situations. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. This was something he didn't understand. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He wasn't familiar with the baleful Yin stream. In fact, when he first encountered the devil dwellers, he didn't even know what they were. Moreover, he didn't understand the attack methods of the demons and other aspects. He was lucky enough to not die. Even if Niu Patian didn't take the initiative to find him, he would find Niu Patian to understand in detail. I've said before that the baleful Yin stream is the weakest place between the divine world and nine hells purgatory. We are now in one of the 13 baleful Yin streams in Longyang Manor. However, this is a third-class baleful Yin stream. Although it's dangerous, it's definitely not fatal. According to the information I have, it's almost impossible for an Asura to appear here. Therefore, the danger isn't absolute. Most of the demons outside the ancient castle are demons and demons. With our strength, we still have a chance to kill a large number of demons and escape with our lives. Of course, although more than 9 years have passed since the Blood Moon Day, we can't rule out the possibility of a living demon king. If we encounter a demon king, we will still fall. That's why we're relatively safe during this period of time. Grade 3 Baleful Yin Stream. Blood Moon Sun. Yi Qinghan understood most of Niu Potion's words, but he was still puzzled by these two new terms. Niu Patian explained, in history, the places where an Asura king has appeared will be classified as a first-class Baleful Yin stream. The places where an Asura has appeared will be classified as a second-class Baleful Yin stream. The places where a demon king has appeared will be classified as a third-class Baleful Yin stream. When we were teleported to the Baleful Yin stream, I was the strongest among us, a third-level god general. According to the laws of the god world, we could only be teleported to the third-grade Baleful stream. Outside the castle, I have also carefully investigated and confirmed that this is the third-class Baleful stream. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He asked anxiously, "What is it?" "Oh right, according to what you're saying, the strongest cultivators sent here can only be peak god generals?" Seeing Neopatian nod, Yi Qinghan felt much more relaxed. He had seen demons and demons before. Although they were terrifying and dangerous, they could still be easily dealt with as long as they were careful. Neopatian had also said that there was a possibility of a living demon king. This meant that there were very few demon kings outside, or rather, none at all. Right now, the greatest threat to the team was actually the demon hunting team, such as the Whip Tribe team that they had encountered not long ago. There were hundreds of squads in this castle. Although people were constantly dying, new warriors were constantly being sent to this place. If they encountered a large group of god kings outside, no matter how low-key the team was, there was always a possibility of conflict or being watched. Not to mention a few god kings, even a random god king would be able to wipe out their entire team. If it was just a team of god generals, they could at least put up a fight. Don't be too careless. The immortal realm is so big. You're not the only one who knows how to disguise their strength. Maybe there are god kings in some teams who disguise themselves as god generals. Neopatian gave Yi Qinghan a timely warning. Then, he seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly became very worried. He glanced at Niu Yaohua, who was sitting quietly, and then stared into Yi Qinghan's eyes. He suddenly transmitted his voice. Although the 4 god generals who escaped haven't returned to the castle yet, there's no guarantee that they won't divulge anything about young lady. If they do, young lady's identity will definitely attract the attention of some people. When that happens, I'm afraid that disaster will befall you. Young lady's identity will definitely attract a large number of people to spy on you. Yi Qinghan glanced at Niu Yaohua, who was sitting beside Neopatian. He looked at her perfect face and the 2 cute little devil horns on her head. He also understood that Niu Yaohua's identity was definitely not ordinary. Just the fact that she was able to reach such a terrifying level of strength at such a young age was already very unusual. However, he didn't ask much. He wasn't interested in Niu Yaohua's secret either. He had a lot of troubles to deal with and didn't have the time to care about other people's matters. As for Niu Yaohua's spiritual body, he wasn't the least bit curious. This was because Yi Qingyu had such a spiritual body. However, it was obvious that Niu Yaohua's spiritual body was even more mysterious. He felt that the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated was his true strength. If he obtained it through illegal means, he wouldn't feel at ease using it. For example, his slaughter god blade might have made him much stronger, but Yi Qinghan had the urge to throw it away a few times. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently in a dangerous situation and that he could temporarily suppress his inner demons, he wouldn't have dared to use the slaughter god blade a long time ago. Although he was very lecherous, he wasn't interested in this kind of underdeveloped little girl. He always felt that no matter how perfect a woman was, if she didn't have an impressive figure, she wouldn't be considered a woman. Her breasts weren't even as big as his. What was the point? What was the smell? He glanced at Niu Yaohua and didn't bother about this matter. Instead, he turned to Neopatian and said, "The next time you leave the ancient castle, if you meet those 4 god generals, just kill them immediately." "Oh right. What did you say earlier about the Blood Moon Day?" "What do you mean?" Yi Qinghan only glanced at Niu Yaohua indifferently. He didn't continue asking and instead asked about the Blood Moon Day. This caused Neopatian and Niu Yaohua to laugh at the same time. They quickly looked at each other and saw a trace of satisfaction, praise, and relief in each other's eyes. Chapter 522. Actually, the 2 came here today for another purpose. They wanted to observe Yi Qinghan in secret. Niu Yaohua's identity was exposed by the Niuhua tribe. Many people in the team were probably thinking about it. A spirit physique that could allow a peak divine general to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the divine king realm. This news was too shocking, and people couldn't help but think about it. As a member of the team, Yi Qinghan's strength was the most important. If he harbored any ill intentions, Niu Patian and Niu Yaohua would definitely be wary of him. They might even think of a way to make him leave the team. Yi Qinghan's clear eyes showed that he didn't care at all. His attitude of not asking about anything made the two of them very satisfied, and they also praised him greatly. They let out a sigh of relief. Although Yi Qinghan seemed to be in disguise, Niu Patian suddenly mentioned Niu Yaohua's identity. The two stared at Yi Qinghan's eyes at the same time. No matter how a person pretended to be, their eyes couldn't lie. As long as a person's emotions were in turmoil, their eyes would be the first to react. Their pupils would definitely change. However, Yi Qinghan didn't change at all. He was very magnanimous. This made the two of them feel extremely relaxed and happy. Their trust and favorable impression of Yi Qinghan increased a little. You don't know about the Blood Moon Day? Niu Patian pondered for a moment. He was a little confused. This Yi Qinghan was strong, but he seemed to be a complete idiot when it came to common sense in the divine world. He didn't even have a divine world badge. His strength was also very strange. He was only a second-layer celestial god, but he could kill a peak divine general. However, Yi Qinghan had saved their lives. Niu Patian was a little confused, but he still chose to believe him. He didn't ask too much and explained, the Blood Moon Day occurs once every 10 years in the divine world. On that day, the two demonic moons in the sky will turn blood red. It's very strange. This is one of the ancient secrets of the divine world. No one knows why. On that day, the space of the divine world will be extremely unstable. Large numbers of demons, demon kings, or asuras will descend from every baleful stream. As for our grade 3 fiend stream, there will be countless fiend kings descending. Of course, on that day, Longyang Manor would send out a large number of god kings to wipe them out. It would last for 3 months, and these 3 months could be considered to be very safe. However, after the 3 months, the divine kings will retreat, leaving only a small team to patrol for 3 years. At that time, the Valley of Baleful would become extremely dangerous and fatal. Because the Valley of Baleful was vast, the army of godly kings would not be able to kill all the fiend kings that descended. There would always be some that escaped. Although 3 months have passed, the space is still very unstable. There will still be a small number of demons descend. The small teams will be able to patrol. Therefore, the year after the day of the blood moon will be the year with the highest death rate for demon hunters in Baleful stream. It is commonly known as the year of the blood moon calamity. If that's the case, Yi Qinghan was inwardly apprehensive as he listened. He thought of the countless demon kings rampaging outside the ancient castle and the scene of martial artists being torn apart and demonized. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. That was definitely a martial artist's nightmare. It was hell on earth. No wonder there were so many demon dwellers. Now, it seemed that they were all martial artists demonized by the demon kings. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his body stiffened. His eyes widened as he looked at Niu Patian and said, I remember you said that the day of the blood moon has already passed for more than 9 years? Accurately speaking, it's been 9 years and 6 months. There are still 6 months before the Blood Moon Day arrives again. Niu Patian and Niuhua revealed a bitter smile at the same time. Niu Patian said solemnly, so we only have 6 months. If we can't earn enough points in these 6 months, when the Blood Moon Day arrives, almost all of us will die. There are no exceptions. However, if we want to earn enough points in 6 months, with our strength, it will be very difficult. Yi Qinghan shivered. That was a demon king. He was equivalent to a peak god general. Furthermore, his attack style was different from that of the Divine Realm's warriors. He was probably even more terrifying than a beginner god king. The Wu tribe, who were peak god generals, were all so strong. But when they heard about the demon king, their expressions changed. If they could encounter a demon king casually outside the castle, then their chances of survival would be pitiful. So, after the Blood Moon Day, it would be very difficult to survive, let alone earn points. It could be said that they only had 6 months. Only by earning 1,000 points in these 6 months could they leave Baleful Yin Stream. Yi Qinghan had just relaxed, but now he was on tenterhooks again. He could only think of a way to earn as many points as possible in these few months and leave this damn place as soon as possible. Thinking of points, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained a few spatial rings, but he hadn't had the time or the mood to check them. Perhaps there were demonic tokens inside. These were tokens of points. He immediately took out the space rings with a flip of his hand. He extended the senses of his soul and began to inspect the space rings. He became overjoyed as soon as he did so. He raised his head and asked Nyo Patian, Divine General Patian, how many tokens or points do you have right now? Not many. Only a few dozen points. Why? Do you have them? Nyo Patian and Nyo Huahua's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at the spatial ring in Yi Qinghan's hand with pleasant surprise. Our luck is heaven-defying. I have more than 300 tokens in this ring. Just this spatial ring alone has close to 300 tokens. Divine General Patian will give them all to you. Keep them well. Once the owner of a spatial ring died, it would become ownerless. Yi Qinghan could easily control it. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of demonic horns appeared in the room. There were at least a few hundred pairs. The Wu tribe experts worked hard to accumulate points for God knows how many years, but now they are all ours. Together with the points I have about 400. If we're lucky, we should be able to accumulate enough points in 6 months. Brother Yi, if we can escape this place, you'll be the one to take the credit. Nyo Patian didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the demonic horns. This was actually the second reason they had come here. They had already expected that there would be some demonic horns in the spatial rings of the Wu tribe experts, but they hadn't expected there to be so many of them. What he didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan would hand it over to him so readily, which surprised him. At this moment, Nyo Patian and Nyo Huahua's hearts were boiling. It had only been half a month, and they had already obtained 400 points. There was still half a year until the Blood Moon Day. They had to take a gamble and accumulate the remaining 600 points. Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion, but he was pondering in his heart. The next time he went out, could he consider not hunting demons, but hunting warrior squads? This time, he had obtained a few hundred points. If he killed a few experts like the Wu tribe, would he have enough points unknowingly? Chapter 523. Nyo Patian pondered for a moment before saying, Brother Yi, I have a question that I don't know if I should ask. However, please believe me, I have no ill intentions. Oh? Please ask, Divine General Patian. Yi Qinghan smiled inwardly. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He already knew what Nyo Patian wanted to ask. I'm very curious. Is there something wrong with your strength? You don't seem to know anything about the immortal realm. Why did you appear in the firework tribe with your strength? You don't even have an immortal realm badge. What happened? Nyo Patian asked all the questions in his mind. These questions didn't concern them. Everyone in the courtyard wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to. When Nyo Patian saw that Yi Qinghan didn't have much of a reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak, he continued, Of course, little brother, if you have any difficulties, you don't have to say it. I'm taking the liberty of asking because I want to see if I can help you. If your strength can return to its peak, or even go one step further than it is now, it will be a great help to our team. If there's anything you need, please tell us and we will do our best to help you. Niu Patian was a good person. After hearing Niu Potion's words, Yi Qinghan didn't blame him at all. Instead, he was even more certain of this person. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a long time before he finally said, I won't explain much about my strength. Perhaps you can understand it as my body undergoing some changes and some memories have disappeared. However, I can guarantee that I have a good impression of most of the people in the Firework tribe. I admire Divine General Patian and Miss Firework very much. I can't guarantee anything in the future, but I will definitely be on your side in the baleful Yin stream. As for my strength, I have 2nd level celestial strength and 3rd level celestial soul. These are my weaknesses, so I won't argue. Do you have any spirit medicine or pills that can help me improve in a short period of time? If I can improve it, my strength will definitely skyrocket by several times. After saying that, Yi Qinghan looked at the two of them with hope. His laws had long since reached the divine general realm, but his divine power and soul had not improved, so he could not completely advance to the divine general realm. If Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua had divine pills or something like that, it would be great. Alright. After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Niu Patian slapped his thigh and stood up. He exchanged a glance with Niu Yanhua and the two of them nodded at the same time. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They thought that Yi Qinghan was originally a powerhouse. If his strength could increase, he would have done so long ago. They didn't have much hope, but now they didn't expect Yi Qinghan to be able to increase his strength in such a short time. To them, this was another joyous occasion of the day. Yi Qinghan threw a few hundred tokens to Niu Patian without hesitation. At that moment, he gained their unreserved trust. If Yi Qinghan secretly sold these few hundred points in the castle, he would be able to exchange them for a very large amount of divine stones and treasures. Moreover, Yi Qinghan went to save them despite knowing the danger. This made the two of them very grateful. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan didn't steal Niu Huanhua's spirit body. Combining these points, Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua completely let down their guard and treated Yi Qinghan as one of their own. Since he was one of their own, then his strength could skyrocket, which was equivalent to their own strength skyrocketing. That way, he would be more confident in protecting everyone in the next 6 months, and at the same time, he would be able to obtain enough points. Niu Patian didn't have pills that could increase divine power, but Niu Huanhua had them. Niu Huanhua also had pills that could improve the soul. Niu Huanhua's identity was special. To be able to reach such terrifying strength at such a young age, how could she be lacking in divine pills? Niu Yaoyan stood up and touched her spatial ring. 2 green jade bottles appeared in her hand. She stared at the 2 jade bottles with her limpid eyes. Reluctance flashed in her eyes as she spoke for the first time, Brother Yi, this is a scarlet dragon pill. It can increase your divine force for a short period of time. You should be able to reach the divine general realm at the very least. The other bottle contains summer worm grass, a wondrous medicine that nourishes the soul. It can at least help your soul break through to the 2nd level of the divine general realm. These are the best pills I have on me. They are also very precious. I hope you won't disappoint me. This, although Yi Qinghan didn't know what these pills were, he could feel that these 2 bottles of pills were definitely very powerful and extremely valuable. He couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy on his face. He let out a long sigh and very quickly reached out to take the pill. He said very firmly, Miss Firework, don't worry. Your safety will be protected by me in the future. Just wait and see, as expected. His efforts had paid off. He had made the right bet. When he found out that Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua were surrounded by a group of divine generals, he had thought of leaving them to their own devices. However, he wasn't familiar with this place. Without Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua, he wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, he led a large group of demons to pass by. In the end, a blind cat ran into a dead mouse, and he succeeded. This was his first sacrifice. Just now, he didn't hesitate to throw a few hundred demonic tokens over. This was his second sacrifice. Not only did he gain Niu Padian and Niu Huanhua's unconditional trust, he also received 2 bottles of extremely important and precious pills. As long as he cultivated his divine power and soul to the divine general realm, he would become a true divine general expert. With his soul in chaos, he was basically invincible in the divine general realm. He had no pressure against the demons and could even fight against the demon king. In the baleful Yin stream, he could finally control his own fate. Lord, you didn't come to find us. Bingxue and Bingxue were a bit absent-minded these few days, especially when the purple moon rose. The two of them stared at the purple moon through the window. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan, waiting for Yi Qinghan to come and punish them. However, the two of them could only sleep alone every night. 5 days later, they couldn't take it anymore. They shamelessly went to Yi Qinghan's room but were stopped by Xiao He. Xiao He didn't explain anything. He only said that Yi Qinghan would come to find them in the future and chase them away rudely. This made the two of them uneasy. They had finally found someone they could rely on and was interested in them, but now he suddenly changed his mind? How could they not be worried? Yi Qianrao was also worried. After kicking Yi Qinghan's little brother, she didn't pay attention to Yi Qinghan anymore. After returning to the castle, Yi Qinghan didn't show up again. She couldn't help but feel regret. Her kick had touched Yi Qinghan. Her heart was like the rain, fog, and wind, drifting. It wasn't until half a month of rest was over that their hearts completely calmed down. Yi Qinghan's strange behavior also surprised the other members of the team and the people in the castle. Xiao He transformed again. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on his body and meditated with his eyes closed. They were about to go out to hunt demons and leave Songlong Castle, but Yi Qinghan was still cultivating. Niu Hua and Niu Padian, on the other hand, were not surprised at all. Instead, they guarded Yi Qinghan closely, and from time to time, their eyes would glance at Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty face, and their hearts were filled with incomparable anticipation. They wondered if refining these 2 divine pellets would be as he had said, and his strength would increase explosively. Chapter 524. What the hell is Lord Yi doing? What can he achieve in such a short amount of time? Don't tell me he's going to make a huge breakthrough? Bing Shui looked resentfully at Yi Qinghan, who was standing like a log on Xiao He's back, and turned to look at Bing Yu. Shui, don't talk nonsense. Don't you see Lord Padian and Miss Fireworks guarding him? Who knows, he might really make a huge breakthrough. Bing Yu was also very nervous. Their relationship with Yi Qinghan was developing very quickly, and they almost did it that day. They didn't expect such a sudden change, and the two of them were slightly worried. Acting all mysterious and mystifying. Who knows what he's up to again? This man is definitely not a good person. Yi Qingrao, have you forgotten the injuries you suffered back then? You can't trust any man anymore. Definitely not. Yi Qingrao kept repeating in her heart, forcing herself not to look at Yi Qinghan, warning herself not to make the same mistake again. But why couldn't her eyes control themselves, to drift in that direction? Without a doubt. From the inside to the outside of the castle, Yi Qinghan became the focus of everyone's attention. They were already dozens of li away from the castle, and they could encounter demons and enemies at any time, but Yi Qinghan was still like a log, not worried or apprehensive at all, and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Only Niu Padian, Niu Fireworks, and Xiao He were present, and they didn't find it strange at all. This was because Yi Qinghan had told them before he went into seclusion. He wanted them to guard him, and not to wake him unless it was absolutely necessary. Are there new martial artists being sent here? Suddenly, a group of martial artists in front of them attracted Niu Potion's attention. He waved his hand, and everyone stopped in their tracks. When he saw that the one at the front was God King Xiui from the ancient castle, his body relaxed slightly. God King Xiui was in charge of receiving new martial artists that were sent over. This was no secret in Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. Back then, it was God King Xiui who had brought them into the old castle. Niu Patian had already investigated and found out that there were 5 God Kings in the old castle. It was said that one of them was the strongest and was infinitely close to the God Emperor realm. However, he had never shown himself before. The other 4 God Kings, on the other hand, were seen frequently. All of them are peak divine champions. Behind God King Xiui was a row of prefecture soldiers. Behind the prefecture soldiers, there were close to 100 people. Niu Potion's heart skipped a beat. The Longyang prefecture was vast and boundless, and the number of god-tier martial artists there was uncountable. Every day, there would be countless martial artists who would violate the dignity of the Longyang prefecture and challenge the iron laws of the divine realm. Furthermore, there were countless god bandits within the prefecture. Every time there was a purge, the god prison would be filled to the brim. In the end, a large portion of these people were sent to the 13 streams of Yin Fiend. Therefore, Niu Patian wouldn't be surprised even if thousands of divine champions were sent here at once. But this time, nearly 100 people were teleported here, and all of them were peak divine champions. Niu Patian couldn't help but be puzzled by this. It couldn't be such a coincidence that nearly 100 peak divine champions were locked up in the same prison and they were sent here. It was just that this group of people seemed to be in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, they passed the crowd and headed towards the ancient castle. Niu Patian didn't think too much about it and continued to lead the group forward. Niu Patian wasn't the only one who was puzzled by this group of experts. The moment they stepped into the ancient castle, all the teams taking turns to pay attention to them. Divine generals weren't strange, and peak stage divine generals weren't rare either. However, nearly 100 peak stage divine generals were a terrifying force. There were hundreds of teams in the ancient castle, and the strongest team only had slightly more than 50 peak divine champions. Without a doubt, this new force became the strongest team in the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. Under normal circumstances, the god prisons in the various cities of the Longyang prefecture would gather a group of people and send them to the streams of Yin Fiend. Or, like the firework tribe, the entire team would be sent here together. Therefore, the strength of the teams varied, not to mention the fact that they were all peak divine champions. Although God King Xiui had his doubts, he clearly didn't want to be nosy since the higher-ups had sent them here. Moreover, there were 5 god kings in the ancient castle, so he wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. He led the team to a courtyard and gave them some instructions before turning to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment." A voice transmission made him stop in his tracks. He chuckled inwardly. It seemed like something good was about to happen. He waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate official army before turning to look coldly at the person who sent the voice transmission. "What's the matter?" "Sir. My brothers are very unfamiliar with the streams of Yin Fiend. I hope that you can explain it to us." The one who spoke was a black-clothed man with brown curly hair, a muscular body, and a face full of sideburns. As he spoke, he was smiling from ear to ear. He lowered his back slightly and quickly handed over an interspatial ring. His movements were practiced and natural. God King Xiui's consciousness quickly scanned the interspatial ring on his hand, and his cold face immediately broke into a smile. They were indeed generous. These people really had ulterior motives. Although his expression changed instantly, he didn't put away the interspatial ring on his hand. Instead, he released his god domain and said indifferently, "I won't do anything that goes against the rules of the ancient castle." Sir, you're indeed straightforward. Of course, we won't make things difficult for you. We've just arrived at the streams of Yin Fiend and would like to rest for a while. I wonder if you can allow us to rest for a month? After a month, we brothers will naturally go out to hunt demons. Of course, we definitely won't go against the rules of the ancient castle. The huge man with the full beard smiled and spoke very respectfully. You want to change the time you go out to hunt demons? Looks like some of the demon hunting teams are going to suffer. God King Xiui's expression relaxed completely this time. He put away the interspatial ring and god domain and nodded indifferently. That's a small matter. I'll allow it. Don't go overboard with other things. If you go against the rules, I won't be able to protect you. Good things come to light. Of course, we know the rules. The smile on the huge man's face deepened as he nodded repeatedly. When God King Xiui's figure completely disappeared from the courtyard, the smile on his face faded completely, and a cold glint shot out from his eyes. Big brother. You've already confirmed the target? Once God King Xiui left, the few hundred people in the courtyard all flew into their rooms to rest. Their movements were clean and efficient, just like a well-trained army. Only 2 people were left in the courtyard behind the huge man with the full beard. One of them laughed sinisterly and asked in a low voice. Seeing the huge man nod, the other said with some worry, "Big brother, the blood moon day is about to arrive. Why don't you get that God King to immediately send us out to hunt demons? We can kill the target as soon as possible and accumulate enough points to leave the streams of Yin Fiend. No rush. There are still 6 months until the blood moon day. In this grade 3 streams of Yin Fiend, the strongest team only has a few dozen peak divine general realms. Points are very easy to obtain. With the target confirmed, the mission this time will be very easy. We just returned from the Phoenix Glow mountain range and are coming to the streams of Yin Fiend now. Let the brothers rest for a month. Tell them that after this mission is completed, everyone will go to Fallen Red City and have fun for 10 years. Huh. The huge man with the full beard waved his hand casually. Fallen Red City. 10 years. Big brother is really generous this time. Waha. The brothers will definitely go crazy with joy when they hear this news. The 2 cultivators were overjoyed when they heard this. They cupped their hands and flew into the room behind them. Clearly, they could not wait to tell this news to everyone who was resting. Chapter 525. Walking on the desert again, looking at the raging yellow sand that filled the sky, looking at the countless gravel on the ground, looking at the desolate rocks everywhere, everyone's feelings were somewhat complicated. Seeing this desolate desert for the first time, everyone was slightly curious. Looking at the strangely shaped rocks around, some people were even very excited to comment. It was just that after more than a month, the few thousand people that came together now only had a little over 50 people left. Although it was not clear if the remaining people were all dead, they still continued to wander around this desert like flies. But just the first demon hunting, the team only had so few people left. They did not know how many people would be left the next time they left the ancient castle. Or were they all annihilated? Even Niopadian and Niohuahua were infected by this desolate aura after leaving the ancient castle again. Inside and outside the castle were 2 completely different times. Inside the ancient castle, everyone did not need to worry about safety and did not need to think too much. But once they left the ancient castle, everyone's hearts would be inexplicably infected, involuntarily producing a kind of pessimistic mood, and their imaginations would run wild and their hearts would be in a mess. Sir, why are we running around like this? Can't we roam around the vicinity of the ancient castle? A celestial deity in the team saw Niopadian leading everyone straight into the distance, getting further and further away from the ancient castle, and could not help asking in puzzlement. He subconsciously felt that there were 5 divine kings in the ancient castle, so it would be safer near the ancient castle no matter what. Also, it was easy to get lost if they left the ancient castle too far. You cannot stay within 100 miles of the ancient castle, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. This is the rule of every Yin Fiend stream. Niopadian swept a glance at this martial artist and explained to everyone, if everyone gathers near the ancient castle, it's very easy to attract large numbers of fiends and devils to besiege the ancient castle. At that time, it will be troublesome to enter and exit the ancient castle normally. Therefore, you are not allowed to stay within 100 miles of the ancient castle of Yin Fiend Stream. If you are discovered, it will definitely be a dead end. If you get lost and don't know how to return to the ancient castle, you just need to remember, when the demonic moon rises, just walk in the opposite direction of that scythe-shaped demonic moon. You will definitely find Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. Oh. That's how it is. Everyone made a mental note that if they were to be separated from the team, they could always return to Cang Castle alone to meet up with everyone else. They all understood that Niu Patian didn't mention it last time because there were many low-level martial artists in the team in the past. A martial artist's strength was equivalent to the information he obtained. This world is very cruel. Without strength, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to the strong. The small team continued to wander in the Gobi Desert at a moderate pace. Niu Patian and Niu Huahua guarded Yi Qinghan, while Niu Zhantian and the others were scattered around the small team, spreading their divine senses to scout the surroundings. After wandering outside for 2 days, the team encountered many demons, but Niu Patian chose to avoid them all. As long as they discovered demons, demonic humans, or cultivators, they would immediately flee without any hesitation. This also made everyone understand one thing, and at the same time, their hearts burned with passion. Niu Potion's actions were clearly to protect Yi Qinghan. This meant that this mysterious Lord Yi was definitely at a critical moment in his cultivation. In other words, once he finished cultivating, his strength would definitely have a huge breakthrough. If he could already kill a peak godly general before breaking through, wouldn't he be even more terrifying after breaking through? Everyone shuddered at the thought. The stronger Yi Qinghan was, the safer they would be, and the greater their chances of leaving this place would be. However, 2 days later, when Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, everyone was slightly disappointed and doubtful. The moment Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, his body suddenly glowed with a red light, and a red light flashed in his eyes as well. That's right, this was a sign of a breakthrough. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the godly general realm. However, this was very different from what everyone had expected. They had thought that since Yi Qinghan could kill a peak godly general, his strength must have reached the peak godly general realm. The second-tier celestial god's strength that he displayed now must have been a disguise. Unexpectedly, he had really just broken through to the godly general realm. Was it a coincidence that he could kill that peak godly general? However, how could he explain his sneak attack that killed 2 godly generals in an instant? No matter how they thought about it, they were all confused. Big Brother Yi, how was it? Niu Patian and Niu Huihua were not the least bit confused. When they saw Yi Qinghan, they blinked their big eyes and asked in anticipation. Lady Huihua, how can I bear to disappoint you? Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He was in a good mood and actually teased Niu Huihua. After he finished speaking, he jumped up from Xiao Hei's back. While he was in mid-air, his body moved like a swimming dragon. At the same time, he took out the Slaughter God saber from his interspatial ring and brandished it in the air. Green saber waves shot out from the saber and transformed into streaks of shooting stars that flew in all directions. Boss, after you broke through to the godly general realm, your speed and attack power have increased greatly. Xiao Hei's 2 black eyes stared at Yi Qinghan in mid-air with a face full of joy. Yi Qinghan's current attack speed and movement speed were obviously many times faster than before. The saber light that he spat out was also bigger than before. More importantly, the terrifying energy contained in the crescent saber light was obviously many times stronger than before. Now, when facing an evil demon, he could easily disperse the evil demon's aura and kill it easily. Niu Huihua, Niu Patian, and everyone else blinked their eyes and started to have doubts in their hearts. Yi Qinghan, no matter how they looked at him, he looked like a martial artist who had just broken through to the godly general realm. Why did he not disappoint them? Where did his strong self-confidence come from? As long as I get close to an ordinary godly general, I can definitely kill them in an instant. As for a peak-stage godly general, if my sneak attack is successful, I have a 90% chance of killing them in an instant. Yi Qinghan's sudden voice transmission made Niu Huihua and Niu Potion's doubts disappear. Yi Qinghan wasn't someone who boasted. Ordinary god generals could instantly kill a bunch of them. What was going on? Even a peak-stage godly general would not dare to say such a thing. It seemed that they had made the right bet. If Niu Huihua or Niu Patian consumed these two spirit medicines, the effects would not be that great. They would only increase their divine power and soul power, but would not deepen their comprehension of laws. If a godly rank expert wanted their strength to increase explosively, they had to comprehend laws. Xiao He, merge. Yi Qinghan flipped over and rushed to the ground. He transmitted his voice to Xiao He and merged with Xiao He in an instant. Then, a soul chaos enveloped everyone present. As expected, everyone fainted, only waking up after a while. When they did, they all looked at each other in dismay. Seeing the warm smile on Yi Qinghan's face, they all broke out in a cold sweat. No one dared to doubt Yi Qinghan's strength anymore. If Yi Qinghan had wanted to kill them just now, he could have killed them all in an instant. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's position in everyone's hearts had far surpassed Niu Potion's. He had become the team's number one. Meanwhile, Bing Shui and Bing Yu were looking at Yi Qinghan in a different light. Even Night Enchantress and Niu Huihua's limpid eyes were filled with splendor. Powerful and mysterious men always had a fatal attraction to women. Yi Qinghan let out a long breath and suppressed the urge to roar at the sky. He thought to himself, it feels good to have great strength and control my own fate. After breaking through to the godly general realm, this young master no longer needs to follow the flow of baleful Yin stream and tremble in fear. I finally have hope of leaving this place. Chapter 526. Ha! Jia! After witnessing Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in strength, the Fireworks Tribe's team's confidence was boosted. The team moved around quickly. In the past, they would hide when they met demons. Now, they took the initiative to look for demons. 1 hour later, the team encountered a demon. All of them took out their weapons and released energy waves as they surrounded the demon and attacked it. As expected. After reaching the God General realm, the power of my energy attacks is much stronger. Yi Qinghan took the lead and waved the Slaughter God blade. A crescent-shaped green blade light flew out of his body and directly attacked the demonic aura that was churning non-stop. The black fog that was rapidly spreading over became sluggish. Furthermore, it was visible to the naked eye that the black fog had shrunk. Yi Qinghan was elated. He had not finished refining the Red Dragon Elixir's medicinal powers. Once he finished refining it, his divine power would reach the second stage of the God General realm. His soul cultivation had already reached the second stage of the God General realm. Although Xiao He had already entered the Heaven God realm and his overall strength had reached the peak of the Heaven God realm, the divine power in his body was very little. Therefore, after the fusion, Yi Qinghan's divine power did not increase by much. Instead, his soul strength increased significantly. After the fusion, his soul strength had reached the third stage of the God General realm. However, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied. Soul confusion was a spiritual-type divine skill. It was similar to an innate ability. Although it was not as powerful as the God-Eater skill, if the enemy's soul strength had not reached the third stage of the God General realm, they would definitely fall for it. Moreover, the martial artists that Yi Qinghan met in the baleful Yin stream did not seem to have a high soul cultivation. Wait! As he pondered, the demon aura outside the demon's body was completely dispersed. Niu Patian wanted to make a move. However, Yi Qinghan stopped him. After everyone's attack was over, Yi Qinghan leaped up and pounced towards the infuriated demon. Now that his speed was slightly faster than the demon, he was not worried that the demon would hurt him. Therefore, he wanted to see if soul confusion was effective against the demon. The purple light lit up, but the demon did not stop. It waved its sharp claws and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's body flashed as he swung the slaughter god saber, wanting to send the demon flying. But something happened that made him very surprised. The slaughter god saber slashed on the demon's shoulder, and a black light shone. However, it was as if the saber had slashed on the demon's body. In an instant, the demon was eroded and turned into black dust, disappearing into the yellow sand that filled the sky. All that was left was a pair of demon horns that were connected together. When the horns fell onto the gravel on the ground, a pang-pang sound could be heard. Seeing Yi Qinghan kill the demon with a casual slash, the martial artists in the field secretly cheered. However, Niu Patian and Niu Huahua's eyes lit up as they locked onto the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. They immediately averted their eyes and pretended to be normal. This saber is very strange. Both of them knew very well that this demon only had one weakness, and that was the head between the two horns. He wouldn't die instantly no matter how hard he tried. Even god kings didn't have this ability. The only explanation was that there was something strange about Yi Qinghan's saber. "Brother Yi, let me be the one to kill the demon in the future. You are using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." Ha! Niu Patian thought for a moment and decided that he had to remind Yi Qinghan. After all, if this scene was seen by other martial artists, they would definitely realize that this saber was different from the others. At that time, it would be troublesome if they wanted to steal it. Thus, he tactfully reminded Yi Qinghan. "All right. Then I will have to trouble Lord Patian." Yi Qinghan floated down to the ground. There was not a single trace of abnormality on his face. Deep down, he was extremely shocked and secretly felt grateful to Niu Patian. It seems like this saber can't be used to kill demons in the future. If it is exposed, the consequences will be dire. This saber seems to be the nemesis of demons? Or is it a demonic weapon? Not only is it effective against demons, but it also has the same effect against demons. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan kept the slaughter god saber into his spatial ring without leaving a trace. He secretly decided that if there was no need, it would be better to use this saber less. Everyone only stopped for a moment before continuing to look for demons and collect points. Although the team did not have many people, the weakest among them was at least at the third level of Heaven God. After a few battles, their teamwork became better. In just a short span of 2 days, he had already killed more than 20 demons. Niu Patian also transmitted a message to everyone. Currently, he already had 400 points in his hands. Everyone's fighting spirit rose even higher. They roamed around day and night, looking for demons everywhere. They wanted to kill more demons as soon as possible and leave the baleful Yin stream. This close, yet worlds apart, is really hard to cultivate. After so long, I still haven't comprehended the true meaning of this movement technique. Could it be that I am comprehending it in the wrong direction? While looking for demons, Yi Qinghan did not forget to cultivate close, yet worlds apart. Although he had advanced to the God General realm and his speed was much faster, if he could be faster, he would not reject it. Furthermore, he had already learned close, yet worlds apart. He could not give up now. Someone is coming over. Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. Niu Patian suddenly stopped in his tracks. His divine power surged as he shouted. Yi Qinghan stopped practicing and immediately took out the slaughter god blade. He also felt that there were many martial artists coming over. Furthermore, they were very fast. If the team tried to escape, it would be very difficult for everyone to escape. It was not hard to meet martial artists in the baleful Yin stream. However, after everyone used their divine senses to detect each other's presence, they would take a detour and go their own way. It was very rare for them to directly rush over. Everyone started to feel apprehensive. They hoped that they were not coming for them. Swish! A series of air-piercing sounds rang out as a group of people rushed over from afar. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred people. At the very front were over 50 martial artists dressed in red battle armor. These 50 martial artists were the fastest. Furthermore, they had an invisible baleful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was obvious that they were people who killed people like flies. Behind them, there were over 200 martial artists following behind them. All of them had cold looks on their faces as they rushed over. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses and his heart tightened. These 50 martial artists had terrifying auras and surging divine powers. They were all god generals. Furthermore, they were all high-grade god generals. A few of them were definitely at the peak of the god general realm. Hee, pink robes, devil horns, and a beautiful little girl. Bring that god general over and let him recognize this little girl. Is she the person he is talking about? It seems like my luck is going to change today. This group of people released their domineering auras unscrupulously as they rushed over. They immediately spread out and surrounded Yi Qinghan and the others. All of them had weapons in their hands and were filled with killing intent. However, their eyes were all locked onto Niu Yaohua. The one who spoke was a very short martial artist. He was less than 1.5 meters tall. He looked like a dwarf, but his aura was rather domineering. He sized up Niu Yaohua carefully, then turned to look at the martial artists rushing over. He roared loudly. His voice was like a cow's roar. It was deep and impactful. It was like the dull sound of a drum that pounded on everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yes, yes. My lord, it's her. My former boss is talking about her. I'm talking about this little girl. A martial artist dressed in fiery red battle armor and a god general flashed over and pointed at Niu Yaohua while shouting. Everyone in the firework tribe felt their hearts sink at this moment. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed into slits. This was because, this martial artist was one of the 4 Wa tribe subordinates who had escaped the other day. Protect yourselves. Lord Patian, bring Miss Firework and the others to break out of the encirclement. Yi Qinghan roared. He knew that today's situation would not end well until one side was dead. He did not want to wait any longer. He immediately merged with his beast and his body turned into a raging dragon. A purple light shone as the slaughter god blade turned into a black bolt of lightning and slashed towards the dwarf martial artist. Chapter 527. Humph. You are courting death. Attack. Cripple everyone for me. The dwarf coldly snorted and had a look of disdain on his face. Against Yi Qinghan's attack, his short body didn't retreat. The square-shaped grey hammer in his hand glowed with a white light as it smashed towards Yi Qinghan's head. The moment the hammer left his hand, it immediately grew bigger and bigger. Furthermore, its speed was getting faster and faster. With a terrifying pressure, it collided with Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade. Bang! Yi Qinghan felt a huge force smashing against the slaughter god blade. He felt an intense pain in his palm, and the slaughter god blade was nearly sent flying. His chest felt stuffy, and even the soul chaos that he was about to release was stopped. His body was also sent flying by this terrifying force. Damn, this dwarf is so strong. A casual attack from him is actually so powerful? Is this the metal elemental law? Yi Qinghan quickly kicked a few times in the air to stabilize his body. He activated his divine senses and felt a few air-piercing sounds coming from behind him. He immediately activated his absolute domain, and at the same time, a purple light lit up. His body twisted forcefully, and the slaughter god blade drew a semicircle in the air as it swept behind him. Swish! 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 A black light flashed, and 3 human heads floated in the air. At the same time, 3 divine crystals and interspatial rings floated up. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses to scan the surroundings. His attack had stunned the people around him. He didn't bother to collect his spoils of war. Instead, he transformed into a flood dragon and rushed towards the densely packed crowd behind him. He shot straight into the enemy's formation. Courting death. Seeing that after Yi Qinghan killed 3 people, he actually rushed towards their own group of people, countless martial artists were enraged. They took out their weapons and attacked Yi Qinghan in a frenzy. However, they felt that their attacks on the black smoke around Yi Qinghan's body had no effect at all. Then, they saw a bewitching purple light, and their souls instantly fainted. When they woke up, they found that their souls were being sucked out by a powerful suction force. In the blink of an eye, the few people who attacked them died instantly. Swish swish swish. A few more heads floated up. While everyone was still in a daze, Yi Qinghan's body continued to rush inside. Following the flash of purple light, Yi Qinghan's body began to emit black mist. Like a black spear, he pierced through the enemy's formation in an incomparably domineering manner. Everywhere he passed, heads flew into the air, and he was like a ferocious wolf charging into a flock of sheep. With a flip of his hand, he beheaded a group of them, and he was unstoppable. Bullshit. Low-level divine generals, get out of my way. Your attacks are useless against him. In just a few seconds, more than 10 heads had floated up. Everyone was shocked. The first to react was the dwarf warrior leader. He stomped heavily on the ground and shot up. While he was in mid-air, he roared angrily. At the same time, the hammer in his hand smashed towards Yi Qinghan furiously. Swish! Yi Qinghan's divine senses had already locked onto the dwarf warrior. When the dwarf warrior swung his hammer, Yi Qinghan immediately stopped. His footsteps, which were originally moving towards the left, suddenly changed direction. At the same time, he stopped releasing his soul chaos. Instead, he slashed his saber at a divine general martial artist next to him. With the help of the intense energy explosion, Yi Qinghan's body bounced back and shot towards the right. Boom! The giant hammer swelled with the wind and smashed into the crowd. 2 low-level divine generals and several celestial gods were smashed into pieces, and a deep crater was formed on the ground. The dwarf warrior ignored the smashed warriors on the ground. He opened his palm and grabbed the air, retrieving his hammer. Divine power radiated from his body as he prepared to continue smashing towards Yi Qinghan. Boss, stop smashing. Let's go after him. A divine general dressed in fiery red armor panicked. If this continued, Yi Qinghan would still be alive. Most of the people on his side would probably be smashed to death. He quickly waved his hand at a few high-level divine generals in the distance and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Thunder protection. The battle here was extremely intense, but the situation on Niu Potion's side was extremely strange. As countless red-armored warriors charged towards Niu Yanhua, her body suddenly lit up with a white light. This light was like a scorching sun that enveloped everyone in the firework tribe. No one on the outside could see what was going on inside. Then, a white shield quietly formed. The red-armored divine generals' attacks all landed on the shield. It was as if they had smashed into a quagmire. There was not the slightest ripple. Thunder protection? It must be the Thunder God's protection. This little girl is not from the Thunder tribe. She is from the Thunder God tribe of the 10 ancient God tribes. Attack that shield with all your might. I want to see how long she can last. As long as I can get her, I will reward you handsomely. The strange phenomenon immediately attracted the dwarf's attention. When he saw the shield that was like a scorching sun that no one dared to look at, his eyes lit up with ecstasy. He no longer went after Yi Qinghan. Instead, he used the small hammer in his hand and smashed it hard at the shield. Silver Spear Dance. Wind Dragon dominates the world. Inside the white shield, several silver spears suddenly flew out. Countless energy waves covered the sky and covered the earth. They followed the spears and attacked fiercely in one direction. At the same time, the white shield also moved quickly. Wherever the spearhead swept past, cracks would appear in space, making it seem as if the spears were faintly discernible in the air. It was extremely strange. At the same time, the spearheads gave off a heart-shaking aura, and they were as fast as lightning. Out of the dozens of martial artists in front of him, only 2 experts in red armor were sent flying. The rest of the low-level martial artists were smashed into pieces by the spear and the various energy waves behind it, instantly disappearing from the world. As soon as the gnome leader saw him shout, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dozens of his subordinates died. He could not help but smash the small hammer in his hand even more crazily. His face became extremely ferocious. He shouted in a deep voice that sounded like the beating of a drum, "Everyone, be careful. Their silver spears have doubled their attack power under the Thunder God's protection. Spread out and attack from afar. This little girl has not grown up yet. She will not be able to hold on for long. As long as the Thunder God's protection is broken, they will all die. Kill her. Run." Looking at the white shield and the silver spears pressing down on the crowd, they listened to the leader's angry roar. Many low-level martial artists panicked and scattered in all directions. As they retreated, they released energy attacks at the white shield. However, as they fled in panic, they did not notice that there was a terrifying warrior behind them. He was currently moving through the crowd and rushing towards them. A man who was breathing black fog like a devil was rushing towards the densely packed crowd. Behind him was a group of god generals in red armor. They roared angrily as they chased after him. Yi Qinghan did not bother fighting with the few peak god general experts behind him. After breaking through to the god general realm, with his dense divine power, the power of his absolute domain had increased tremendously. Every time the peak god general experts attacked his absolute domain, he would make use of the powerful force to increase his speed and bounce back towards the group of low-level warriors. Then, he would release his body fusion battle technique and kill a group of low-level warriors. Kill, kill, kill. Those who block me will die. The frenzied massacre had caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to turn bloodshot. After the slaughter god blade absorbed the souls of close to 100 low-leveled martial artists, the black glow on the blade grew brighter and brighter. The more souls the slaughter god blade absorbed, the more negative emotions it had for Yi Qinghan. The bloodlust in its heart was also getting stronger. Right now, it had almost entered a half-crazed state. His heart was filled with the desire to kill all his enemies and turn them into mincemeat. "Boss, wake up. If this goes on, you will go crazy. You will become a madman who only knows how to kill." Xiao He was very clear about Yi Qinghan's current state. He was very worried as he sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. "Crazy? Huh. In this situation, if I don't go crazy, I will die. If they want to kill me, I will kill all of them. Huh. Let's die together. Who dares to block me?" After hearing Xiao He's voice transmission, Yi Qinghan's eyes became even redder. His speed increased again, and the slaughter god blade in his hand shone brightly. Without any hesitation, he continued to slash at the warriors around him. Chapter 528. Chaotic, very chaotic. The situation in the field was a mess. 4 peak god generals were chasing Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he chased after the weaker martial artists. Niu Huihua desperately used the Thunder God protection to block everyone's attacks. Niu Patian and the others used the Thunder God protection to chase after all the mid to low-level masters. The gnome leader and a group of masters chased after the Thunder God protection from behind and smashed it. The most pitiful ones here were the heavenly gods and the low-level divine generals. It looked like the firework tribe had the upper hand. More than half of the hundreds of martial artists brought by the dwarf chief had been killed. But Yi Qinghan and Niu Padian knew very well that if this went on, they would all die. The ones they killed were all relatively low-level warriors, and there weren't many casualties among the 50 or so warriors in red armor. They were all level 3 heavenly gods, and there were 7 or 8 peak god generals. Once Yi Qinghan expended too much god power, Niu Huahua couldn't hold on any longer, and the lightning god protection would be broken. They would be torn to shreds by the enraged enemies, but what else could they do besides killing each other? Niu Padian was only a level 3 god general. Niu Zhantian and the rest were even weaker. Some were level 2 god generals, while others were level 1 god generals. As for Yi Yaorao and the rest, they were pitifully weak. Once the lightning god protection was broken, they would be killed instantly. Escape? Where could they escape to with their speed? SSSSSS. As time passed, demons began to appear in the surroundings, attracted by the battle here. The scene became even more chaotic, and it was a complete mess. Damn it! If this continues, we will be finished sooner or later. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart, he didn't try to do so. But he still maintained a trace of clarity. The situation was getting more and more serious. His god power had been greatly depleted. The white barrier around Niu Huahua was also getting thinner and thinner. He could vaguely see the figure inside. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of running away, but the 4 peak god generals were chasing him relentlessly. If it weren't for his disorienting step and absolute domain, he would have long since died. His blood-red eyes turned rapidly. He decided to take a gamble. As he ran, he began to quietly rush towards the group of cultivators who were blocking the evil demons. He had to think of a way to kill the 4 peak divine generals behind him. Otherwise, this would be a hopeless situation. When the cultivators blocking the demons in the distance saw Yi Qinghan rushing over with a sharp, cold wind, they ignored the demons in front of them and fled in panic. The more than 100 corpses on the ground proved that if this humanoid demon got close, only death awaited them. After Yi Qinghan casually killed a few warriors who were too slow, he didn't stop and rushed into the demon dweller army, looking like he was escaping wildly. As expected, the 4 peak heavenly gods were anxious. Yi Qinghan had killed so many of them. If they let him escape, given their boss's explosive temper, he would definitely tear them apart. 2 of them suddenly sped up, sending the demon dwellers in front of them flying. They circled around and directly passed by Yi Qinghan, rushing in front of him to intercept him. The 4 of them formed an encirclement, trapping Yi Qinghan in the center. SSSSSS. The roars of the demons at the side did not cause the 5 to panic. The 5 of them swung their weapons, and the demons that they struck were immediately reduced to dust. At their level, the demons could be easily killed. Swish! The 3 of them surrounded Jianghu, and one of them made his move. The flexible sword in his hand spat out a red sword light. It was like a venomous snake's tongue dancing in the air. Wherever the flexible sword swept past, the space became blurry. Just in time. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned red, and a red light flashed. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. His body rushed towards the martial artist. The slaughter god saber spat out a green saber wave as it slashed at the flexible sword. Boom! Just as the 4 immortal generals had imagined, Yi Qinghan borrowed the recoil from the collision of the green saber radiance and the red sword radiance to abruptly change direction. His speed soared as he prepared to dash towards the middle of the 2 people behind him to escape. This was what he did in the past, and the 4 of them were very familiar with it. The 2 martial artists behind him carried 2 huge metal rods and smashed them down on Yi Qinghan's head. They were trying to smash him back into the encirclement. However, Yi Qinghan used a strange footwork and suddenly sped up again. He barely dodged the 2 martial artists' attacks and made use of the shockwave from their attacks to increase his speed again as he rushed out of the encirclement. As expected. Helplessness flashed in the two martial artists' eyes. Yi Qinghan was always like this. It looked like he was going to fight them head-on, but he would suddenly change his direction and make use of their attacks to escape. Furthermore, his footwork was very strange. When he ran, he left afterimages behind. His speed was so fast that they couldn't tell which was the real one and which was the fake one. He managed to escape every time. Not right. The helplessness in the eyes of the two cultivators suddenly changed into surprise. This was because Yi Qinghan's body turned around in midair, forcefully turning around and pouncing towards one of them. He actually wanted to fight him head-on. Good timing. This martial artist's eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. Yi Qinghan's attack might be strange, and that purple light was also very terrifying, but it was useless against them. They were still worried that Yi Qinghan wouldn't fight them head-on. They didn't expect him to deliver himself to their doorstep. Immediately, the huge rod in his hand swayed in the air and formed afterimages as it smashed towards Yi Qinghan. Bang! This martial artist's attack speed was too fast, and Yi Qinghan didn't even have time to brandish the slaughter god blade. His body was sent flying like a meteor, and the black fog that covered his body shook and almost shattered. Swish! One of the martial artists was originally rushing over, but in the blink of an eye, he saw a black meteor crashing towards them. His body tumbled in the air, and his face was filled with panic. He couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile as he raised his huge rod and prepared to kill Yi Qinghan in an instant. He wanted to destroy the black fog barrier on his body completely. Something's not right. However, when he gathered his divine power and smashed towards Yi Qinghan, he suddenly saw Yi Qinghan's body twisting strangely. Yi Qinghan's face was no longer filled with panic. Instead, it was filled with coldness. Just as he was about to be smashed by the huge rod, Jiang Yi's body transformed into an afterimage as he twisted to the side by a small step. It was this small step that allowed him to dodge the attack. The slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a black lightning as it slashed towards the martial artist's head. This blade, the martial artist's eyes were wide open as he died instantly. He only had time to utter two mosquito-like sounds before his soul was completely sucked into the slaughter god blade. The divine crystal and interspatial ring left his body, and Yi Qinghan grabbed them with one hand and kept them in his interspatial ring. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan made use of the martial artist's habitual thinking that he was going to escape again. Under his sneak attack, he made use of the slaughter god blade's perverted ability to swallow a martial artist's soul to successfully kill a peak-stage god general expert. Chapter 529. This, Yi Qinghan's sudden burst of strength and succeeded in killing the first divine general instantly sent a chill down their spines. They had always thought that although Yi Qinghan's strength was strange and he could kill a group of low-level warriors in seconds, he didn't have the ability to kill a peak divine general. Now, this bloody incident proved that he had the ability and it was far beyond their imagination. Because Yi Qinghan had killed the peak divine general instantly. Killing and instantly killing were two different concepts. Swish! Yi Qinghan stowed away the peak divine general's divine crystal and space ring. Without pausing at all, he stomped heavily on the ground and charged towards the two peak divine generals who were staring blankly at him from within the crowd of demons. What was going on? The eyes of the two peak divine generals flickered. They were still thinking about how the peak divine general had been killed in seconds. Seeing Yi Qinghan dashing towards them, they instinctively waved their soft sword and giant axe. They spat out waves of air and smashed at Yi Qinghan. Bang! Yi Qinghan's body turned into a meteor and was sent flying towards the warrior who was holding the giant stick. The two warriors even felt that he didn't dodge at all. It was as though he was using their attacks to increase his speed. Oh no! That warrior was in danger. The two warriors suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly chased after Yi Qinghan. That warrior didn't know what Yi Qinghan was trying to do. He was still doubting Yi Qinghan's strength. How could he be so powerful all of a sudden? If he could kill a peak divine general instantly, what was the point of fighting? Wouldn't it be better if he killed all of them instantly? Therefore, when he saw Yi Qinghan flying towards him like a meteor, he didn't dodge to the side. Instead, he released his divine power. The giant stick in his hand spat out black gas and released waves of horrifying waves. He smashed it towards Yi Qinghan. Bang! The absolute domain around Yi Qinghan's body finally couldn't withstand the continuous attacks. At this moment, it instantly collapsed, and the giant grey rod continued to smash heavily towards his body. However, his body didn't stop at all. He didn't have any intention of dodging. His blood-red eyes locked onto the head on the martial artist's body. The slaughter god saber in his hand slashed across the sky. He was actually risking his life to kill the martial artist. Ha! If you want this young master to die, then this young master will let you die first. The bloodlust in Yi Qinghan's mind grew stronger and stronger. His mind was filled with the thought of tearing the enemy in front of him into pieces. He did not care whether his body was injured or not. Bang! Bang! Two sounds rang out at the same time. One was the sound of the giant stick smashing into Yi Qinghan's body, the sound of bones breaking. There was also the dull sound of the slaughter god blade striking the peak stage god general martial artist's head. As these two sounds rang out, Yi Qinghan's body was directly smashed to the ground. His left shoulder was a bloody mess, and his left hand hung limply. It was obvious that half of his body had been crippled. However, the peak stage god general martial artist's eyes were blank as his body fell from the sky weakly. A green divine crystal and a grey interspatial ring floated in the air. It was obvious that he had died in the exchange just now. Swish! Huh, come on. Let's die together. Yi Qinghan's body had just landed on the ground when he bounced up again. Half of his body was a bloody mess, and one of his hands was completely crippled. However, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he laughed maniacally. His eyes were bloodshot, and the strange slaughter god blade in his right hand turned into a series of afterimages. He revealed a mouth full of bloody teeth as he charged towards the remaining two peak stage god general martial artists. Lunatic. He's a lunatic. Yi Qinghan killed them crazily. The moment they exchanged blows, he killed them instantly. His ferocious expression, in particular, made the two peak stage god general martial artists' hearts turn cold. They were not afraid of death, but this was the first time they had encountered such a battle. Although they were peak stage god general martial artists, they were still humans. Humans naturally had thoughts and would be afraid. Thus, the two of them hesitated for a moment before they stopped moving. Then, they turned around and started to escape. Kill! 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 Those who block me shall die. The slaughter god blade continuously swallowed the souls of two peak stage god general martial artists. Just now, it had swallowed the souls of more than 100 martial artists. Furthermore, the battlefield was filled with corpses and blood. This caused Yi Qinghan to go crazy. This was such a good opportunity, but he did not run away. Instead, he turned around and started to chase after the two peak stage god general martial artists. His originally delicate face had become extremely hideous. He bared his teeth in pain, and his entire body was covered in blood. He exuded a terrifying aura as if he had become a real demon in human form. Lunatic. He's a lunatic. Demon. This is a demon in human form. Run. Don't go near him. If you go near him, you will be demonized and die immediately. The situation in the battlefield became even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan was like a lunatic. His body turned into a series of afterimages as he dashed around the battlefield crazily. He slashed and killed anyone he saw. As for the two peak stage god general martial artists, they did not dare to fight with Yi Qinghan head-on. Instead, they started to run away in fear. Since the two peak-stage god general martial artists were escaping, they were naturally not a match for Yi Qinghan. Wherever Yi Qinghan went, the martial artists were either killed or ran away in fear. This situation finally attracted the attention of the dwarf, Neopatian, and the rest. The dwarf shouted angrily as he turned around and stopped attacking. Seeing that the thunder god protection was about to be broken, he turned around and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Big brother Yi. Lord Yi, little brother Yi. The people of the firework tribe looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood and whose eyes were bloodshot. He was charging in and out of the enemy martial artists. No one dared to fight him head-on. There was not a trace of happiness or excitement. Instead, their hearts surged with the desolation of a hero at the end of his road. It was as if they had seen an invincible general surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. Although he had the courage of tens of thousands of men, there were too many bandits. Even if he wanted to kill the enemy, he was powerless. A hero was waving the weapon in his hand as he walked towards the end of his road, towards his final destination. I'm sorry, big brother Yi. It's all because of me. I've harmed everyone. I'm a jinx, a source of calamity. Burn. With my blood, bestow upon me the madness of the ancient gods. Niu Huayan's originally pale face suddenly turned red. Her small body trembled and her delicate lips opened abruptly. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light emitted from her body suddenly intensified. The thunder god protection, which was about to be broken, suddenly shone brightly and became even more vigorous. Ah! Young mistress! Silver spear dance, kill him! Neopatian saw Niu Huayan spit out a mouthful of blood. Her frail body was whiter than snow, and she was trembling uncontrollably. Neopatian looked up to the sky and roared. The silver spear in his hand shone brightly and shot out from his hand, piercing towards a peak divine general martial artist who was attacking fiercely outside the barrier. Kill, kill. If you want us to die, we'll let you die first. Neopatian and the others also trembled and roared angrily. Divine power surged from their bodies, and the spears in their hands sliced through the air and became illusory. They flew towards the peak divine general martial artists outside the barrier and attacked furiously. I was wrong. You're a good man. You're a hero. You, please don't die. Yi Yaorao didn't care about the thunder god protection that suddenly shone brightly. She also didn't care about Neopatian and the others' roars. In fact, she even stopped attacking with the silver sword in her hand. She stared at Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood and injuries but was still roaring angrily and killing his enemies. However, in the next second, her cold eyes suddenly became moist. Her face, which had been expressionless all this while, suddenly became extremely frightened and heartbroken. The dwarf powerhouse rushed over angrily. The metal hammer in his hand did not grow bigger this time, but its speed increased by several times. It sliced through the air and carried with it a destructive aura as it smashed towards Yi Qinghan's back. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to notice it at all. He continued to brandish the slaughter god blade in his hand and continued to kill the other two martial artists. Bang! Yi Qinghan's body flew high into the air. Blood and flesh flew everywhere on his back, revealing his white bones. He was like a kite with a broken string as he was sent flying. In front of him was a demonic aura that was sucking in and out non-stop like the mouth of a huge beast. No, when Yi Qinghan's lifeless body was completely submerged in the surging demonic aura, Neopatian and Yi Yaorao screamed in their hearts. 2 drops of sweat rolled down their cheeks as their beautiful eyes were filled with endless loneliness and despair. For Yi Qinghan, for themselves, and for everyone else who was about to die. Chapter 530. Did he die just like that? Bing Shui and Bing Yu looked at each other and blinked. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. That brave and powerful man died just like that? The mysterious man had disappeared just like that? That seemingly invincible man who could always save everyone in the most dangerous time didn't create any miracle this time. He didn't perform any epic legend. The most terrifying thing about an evil demon wasn't his body, but his demonic aura. Anyone who was enveloped by his demonic aura would be demonized without exception. And Yi Qinghan's body was completely submerged in that tumbling demonic aura. How could he not be demonized and not die? At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. It was not only because they had lost a strong backer. Perhaps the two of them had inadvertently developed some kind of feelings for this somewhat lecherous man. Or perhaps it was because the fox grieved for the rabbit's death and felt a trace of sorrow for their fate. For a god-level warrior, appearance was no longer important. A woman's charm and attractiveness depended on her temperament. It was the quality that came from the depths of her heart that she revealed unconsciously. It was the same for men. Yi Qinghan's evil smile was enigmatic and mysterious. His words and actions revealed firmness, friendliness, confidence, and many other unique qualities of a peerless man. Unknowingly, he had already made the women in the team feel an indescribable attraction. Usually, they didn't feel it. But now, when this handsome face was completely submerged in the boundless black fog, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They felt that they had suddenly lost something very important in the depths of their hearts. It made their hearts ache and break bit by bit. Kill. Bing Shui and Bing Yu's treasured swords emitted a dazzling light at the same time. They suddenly felt an inexplicable anger surging in their hearts. Only through crazy killing could they quell this anger. Only then could they pay tribute to their love that had just been ignited but was about to be extinguished. Their hearts that had been sealed for many years were just opened but were forced to close again. How sad was this? Kill. Yi Yao Rao quickly wiped away the tears on her face. Her body emitted a cold aura that could be seen with the naked eye. She didn't know why her heart was in such a mess. She didn't know why her body was so cold. She only knew that she wanted to kill. She wanted to exhaust every ounce of energy in her body to kill. Kill. All the heavenly god martial artists in the firework tribe were brimming with godly power at this moment. Perhaps it was because of Niu Patian and the rest's madness, or perhaps it was because of Niu Huahua's pale face, or perhaps it was because of Yi Qinghan's death, or perhaps it was because of their impending deaths. Everyone didn't hold back, pouring out every bit of divine power in their bodies, every wave of attack. The people of the firework tribe went completely crazy. The depression brought about by the desperate situation, the madness and death of Yi Qinghan, had ignited the madness in everyone's hearts. He had no choice but to fight. If he could not win, he would perish. On this battlefield that was suffused with smoke and filled with sword qi, there was no path of retreat, and the only thing they could rely on was the weapon in their hands. If they wanted to survive, then they had to cut off all means of retreat, fight with their backs against the wall, and slaughter out a path of blood. Swish! 5 silver spears that emitted a terrifying aura flickered in and out of existence in the air. They moved as fast as lightning, and the silver spear tips flickered with lightning. They streaked across the sky and directly knocked away the weapons of the 5 god generals. Then, without slowing down, they struck the divine crystals of the 5 god generals, shattering them instantly. Their corpses fell lifelessly to the ground. Niu Huahua's thunder god's protection increased the attacks of the 5 god generals by several times. In addition, the 5 of them attacked without holding back, and their attack power doubled. Niu Patian instantly killed a peak stage godly general while the other godly generals killed a level 3 godly general martialist. Bang! Boom! The heavenly god martial artists of the firework tribe each found a target and attacked with all their might. With lightning speed, they killed dozens of martial artists. At this moment, the attack power of the firework tribe increased greatly, and they were unstoppable. Wherever the spear chi waves passed, corpses flew, and blood splattered. Spread out, spread out. Long-range attacks, don't let them get close. Their attacks can't last long. The dwarf powerhouse had just sent Yi Qinghan flying, but when he turned his head, he saw that his subordinates were being slaughtered by Niu Padian and the others, whose attack power had increased exponentially. He couldn't help but roar in rage. The small hammer in his hand whizzed out again and smashed down on the white barrier. At the same time, the remaining 4 or 5 peak heavenly god martial artists also came to their senses and released energy waves that poured down on the white barrier. The scene became chaotic once again. The people of the firework tribe began to pursue their enemies under the thunder god's protection. On the other hand, the dwarf powerhouse's side began to release the divine power in their bodies toward the barrier as they fled. The situation became a stalemate. Niu Padian and the others killed with all their might, hoping to carve out a path of blood. The dwarf powerhouse attacked furiously, hoping to completely shatter the thunder god's protection and kill everyone inside. Then, he would be able to capture the pale girl. The hatred between the two sides could no longer be resolved. Only blood and corpses could appease the anger in their hearts. "Boss, wake up! Boss, wake up! I'm begging you, please wake up!" A cry with a sobbing tone resounded continuously in Yi Qinghan's heart. In a daze, he felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He had no strength left in his body. He felt like he was sprawled on the ground. The cold gravel on the ground made his face hurt, and his heart was filled with a violent bloodlust. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would definitely crawl up and continue to look for people to kill. "I'm not dead. I'm still alive." He felt the white airflow from the soul ring rapidly healing his injuries. He felt the bloodlust in his mind slowly dissipate as the white airflow circulated over and over again. His mind became clearer and clearer. He began to recall what had happened and began to release his divine sense to sense the situation around him. However, his divine sense radiated outwards, and the feedback he received set off a storm in his heart. Even the bloodlust in his heart was drowned by this feeling of fear. He realized that he was sprawled on the cold ground, surrounded by black fog. This black fog was so cold that even his divine sense could feel his heart palpitating. At this moment, the slaughter god blade in his hand emitted a weak glow that enveloped him completely, preventing the black fog from attacking him. What shocked him was that the slaughter god blade seemed to be absorbing the black fog. As the black fog was absorbed by the slaughter god blade, the light from the slaughter god blade gradually increased. It was obvious that he was surrounded by a demonic aura, but why was the slaughter god blade actually absorbing the demonic aura? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Qinghan realized that there was a black figure standing not far away from him. Its body was covered in black scales, and its eyes were bloodshot. The 2 demonic horns on its head shone with a black light. This was definitely a demon. However, why wasn't it attacking him? Instead, it was looking at the slaughter god blade in fear. Furthermore, its body was trembling slightly. There was something wrong with this blade. Of course, this was nonsense. It should be said that there was something wrong with this blade. This thought instantly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Being able to devour the souls of demonic beasts, devouring the souls of martial artists, causing one to develop a bloodlust and evil fire, easily killing demons, and now, even being able to devour the aura of demons, even able to cause fear from the depths of one's heart to arise from one's intellect. How could this blade not have a big problem? Chapter 531. I don't care if you are a holy blade or a demonic blade. All I know is that you can help me kill my enemies and save my life. You are a good blade. So be it. Being a mad demon is better than being dead. Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He only knew that this blade could help him survive. This blade had a terrifying power that could help him kill his enemies. That was enough. His body slowly recovered under the healing of the soul ring. He struggled to sit up, but it aggravated the injuries on his back and left hand, causing him to grimace in pain. After spending a lot of effort, he finally activated the divine power in the God Crystal and started to heal his injuries. The battle outside was still fierce. He had to heal his injuries as soon as possible and think of a way to save Neopodian and the rest. It wasn't that he wanted to be a hero, but Neopodian was the team leader and the points were with him. Without Neopodian, even if he accumulated enough points, he wouldn't know how to leave the baleful Een stream. Also, there were a few people in the team that he couldn't let go of. Of course, it was just a few people. However, when Yi Qinghan closed his eyes to heal his injuries, there was a change in the surroundings without him knowing. A few demons nearby quickly came over. However, after they came over, they were just like the original demon. They stood at a distance and trembled as they stared at the slaughter god blade. This was a very strange and contradictory phenomenon. The demons were attracted over, but they didn't dare to come closer. Also, there were more demons coming over from afar. It was as if there was a strange magnetic force that attracted them over. The slaughter god blade's light became brighter and brighter, and the speed at which it absorbed the black fog also increased. At this speed, the demonic aura on these demons would be completely absorbed in a short period of time. Of course, the demonic phenomenon attracted the attention of everyone present. All the abyssals in the field gave up on attacking them and instead gathered in one place. The abyssal aura in that place had become incomparably dense. A monstrous black fog rolled up, and an incomparably cold and evil aura was released from the black fog, causing the martial artists who were blocking the abyssals to feel a kind of inexplicable fear that came from the depths of their souls. What were these demons trying to do? In the past, there had never been a case of demons running and gathering together. Could it be that the demons were mutating and merging together to become the Demon King? As more and more demons gathered together, the surging demonic aura grew stronger and stronger, and the invisible pressure also grew stronger. Many of the martial artists present began to panic, and some even had thoughts of fleeing. If anyone dares to run, I'll kill him. Everyone, attack the Thunder God's protection. As long as you break through, I will reward each of you with 1,000,000 parangons. 10,000,000 parangons for killing a god general, and 100,000,000 parangons for capturing that little girl. Kill them. The demon's drastic change also caused the dwarf to feel a trace of fear. However, this trace of fear was suppressed in an instant. Right now, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. The hundreds of subordinates that he had painstakingly gathered over countless years were mostly dead. If he still couldn't take down Niu Yaohua, then it would be a huge loss. There will always be brave men with great rewards. The pressure that the dwarf had accumulated over the years with his tyrannical methods finally took effect at this moment. All the martial artists no longer paid attention to the mutated demon. Instead, they began to pour their divine power into the rapidly moving white barrier. The battle on the battlefield had officially entered a white-hot phase. Both sides had gone berserk, and their eyes were bloodshot. If you die, then I die. Niu Yaohua risked her life and did not hesitate to burn her life force to make the Thunder God's protection incomparably strong. However, although the barrier was strong, the dwarf's attacks were even more ferocious. Every time he swung his small hammer, it would instantly grow larger, smashing heavily on the barrier, causing the barrier to shake and the white light to weaken. Although the attacks of Neopodian and the others had become incomparably terrifying under the support of the Thunder God's protection, the speed of the Thunder God's protection was still far inferior to the speed of a peak god general. At first, their spears could still kill some high-level god general powerhouses, but later on, they could only kill some heavenly god martial artists who were slower. Up until now, they had missed every time. The enemy martial artists did not give them a chance to get close at all. Once they got close, they would immediately flee. Although they had extremely strong defenses and attacks, they could only run around powerlessly like headless flies. Is it going to end? Father. Yaohua is useless. The prestige of the Thunder God clan has been ruined by Yaohua. But don't worry, even if Yaohua dies, I won't let these beasts have their way. Hehe, do they really think that the Thunder God clan does not dare to mutilate themselves just because they have so few people? Looks like Yaohua is going to go against the teachings of our ancestors today. Ancestor God above, Yaohua, an unfilial disciple, is guilty. Yaohua would rather die than be sullied by others. Niu Yaohua's large, watery eyes were no longer as lively as they used to be. Her snow-white face was slowly turning red, a sickly red. Miss. You can't do anything stupid. You can't. If you dare mutilate yourself, your soul will forever fall into the 9 netherworld realm and suffer for billions of years. The curse of the 10 ancient god clans is no joke. Bear with it for now, in exchange for a chance to live. In the future, you can avenge us and yourself. Niu Patian saw Niu Yaohua's sickly red face and wriggled his lips as he transmitted his voice. However, as he spoke, he saw the determination in Niu Yaohua's eyes and knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. He, Song Shao, had watched Niu Yaohua grow up and understood her personality very well. Once she had decided on something, even 100 bulls could not change her mind. Women in the god realm did not actually care much about their chastity. This was because most women in the god realm could become gods. Over the long years, they would usually have relations with countless men. Some women, such as Cleopatra, would even have relations with hundreds or even tens of thousands of men at the same time. Some were simply not interested in men and only liked women. Some didn't care about it at all and didn't like it at all. It was common to see old virgins who were tens of thousands of years old. That was why the experts of the Hua clan and this midget would attack them without restraint. They would kill them until they were completely bitterly disappointed and completely defeated. The experts of the Hua clan might still have some misgivings about forcing Niu Yaohua to submit with their powerful martial strength. They were prepared to capture Niu Patian and the others to force Niu Yaohua to submit. However, the midget warrior's thoughts were completely different. He believed that a little girl would never have the courage to harm herself before she grew up. Furthermore, she was a woman of the Thunder God clan, so she would never dare to harm herself. This was because there were very few descendants of the 10 ancient god clans. In order to continue the clan, they would be cursed at birth. However, he didn't know what Niu Yaohua had gone through, but Niu Patian knew very well what kind of hardships this little girl had gone through in the past 10 years. Her mentality had already far surpassed her age. A few years ago, when she was not even 10 years old, she had learned to disguise herself as a spoiled little witch. Under her pure appearance, there was an incomparably exquisite heart. Moreover, what gave Niu Patian a headache was that Niu Yaohua was like a woman from the material plane. She valued a woman's chastity very much, even at the cost of violating the ancestral teachings and triggering the curse of the 10 ancient god clans to protect that drop of blood of hers, even though that drop of blood of hers had miraculous effects. Chapter 532. Go to hell. Go to hell. Looking at the shield above their heads getting thinner and thinner, looking at the enemies sneering in all directions, and feeling the aura of death getting closer, some of the warriors of the firework tribe finally could not stand the feeling of being slowly boiled in oil and waiting for death. Some of them started to break down. They actually braved the storm of attacks and rushed out towards the enemies in the distance. They braved the raging flames and prepared to perish together with the enemies. Since they were going to die sooner or later, they might as well die. Bing Shui and Bing Yu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Their smiles were beautiful, but also sad. The two of them also prepared to rush out. The tree that they wanted to rely on the most had already fallen, and Niu Potion's tree seemed to be about to fall as well. Rather than being tortured to death, it was better to die now and learn from that man's heroic death. Bing Yu, Bing Shui, wait. Everyone, wait. Just as Bing Shui, Bing Yu, and a few others were about to rush out and perish together with one or two enemies, two voices rang out at the same time. The voices were filled with disbelief, anticipation, and disbelief. What's wrong? Bing Shui and Bing Yu stared at the two people who shouted with puzzled expressions. The ones who shouted were Yi Yaorao and Niu Patian. However, after the two of them shouted, they stopped moving and looked to the left in a daze. Then, Niu Patian and the others also stopped their attacks and looked to the left in a daze. Left? The two of them quickly turned their heads and looked over. Their jaws dropped in shock when they saw that everyone had stopped attacking. Niu Yanhua also looked to the left in astonishment when she saw that everyone had stopped attacking. Her pair of watery eyes regained their liveliness and blinked. The people of the firework tribe noticed the change on the left. Of course, the warriors outside also noticed it. At that moment, everyone involuntarily stopped attacking. Even the dwarf warrior stopped moving. His eyes brightened and the iron hammer in his hand emitted waves of gray light. He was ready to deliver a destructive blow at any time. The source of everyone's astonishment came from the monstrous black fog on the left. Just now, a white light suddenly shone from the rolling black fog. This white light could actually penetrate the rolling black fog and radiate out. It was obvious how powerful this light was. After the white light shone, the black fog tumbled even more violently. Moreover, it was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon mutation is over? The demon king was coming out? Or was a powerful existence about to come out? Sensing a suffocating aura coming from the rapidly shrinking black fog, everyone had the urge to turn around and run. This aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made people feel as if they couldn't resist it. Even the strongest dwarf felt that he would be crushed into pieces under this terrifying aura. However, under this formless icy aura, everyone couldn't help but have the thought of not running away. Or perhaps, they wanted to run away, but found that their bodies seemed to be out of their control. Their bodies were powerless, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their legs. They could only stare blankly at the black fog. Demon, it's a demon. The black fog quickly dissipated, and more than 10 figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Their bodies were covered in black scales, and they had a pair of blood-red eyes. They also had demonic horns that emitted a black light. This was definitely a demon. But, what was that black shadow they were surrounding? Why were they all trembling when they saw the black shadow in the middle? The black fog completely dissipated, and the first thing that was revealed was a blade that emitted a white light. A long black blade that was several meters long was stabbed into the ground at an angle. The remaining black fog nearby was flocking towards this blade. And the aura that made everyone feel suffocated and tremble was emitted by this blade. Moreover, the reason why the nearby demons were trembling was also because of this blade. Because their blood-red eyes were all staring at this blade in horror. There was something wrong with this blade. And there was a big problem. They recognized this blade, and the people from the firework tribe were even more familiar with it. But wasn't this blade originally emitting a black light? Why was it emitting a white light now? And why was its aura so terrifying? Why was it able to devour the demon's aura, and why was it able to make demons fear it? Most importantly, why was this blade able to produce a soul-stirring magic that caused people to involuntarily lock their gazes on it, unable to move their eyes away? Just as everyone stared blankly at this blade, and many questions arose in their minds, suddenly, a hand appeared in front of them. It was a pale, slender hand. This hand reached out very quickly, but it gave off a feeling that it was incomparably slow. When the hand grasped the hilt of the saber and pulled the strange saber out, the crowd was astonished once again. This blade flashed with a white light, but it also emitted a dazzling black light. The white and black light intertwined, and it was extremely unnatural. It made everyone feel that it was very abrupt and awkward. Hand. The first to react was actually Niu Huaihua. She forcefully shifted her gaze away from the slaughter god blade and fixed it on that pale, slender hand. Then, following this hand, she started to look upwards. Then, she saw a back view. It was a back view that was unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time. At this moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. She had the urge to cry silently. It's him. It's him. When the black fog started to change, Yi Yaorao had been keeping an eye on the situation over here. This was because the black fog was surging towards the place where Yi Qinghan had fallen into it. When Yi Qinghan fell into the black fog, that place had mysteriously changed. Hence, she had always had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Now, this feeling was finally right. Looking at the back view that was covered in blood and the figure that was standing there quietly, her soul started to tremble slightly. He's not dead? In the next moment, everyone was startled awake. This was because the figure had started to turn his head slowly, revealing a delicate yet pale face. It was a face that everyone present was extremely familiar with, yet also unfamiliar at the same time. It was a face that should have been dead for a long time. It was Yi Qinghan's face. There was nothing wrong with his face, but why were his eyes blood red? Lord! Brother Yi! Niu Padian and the people from the firework tribe cried out at the same time. Bing Shui and Bing Yu, on the other hand, were stunned. They wanted to run towards Yi Qinghan, but they were stopped by Yi Yaorao. Run! When the dwarf saw Yi Qinghan's face clearly, there was only one thought in his mind: run. Run far away from this person, far away from this blade. This thought came out of nowhere, and it was inexplicable. However, it was very certain. Run. The remaining dozens of martialists also had the same thought. Although they didn't know why they were so afraid of Yi Qinghan, or why they couldn't even think of fighting him, they just wanted to escape. They wanted to escape as far as possible. SS. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. His eyes flashed red as he raised his hand and lightly waved his blade. The moment he waved the slaughter god blade, the black light on the blade grew brighter. A terrifying aura that was 10 times colder and more evil than the demonic aura instantly enveloped everyone who was frantically trying to escape. Everyone's running speed suddenly slowed down as though they had fallen into a quagmire. After that, countless evil thoughts surged into their minds. At the same time, the slaughter god blade actually started to emit a black fog. This black fog was exactly the same as the demonic aura, and it quietly and rapidly spread towards everyone. Chapter 533. Hatred, fear, bloodlust, despair, and pain. At this moment, all sorts of negative emotions rose in everyone's mind. They felt as if countless vengeful spirits were tearing their souls apart. Countless vengeful spirits were crying and screaming in their ears as they devoured their flesh and blood. Instantly, everyone started rolling in pain in the air and on the ground. A few weaker martial artists even started bleeding from their 7 apertures. Then, everyone was quietly engulfed by the black fog. They looked at the martial artists who were rolling in pain in the air and on the ground. They looked at the surging black fog coming from the slaughter god blade. They looked at the sky that suddenly turned black. They heard the agonizing screams coming from the black fog and felt the terrifying aura coming from it. Everyone in the fireworks tribe was silent. Or rather, they were stunned. They didn't even know that the lightning god's protection above their heads had suddenly disappeared. They didn't even know that Niu Huaihua's small body had started to go limp on the ground. Lord has really turned into a human-shaped demon. Bing Shui licked her lips and realized that her delicate lips had unknowingly become extremely dry and bitter. It wasn't just her. Bing Yu, Yi Yaorao, Niu Padian, and everyone else had the same thought. As Yi Qinghan had turned his head just now, they didn't notice it. Now, they realized that his delicate face and eyes were completely red, the exact same red as a demon's. Also, that strange slaughter god blade, the demonic aura that the slaughter god blade exuded, and the negative emotions that could cause a martial artist to descend into madness. Everything pointed to a strange change in Yi Qinghan. He had already become different from ordinary humans. Or rather, he had turned into a human-shaped demon. Although, he was extremely powerful. He was like a demon god, so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, some people began to have the thought of escaping, even though, half a day ago, that delicate and pretty man was the backer they could rely on. Although this man had saved their lives before, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't turn around and slash at them, causing them to roll on the ground and bleed from their orifices. Even Niu Patian, Niu Zhantian, and the rest felt the same way. They weren't sure if Yi Qinghan had been demonized or if he had turned into a human-shaped demon. They only felt that it was extremely dangerous, however. But when Niu Patian carried Niu Yaohua on his back and everyone was about to escape, that evil, ice-cold aura suddenly surged out from the rolling black fog in front of them, causing everyone's body to stiffen. Everyone felt that as long as they ran away, they would definitely be killed in an instant. Hiss, hiss. The black fog slowly dissipated, revealing a scene of Azura purgatory. Dozens of experts, including 4 or 5 peak divine generals, including the incomparably powerful dwarf expert, were all lying on the ground. Their faces were ferocious, and their 7 orifices were bleeding. Their faces and eyes were filled with terror. Their bodies were in a mess, covered in bloodstains and wounds. All of them lay motionless on the ground, as if they had all died a long time ago. The only one who was still standing was Yi Qinghan. His back was facing everyone, and his robes were tattered. His left hand was a mess, and he was holding onto a slaughter god blade. He stood there quietly, like a demon god. He did not release any aura, but it was enough to make people shiver. Chi. Suddenly, his body started to tremble slightly as he stabbed the blade into the ground. Holding onto the blade, he knelt down on one knee. He started to pant rapidly, and as he panted, his body moved up and down. After that, he let out a beast-like roar. It wasn't loud, but it resonated in everyone's heart. It was like the footsteps of that Xiongqi beast. Every time it roared, everyone felt as if their hearts were going to jump out of their chests. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, who was kneeling on one knee like an injured beast. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were very clear that the current Yi Qinghan was extremely terrifying and powerful. If he really became a demon in human form, everyone would have to die. Just like the dwarf, they would die a cruel death. At this moment, they were enveloped by this ice-cold and evil aura, but they still couldn't move. They could only look at Yi Qinghan and wait for the final result. Lord Yi, suddenly, a cold female voice rang out. The voice was very cold, but it was filled with endless emotions. It was as if she wanted to use these endless emotions to awaken Yi Qinghan's demonized heart. Yi Yaorao forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart and shouted those 3 words. It was as if she had used all the strength in her body. After shouting those 3 words, she felt the pressure on her lesson. Her heart was no longer as frightened and cold. If it wasn't for him, she would have died long ago. Even if she didn't want him, she would still die. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well die in his hands. Because she was fearless, she was extremely powerful. After shouting those 3 words, Yi Yaorao's heart instantly calmed down. She began to try to walk in the direction of Yi Qinghan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lord Yi, Lord Yi, Lord Yi. With every step Yi Yaorao took, she used all the strength in her body to shout. The more she shouted, the louder her voice became. It was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it was filled with endless tenderness and emotions. As she shouted, Yi Qinghan's body trembled even more violently. It was as if he would jump up in the next second and devour everyone present. They watched as Yi Yaorao walked forward step by step, but Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. Instead, everyone felt the cold aura that enveloped their bodies gradually weaken. They could slowly move their bodies. Everyone's hearts slowly warmed up. It seemed like Yi Qinghan hadn't been completely demonized. It seemed like he still had a trace of his human consciousness. Stop! Stop! At this time, a hoarse and trembling voice rang out. The voice was very familiar, but also very strange. It seemed to be extremely suppressed, as if it was struggling, and also like an injured beast roaring. Yi Yaorao's footsteps stopped. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at the panting body kneeling on the ground with extreme joy. He could still speak. He hadn't become a demon. He was still a human. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. As long as he was still a human, as long as he still had his consciousness, they could be saved. It was very likely that they wouldn't die, so Yi Qinghan could still be saved. My lord! My lord! My lord! Bing Shui and Bing Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing Yi Qinghan's trembling body and hearing his hoarse and painful voice, the two of them felt a burst of pain in their hearts. The two of them knelt down helplessly and stared at the distant figure in a daze as they cried out incessantly. Go! Go! All of you, go! If you don't go, I will kill you. Go! Go! Hearing Bing Shui and Bing Yu's cries, Yi Qinghan's body trembled even more violently. He turned his head slightly to the side, revealing half of his pale and twisted face. His hoarse and painful voice continued to ring out. His body trembled with every word he said. It was as if he was suppressing his body. At the same time, his body began to release waves of cold and evil aura. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to suppress it any longer. I won't go. I won't go. I'll die with you. Yi Yaorao felt the terrifying aura again. However, there was no panic on her face. Instead, she smiled. It was a very bright smile. There was no coldness on her face. Instead, there was a warmth like the spring wind. She began to lift her jade-like legs with difficulty and walked resolutely towards Yi Qinghan. The sound of Yi Yaorao's footsteps rang out one after another. Yi Qinghan's body could no longer suppress it. He kept trembling and growling. Suddenly, his body shot up into the sky and he roared. Just when everyone thought he was going to kill them, he didn't even look back. He shot into the distance, leaving behind a hoarse and suppressed voice that echoed in the surroundings. Protect yourself, wait for me to come back. Chapter 534. Wait for me to come back, come back. That hoarse and repressed voice was still echoing in everyone's ears. However, that trembling figure streaked across the sky and floated into the distance like a wounded wolf. He left the pack of wolves without looking back and wandered alone. Then, he found a deserted place to lick his wounds and howl in solitude. This was a proud man. This was a man like a poppy flower. This was a poisonous man. Yi Yaorao could no longer control herself. Tears flowed out of her limpid eyes as she stared at the figure that was getting further and further away. She began to cry silently as her heart began to ache. She, who no longer believed in men, had fallen deeply in love with this poppy flower. She had fallen in love with this poisonous man. Perhaps she would be poisoned to death in the end, but she would never regret it. Zhan Tian, clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, let's go. Niu Padian let out a low roar as he soared into the sky. His spear turned into specks of starlight as he stabbed a dozen trembling abyss devils to death. Then, he turned his head away so that no one could see the 2 drops of tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Then, he carried Niu Hua on his back and started to run away. Men should not cry easily. Men should not cry. Men should not cry. He told himself as he ran. But, why were the hot tears still flowing from the corners of his eyes? Let's go. Niu Padian led a few people to quickly clean up the battlefield. He looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had left in and looked coldly at everyone. Then, he roared and chased after Niu Padian. Big sister, let's go. He asked us to wait for him to come back. He will come back. Two women came over and supported Yi Yaorao. They looked at the dazed Yi Yaorao and tried to persuade her. Yes, he will definitely come back. Definitely. The tears at the corners of Yi Yaorao's eyes suddenly turned into streams of cold air. Her body also began to turn icy cold. She turned around and silently followed the group. She did not say a single word, nor did she turn back to look. Let's go. Bing Shui and Bing Yu wiped their tears and looked into the distance again before chasing after them. Everyone began to run in silence. No one spoke. They all ran with all their might. No one looked back. Many of them were fast enough to catch up with Yi Qinghan, but no one chased after him. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. They believed that Yi Qinghan would never hurt them, but because Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice revealed a trace of pride and determination. Everyone chose to respect him, believe in him, and quietly wait for his return. Boss. Boss. How are you? Can you still hold on? Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily while running. The muscles on his face were all twisted. He looked extremely ferocious. Xiao He and his soul were connected, so he was very clear about his current state. At this moment, his mind was filled with boundless killing intent, but it was finally released. If this went on, his soul would be completely engulfed by this killing desire, and he would finally become a real devil, a madman who only knew how to kill. Xiao He, come out. Lead the way. Find a big rock. Quick. Xiao He's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to reveal a trace of black light. He hurriedly summoned Xiao He, and his eyes turned bloodshot again. Boss, in front. Move forward. The moment Xiao He came out, his eyes were filled with worry and fear. He quickly scanned the area in front of him and discovered a huge rock in the distance. He hurriedly shouted to Yi Qinghan through his soul. Roar! Yi Qinghan roared like a wild beast. The veins on his face bulged, and his body trembled even more violently. He continued to run forward. After an hour, he finally reached the bottom of the huge rock. He immediately drew the Slaughter God saber from his back and slashed at the huge rock. The Slaughter God saber was incomparably sharp, and when it slashed at the huge rock, it was like cutting tofu. Everywhere the saber passed, rocks flew everywhere. In just a short while, a cave was dug out. Ah! Ah! Boss! Boss! What are you doing? After entering the cave, Xiao He suddenly saw Yi Qinghan's crazy actions and shouted in panic. After Yi Qinghan entered the cave, he immediately laid down in the cave and stabbed the Slaughter God saber beside him. Then, he took out a dagger from his interspatial ring and started to stab his chest, abdomen, and thigh in a frenzy. 1 stab, 2 stab, 3 stab, in the end, his body was full of wounds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood flowed all over the cave before stopping. The intense pain caused every muscle in his body to spasm, twitch, and tremble. However, as he mutilated himself, the red light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Although his face was still pale and twisted, it was obvious that he had relaxed. Xiao He, don't worry. Boss has the soul ring. I won't die. Help me protect me. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and revealed a smile of relief. Then, his head tilted to the side and he fainted. Boss! 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 Xiao He looked at the badly mutilated Yi Qinghan and shouted in pain. He had accompanied Yi Qinghan all this way. Although Yi Qinghan had also cultivated painfully in the past, he had never been in such a miserable state. The stronger one was, the more pain he had to endure. Every time Yi Qinghan suffered heart-wrenching pain, he could only watch from the side and was unable to help at all. The pain in his heart was worse than if he had been stabbed 100 times. The soul ring's automatic protection function had to wait for Yiqinghan's injuries to reach a certain level before it would emit a white gas to heal him. Just now, when he was in the demonic aura, the soul ring had already healed most of his injuries. After that, Yiqinghan killed the dwarf and the rest, and the demons in his heart started to act up. Thus, he could only rely on self-mutilation to activate the soul ring's healing function. Through self-mutilation, he was able to alleviate the murderous intent in his heart. At the same time, he also relied on the miraculous effect of the white gas to eliminate the murderous intent in his soul. Otherwise, he would definitely be engulfed by the murderous intent and turn into a lunatic. SS. Only 4 hours had passed since Yiqinghan fainted in the stone cave. Because of the slaughter god saber, a large number of demons were attracted outside the stone cave. However, these demons only dared to loiter outside the stone cave and did not dare to step inside. The slaughter god saber that was stuck in the stone cave started to emit a white light. When the white light shone on the demonic aura, it started to absorb the black fog. This saber can't be used anymore. This saber can't be used anymore. What should I do? Should I throw this saber out? No way. Without this saber, it will be hard for boss to survive in the evil spirit stream. However, this saber will destroy boss sooner or later. What should I do? What should I do? When Xiao saw that the demons outside the stone cave started to gather again and that the slaughter god saber was absorbing the demonic aura again, he panicked and started to walk around the stone cave anxiously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his claws and started to touch Yiqinghan's freedom ring. He used his divine senses to envelop the freedom ring and started to call for Elder Lu over and over again. The freedom ring was a passageway to the parallel space in the freedom pavilion. Although he was not sure if calling for Elder Lu would have any effect, he still decided to try. Chapter 535. Old Lu, come out. Big brother is in trouble. Xiao used his soul consciousness to call again and again. After a while, his eyes brightened as he felt a soul consciousness shoot out of the unfettered ring. It was old Lu's soul consciousness. Fiend stream again? Xiao didn't I tell little Han? You can't open the transportation door of the unfettered pavilion in the Fiend stream. You can't use the sound transmission technique. There are King God realm experts here. If they find us, we're done for. Old Lu's soul consciousness scanned and locked on Xiao. He started to use the sound transmission technique. Then, his tone changed, and he said in a panic, What's wrong with little Han? Why are there so many evil demons outside? What's going on? We don't need to worry so much. Old Lu, big brother is going to die. Why do we need to worry so much? If big brother dies, we'll all die. Old Lu, what should we do? What should we do? Xiao shook his head, his eyes panic-stricken. He had just become an adult, and his heart was still like a child's. He didn't have the composure to deal with something serious. Previously, he had Lord Devour to rely on, but now, he could only rely on Old Lu as his senior, even though he could kill Old Lu easily. Don't panic, Xiao. Tell me everything in detail. Old Lu pondered for a while, using his soul consciousness to check the surroundings. Then, he sent a sound transmission technique. Yes. It's all because of this saber. It's all because of this saber. But if it weren't for this saber, Big Brother would have been dead. You know, in the firework tribe, this saber can absorb the souls of beasts. Now, it can also absorb the souls of humans and the aura of evil demons. Xiao sent a sound transmission technique to Old Lu. As his soul was connected to Yiqinghan didn't hide many things from him. Basically, Xiao knew everything. At this moment, he told Old Lu everything, hoping that the old man could find a way to make Yiqinghan return to Yiqinghan. He killed dozens of godly generals with a single slash, including several peak godly generals. Elder Lu was dumbfounded after hearing this. He sat cross-legged in the training room of the carefree pavilion in silence. How long has it been? Yi Qinghan had actually grown to such an extent? How could this blade be so terrifying? In the past, the Soul Emperor had said that although the rank of this saber was unknown, it was absolutely extraordinary. But, he never imagined that it would be extraordinary to such a degree. Yi Qinghan's current strength shocked Elder Lu, not to mention the terrifying power of the saber. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years before reaching the peak of the heavenly god realm, but now, Yi Qinghan had already reached the divine general realm. He had only cultivated for a little more than 20 years, yet he had already reached the divine general realm. This made him blush slightly. However, when he heard that Yi Qinghan had broken through because Niuhuahua had given him a bottle of red dragon pills and a bottle of summer cordyceps, he felt relieved. Although Yi Qinghan did not know how precious the red dragon pills and summer cordyceps were, Elder Lu knew very well that they were priceless items. That little girl from the Thunder God clan had indeed invested a lot in Yi Qinghan. Elder Lu, Elder Lu. Say something. What should I do? Should I let boss continue like this? If he continues like this, will he turn into a demon? While Elder Lu was sighing to himself, Xiao He sent another voice transmission to him. Elder Lu laughed bitterly, shook his head, and sent a voice transmission. I have some guesses about this situation, but I don't know all the details. If the Soul Emperor was still around, he would be very clear. Without a doubt, the Slaughter God Saber had undergone a transformation. It could devour souls and the aura of demons. After devouring a certain amount, it could release this devouring aura. The souls that it devoured were probably filled with resentment and murderous aura, which would cause the enemy to enter a very high-level illusion. Martial artists with weak souls would immediately collapse, and their souls would be destroyed. This was similar to a spiritual disorder. It was a spiritual attack. However, this resentment and murderous aura attack had side effects. The side effect is that Little Han would be affected by the resentment and murderous aura and become bloodthirsty. His soul would also be invaded. Luckily, Little Han has the soul ring. If not, he would have already gone crazy. Murderous aura. This. Elder Lu, what should we do? Will boss go crazy if he can't take it? Xiao He did not really understand what Elder Lu was saying. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. There's no other way. Unless he doesn't use the Slaughter God Saber. Or, if the soul ring is completely repaired, it will definitely be able to suppress the resentment and murderous aura. It's just that it can't be repaired now. However, if he doesn't use the Slaughter God Saber, you will definitely not be able to walk out of the baleful Yin stream. As for whether Little Han can take it or not, only he will know. Sigh. Elder Lu sighed deeply, his voice filled with bitterness. Elder Lu, is there no other way? Little Black weakly lied down in the cave and transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. Perhaps, there is another way. Of course, I can't guarantee that it will work. Elder Lu muttered. What is it? Elder Lu. Before Xiao He could speak, a hoarse voice rang out. It was as if his throat was on fire. The voice was dry and rough, causing Xiao He to tremble in fear. Ah. Boss, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiao He, who was lying on the ground, suddenly had goosebumps all over its body. After a moment of shock, it stood up with a start and moved its head closer to Yi Qinghan's face as it cried out excitedly. I'm slightly better. The killing intent in my mind has lessened. I can barely suppress it now. Xiao He, don't worry. As long as my soul is fine, the injuries on my body will not be a problem. The backlash from the Slaughter God Saber is too strong. It was too dangerous just now. Try not to use it in the future. Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. He blinked his eyes and looked at the slaughter god saber. There was a strange look in his eyes. Actually, he had woken up a long time ago. However, he did not even have the strength to open his eyes, let alone send a voice transmission. He heard the voice transmission between Elder Lu and Xiao He clearly through his soul connection with Xiao He. Now that he had recovered a bit of strength, he spoke with difficulty. After comforting Xiao He, he sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, what is the other way? Little Han, what is your current condition? Also, what is the condition of your soul when you use the slaughter god saber? Tell me. I will give you a reference and see if there is any other way. Elder Lu did not reply. Instead, he asked about Yi Qinghan's condition. The slaughter god saber is a great killing weapon. A great killing weapon. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he sent a voice transmission. This saber can devour souls and evil auras. I think it can devour all negative and bad auras. You guessed correctly. After the slaughter god saber absorbs a certain amount of evil aura, I can control the evil aura inside to attack my enemies. This killing intent is very terrifying. At the very least, a peak stage god general would not be able to resist it. However, as the slaughter god saber absorbs more killing intent, it affects me even more. Half a day ago, the slaughter god saber swallowed the aura of more than 10 demons. When I held the slaughter god saber in my hand, I felt a surge of killing intent surging into my mind. I was filled with killing intent, and I wanted to kill all the living beings around me. After that, I released the killing intent and killed more than 10 experts. Only then did the killing intent subside a little. However, I almost couldn't suppress it and almost killed all the people in the firework tribe. After that, I remembered the special effects of the soul ring and found this cave. I injured myself and used the soul ring to save myself. Only then did the killing intent in my mind subside. Elder Lu, this saber is too terrifying. I'm afraid I won't be able to control it the next time I use it. I will be completely possessed. Chapter 536. This saber is indeed terrifying. Elder Lu was shocked and fell silent. After pondering for a long time, he transmitted his voice again. Little Han, I have analyzed your current situation. What you need to do now is to completely eliminate the killing intent in your mind and release it. You cannot allow this killing intent to affect you. The human soul is fundamental. If this killing intent affects you for a long time, your personality will change and you will no longer be the same person you were before. Elder Lu is right. But why is this killing intent completely gone? Release it? I feel that this soul ring can only help me so much. Or rather, this soul ring can't completely eliminate the negative influence in my mind. Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. He understood what Elder Lu was trying to say. This was easy to understand. It was like a child whose parents had divorced and could not receive the care and love of their parents for a long time. Seeing other children being loved by their parents, he would subconsciously develop an inferiority complex. As time passed, his originally cheerful personality would become depressed and depressed. In the end, he might even become a pervert. If he was affected by this killing intent for a long time, his mind would slowly change. He would become bloodthirsty and irrational. By then, would Yi Qinghan still be himself? It's simple. Release it. Vent your killing intent, but you can't kill people. You cannot use the slaughter god blade to kill anyone. If not, the chances of killing will be even greater. Elder Lu transmitted his voice, which made Yi Qinghan even more confused. How do I release it? Yi Qinghan continued to ask as he squirmed his body. This time, Elder Lu's transmission was a little hesitant as he said awkwardly, "It's simple. Find a few women, and do it. Of course, I am not sure if it will work. In theory, the negative emotions in a person's mind are interconnected. As long as you find a way to release it, it will be effective. Do it? Which one? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and instantly understood. Elder Lu meant to find a few women to do it with and find a place to release the negative emotions in his mind. When he thought of this, he thought of the sisters Bing Shua and Bing Yu. He thought of Yi Yao Rao's cold jade-like body. He even thought of Niu Hua's delicate face and her petite body that had yet to fully grow, too evil. This killing desire is indeed connected to the evil fire. They are both negative energies. When I thought about women, my mind was filled with lust. I didn't have the slightest bit of killing intent. It seemed that this path was possible. What to do? Do you want to release it? Yi Qinghan realized that as soon as he thought about women, the killing intent in his mind disappeared. His mind was filled with obscene thoughts, and he despised himself again and again. In particular, he actually had evil thoughts about Niu Yaohua. This was absolutely unforgivable. How could he lay his hands on such a young girl? If he wanted to make a move, he would at least have to wait until she was a little older. It's over. Boss was a murderous demon just a moment ago, but now he had turned into a lecher in the blink of an eye. This saber is indeed a great evil weapon, a great demonic weapon. Xiao He watched as Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up with a lustful light when he heard Elder Lu's words. Yi Qinghan's body was severely injured, and it was difficult for him to even move. However, at this moment, he started to erect a small tent under his robe. Xiao He could not help but shake his head helplessly. Little Han, after you completely dispel the killing intent in your body, quickly accumulate enough points. Once you have accumulated enough points, you will leave this place first. Remember, if you don't use this saber, you must kill everyone once you use it. Leave no one alive. Otherwise, if word of this spreads to the divine kings in the castle, they will come to snatch it from you. Moreover, after you kill, you must quickly dispel the killing intent in your body before you continue killing. Do not kill continuously. Otherwise, if the killing intent is too strong, you will not be able to withstand it and will be completely lost. Elder Lu reminded Xiao He after a moment of silence. I understand, Elder Lu. If I can completely restrain the backlash of this saber, killing people and obtaining points will be a piece of cake. As long as I can restrain the backlash of this saber will not be a great evil weapon. It will be a great divine weapon, an invincible divine weapon. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and turned to look at the slaughter god saber that was emitting a white glow. He looked at the strange patterns on the saber. In his heart, however, he thought that this saber must be a very famous saber. In the future, he could not carry it on his back all the time. If he had to use it as a last resort, he must kill everyone. All right. You are now 10 times stronger than me, and I can't help you much. If there are any problems, we can discuss them after we leave the Baleful Yin stream. Don't send too many voice transmissions in the Baleful Yin stream. There are divine kings here, and it will be easy for them to discover you. Elder Lu sent another voice transmission and fell silent. Although he seemed to be very relaxed in the carefree pavilion, he was actually very anxious. This was because once Yi Qinghan died, the carefree ring would be refined by someone else. However, the space in the Baleful Yin stream was not stable, and the teleportation door could not be opened. He could only watch and worry helplessly. There was nothing he could do. I wonder how many points the midget and the others have in their spatial rings. To be safe, I should wait for my injuries to heal before I kill all the demons outside and leave this cave. There are more and more demons gathering here. If the Demon King is attracted, I will be finished. Let's give it a try. After accumulating 500 points, I will look for the people from the Firework tribe. Then, we can leave the Baleful Yin stream together. Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around as he made up his mind. He was prepared to give it a try. When his injuries were healed, he would go out to hunt demons and snatch points from other martial artists. After killing, he would mutilate himself. This way, the soul ring would save him and relieve the evil aura in his mind. At the same time, he planned to hunt a few female martial artists and test the effects of the evil aura in his mind. After accumulating 500 points, he would look for the people from the firework tribe. If he left with them now, he was afraid that he would lose control and kill all of them. That would be troublesome. He is finally back. He is back, but half of the 50 people who went out are still outside. He still hasn't returned. Outside the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, Niu Patian supported Niu Huiyan as he looked at the ancient Blue Dragon Castle with a group of people. The first time he left the castle, he had brought more than 2,000 people with him. The second time, there were only 50 people. Now, there were less than 30 people, and some of them were injured. After Yi Qinghan left the team, they continued to wander in the baleful Yin stream. This time, they were lucky. They only met a few evil demons and many demon dwellers. The few groups of martial artists they met were not interested in them. They used their soul consciousness to check and then left. They were lucky enough to return to the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. He didn't come back. He didn't come back. Yi Yaorao stood outside the castle, staring into the distance in a daze. She thought of that lonely figure and murmured to herself. It had been so long, and there was no news of him. She didn't know his situation or whether he was dead or alive. She missed him very much. Missing him was a kind of illness, and Yi Yaorao's illness was beyond cure. Let's go. Big sister, maybe he will come back in a few days. Bing Shui and Bing Yu came over and pulled Yi Yaorao. The two of them comforted Yi Yaorao as if they were comforting themselves. The people of the firework tribe exhaled at the same time and walked into the castle. She walked towards their courtyards. However, unbeknownst to them, there were 3 experts in the courtyards that looked at Niu Yaohua as she walked past. They revealed greedy expressions at the same time. Then, they quietly shifted their divine senses away. Chapter 537. Sir Qing Yao. In a room in the backyard of courtyard number 314, a peak divine general expert rushed into the room. He then knelt down on one knee at the door and shouted in a deep voice. What is it? As soon as the voice rang out, a mighty giant appeared at the door. His brown hair was unruly and carelessly draped over his back. His fierce-looking face was covered with a full beard that left a deep impression on people. His towering body exuded a powerful aura. The target has returned to the castle. The team has been reduced by more than half and will be leaving the castle again in half a month, the kneeling expert said respectfully. He paused for a moment, then said hesitantly, this subordinate also discovered that there are 2 other teams that are also interested in the target. Oh? Divine General Qing Yao's eyes turned cold. How strong are they? He didn't doubt this subordinate's scouting abilities at all. This martial artist cultivated the law of wind, so his speed and detection abilities were definitely at the peak of divine generals. One team has 23 peak divine generals, and the other team has 40 peak divine generals. However, this subordinate deduces that there aren't many peak divine generals who have comprehended mid-rank profound mysteries. The kneeling martial artist quickly added. What is there to fear? As usual, anyone who dares block our path to riches will be killed without mercy. Sir Qing Yao flicked his curly hair, his expression exuding a disdainful aura. This was a confidence that was built on his own strength, a confidence that he had gained after experiencing many life and death situations. Sir Qing Yao is mighty. The kneeling martial artist gazed at the peerless divine general Qing Yao with a trace of fanaticism and worship. That's right. They were the team of peak divine generals that Niu Patian had encountered when he left the Azure Dragon Castle. They hadn't been sent here because they had violated the laws of the God realm, but because someone had secretly arranged for them to be sent here. They were a very common organization in the God realm, a bounty hunter team that specialized in black market business and shady business. The God realm was filled with danger, and bounty hunters like them were even more dangerous. They had been on the brink of annihilation many times in the past, but this bearded bandit like Sir Qingyao had always led them out of dire straits. While leading everyone to complete their missions, he distributed a large number of treasures to everyone. He even bought divine crystals of peak divine generals for many martial artists who had difficulty improving their strength. As a result, the Cyan Glory Squad was made up entirely of divine generals, and their strength was definitely ranked in the top 50 among the tens of thousands of bounty hunter squads in Longyang Prefecture. Although the entire team was made up of peak divine generals, the martialist knew better than anyone else. What allowed a team to rank in the top 50 wasn't the fact that they had close to 100 peak divine generals. Instead, it was because of this bandit like Lord Qingyao and his two vice leaders. Although peak divine generals sounded about the same in terms of strength, there was actually a huge gap between them. Qingyao alone could kill half of the warriors in the team. Although they were both peak divine generals, it depended on whether they had comprehended the laws on their own or had refined a divine crystal to comprehend the laws within it. Comprehending the laws also depended on the profound mysteries of the laws, whether they were mid-level profound mysteries or low-level profound mysteries, or both. There were 3 ways to break through to the divine general realm. First, like Yi Qinghan, one had to comprehend a mid-level profound mystery formed from the fusion of 3 basic laws. Second, 3 low-level profound mysteries formed from the fusion of 2 basic laws. Third, 9 basic profound mysteries formed from the fusion of 9 basic laws. The higher the grade of the profound mystery, the greater its power. It could be said that a divine general expert who had comprehended mid-level profound mysteries could easily kill 100 divine generals who had comprehended 9 basic profound mysteries. This was the gap between them. When martial artists comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, the easiest ones to comprehend were the basic laws. There was a martialist in their squad who had comprehended a total of 25 basic laws of various elements. He had forcibly raised his strength to peak divine general through the use of the basic profound mysteries. He was prepared to continue comprehending 2 more basic profound mysteries, and then break through to the God King realm after comprehending 27. He had said that his life's goal was to comprehend 81 basic profound mysteries and break through to the God Emperor realm. Everyone in the squad had advised him many times to walk the path of fusing profound mysteries. Although he had comprehended many laws, he was the weakest in the squad. Even if he broke through to the God King realm, many people in the same squad could easily kill him. This was because he had comprehended the lowest level of the basic laws, and his offensive and defensive abilities were both relatively low level. But their leader, Lord Qingyao, was different. Although he had only comprehended 2 profound mysteries, they were both mid-level profound mysteries. Moreover, he was about to reach great accomplishment in his 3rd mid-level profound mystery and break through to the God King realm. Moreover, the 2 mid-level profound mysteries he had comprehended were offensive profound mysteries of the supreme laws. Their offensive power was so great that even ordinary God Kings would not dare to take a blow from him head-on. This was the difference in profound mysteries. Quantity could never compare to quality. Pass down my orders. In half a month, we will depart. Once we complete the mission, we will leave Balefulline Stream, and then we will go to Fallen Red City to enjoy 10 years. In addition, have Vice Commanders Qing Ri and Qing De come over. Qing Yao enjoyed the looks of worship from his subordinates. He had always believed that experts had to enjoy this sort of treatment. Understood. As soon as the kneeling martialist heard Fallen Red City, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. He bowed deeply to Qing Yao, expressing his sincere gratitude. Then, he turned into a cool breeze and drifted away. This brat's speed in the law of wind is really fast. Although the law of light and destruction that I comprehended is powerful, speed is my weakness. I will focus my comprehension on the law of wind next. Speed is also very important. Qingyao stretched out his hands and stroked his beard. After a moment of silence, he walked into the room. Miss, the harvest this time is huge. There are more than 20 million divine stones in all the spatial rings, countless pills, treasures, weapons, 7 or 8 peak God General God crystals, more than 40 second or third tier God General God crystals, and several hundred other God crystals. The harvest from this battle with the dwarf martialists is estimated to be at least 50 million divine stones. Moreover, they have more than 130 devil tokens, which means more than 130 points. In Courtyard 88, Niu Zhantian and Niu Wangtian were calculating the spoils of war. There were so many experts in the dwarf martialist team. Not to mention the wealth in their spatial rings, even if they sold all their god crystals, it would be a huge fortune. Especially the peak God General God crystals, each one was worth 5 million divine stones. This was because only after a peak God General God crystal was refined could a martialist continue to refine God crystals of the next level. If a warrior refined the divine crystal of a level 3 divine general, he would be stuck at the level of a level 3 divine general for the rest of his life. Therefore, the price of a level 3 divine general was about the same as that of a peak stage heavenly god. Take out all the devil tokens and give them to Uncle Padian. Don't touch the rest of the divine stones. Put them all in one spatial ring. Niu Yaohua's expression did not change after hearing this. In the face of such a huge fortune, her big watery eyes did not waver at all. Instead, she looked at the sky outside the door and said, "If Big Brother Yi comes back, give it all to him. If he doesn't come back, give it all to the brothers and sisters in the team." This, Niu Zhantian and Niu Wangtian were a little shocked. Although they knew that Niu Yaohua was very rich, 50 million divine stones was definitely a huge sum. Yet, she was not moved at all. However, they thought that if not for Yi Qinghan, they would probably all be dead. If not for him, their spatial rings and god crystals would probably be searched by others. Young lady, don't be too sad. Since little brother Yi can save everyone from danger several times, I believe he will also return safely. He is a man who can create miracles. Niu Padian, who was beside her, understood Niu Yaohua's heart. He smiled bitterly and comforted her. At the same time, he comforted himself. Yes, he will come back. He is the first man that I, Niu Yaohua, see in a different light, apart from my father. How can he be demonized or die so easily? Niu Yaohua nodded and said with certainty. Then, she closed her eyes and leaned against the wall to sleep. Chapter 538. So close, yet worlds apart. Why do I feel like I'm comprehending it in the wrong direction? In the desolate desert, a green silhouette was sprinting on the Gobi Desert, which was filled with gravel and yellow sand. His body turned into a series of afterimages, and along the way, more than 10 green silhouettes appeared. Finally, his body suddenly stopped, and the afterimages behind him disappeared one by one, condensing into a single silhouette. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was holding a yellow iron rod the size of a fist. His brows were tightly knitted together. His eyebrows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he muttered a few words, and his body moved again. Once again, he turned into a blur, rushing forward. Although there were many blurs, his speed didn't increase at all. It just looked good. It's still wrong. No, it's wrong. It's definitely wrong. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan once again stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the yellow sand that filled the sky as he whizzed through the air. He could only hear the sharp sound of the cold wind as he stood there foolishly. Wrong. This so close, yet worlds apart ancestors' calculations were wrong. This is definitely not the profound mysteries of space. My comprehension direction is also wrong. This is the profound mysteries of wind, formless wind. Formless like the wind, 1,000 miles in an instant. It looks so close, but in the blink of an eye, it's so far away. Right, right. That's it. Huh. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan threw his head back and laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. His body suddenly shot up into the sky, flashing like lightning. And then suddenly, his body took a step in the air, and his body suddenly disappeared. He turned into a gust of wind, silently drifting into the distance. In the blink of an eye, his body condensed 1,000 meters away. Then he took another step and turned into a gust of wind. In the next second, he turned back, and his body condensed again. It was truly miraculous. Right, the space of the God realm is stable. Without reaching a certain level in the profound mysteries of space, one can't rely on it to increase one's speed. But the profound mysteries of wind are different. Wind is formless, and it can penetrate anything. No matter how stable the space is, no matter how dense it is, no matter how strong the gravity is, I am formless, and I can move 1,000 miles in an instant. The formlessness of wind is truly miraculous. After studying it for several months, Yi Qinghan finally succeeded in cultivating the secret skill, so close, yet worlds apart, which only existed in theory. In fact, he had taken a detour, and the theory that Yi Ruoxue had provided was also wrong. By a freak combination of factors, Yi Qinghan managed to gain a basic understanding of the laws of wind, formless wind. He still hadn't gained a basic understanding of the two spatial profound mysteries, but he had actually gained a basic understanding of the laws of wind. Forget it, I'll continue to comprehend the formless wind to the major success stage. I'm only at the entry stage, and my speed has already increased by 2 times. I'm afraid that my speed will increase by several times after reaching the major success stage. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He laughed loudly as he stood up and began to walk around Baleful Een stream without fear. As he walked, he practiced the newly learned so near, yet worlds apart while comprehending the profound mysteries of the formless law of wind. He felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement in this so close, yet worlds apart. Perhaps when he completely mastered it, he would really be able to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Stop. A group of martial artists wore cold expressions as they spread out in an arc, quickly forming an encirclement and surrounding the area in front of them. At this moment, an azure-colored figure slowly materialized in the middle of the battlefield. He came to a halt, holding an azure-colored metal rod in his hand. His eyes swept across the surrounding martial artists in disgust as he barked coldly, "Scram! I don't want to kill anyone." Brothers, did you hear that? He said he doesn't want to kill anyone. He, a first-level divine general, said he doesn't want to kill us? Brat, you're too arrogant. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Obediently hand over your spatial ring or join us. Otherwise, die. Submit, or die. Boss, don't waste your breath on him. Chop him up first. The azure-robed man's words elicited loud laughter from the surrounding martial artists, and their gazes became even more disdainful. There were over 100 people in their group. More than 80 of them were divine general powerhouses, and their leader was a peak divine general powerhouse. Although the leader had only comprehended a middle-grade profound mystery and the rest were all low-grade profound mysteries, he was still an existence that divine general powerhouses could only look up to. This first-level divine general powerhouse actually told them to scram. He didn't want to kill anyone. Yi Qinghan indeed didn't want to kill anyone. During this period of time, he had met 7 to 8 small groups, but he avoided them whenever he could. If he couldn't avoid them, he would use spiritual confusion to stun them before leaving. Killing people was very easy for him. In the Baleful Een stream, there were very few people that he couldn't kill. However, the baleful aura in his mind hadn't been completely eliminated. Killing people would only make his baleful aura stronger, and it was very likely that his personality would change and he would gradually go crazy. Hence, after he recovered from his injuries, he decisively kept the slaughter god blade and chose a metal rod from the spatial ring that he had obtained. Then, he started to walk in the desert and think of a way to eliminate the baleful aura in his mind. I really don't want to kill anyone. Scram. Although he was trying his best to control the killing intent in his mind, his eyes still involuntarily turned red. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, if he couldn't suppress the killing intent in his mind, everyone in front of him would die. There would be no exceptions. Hence, he roared angrily and activated his absolute domain. Then, his body shot up and charged in a certain direction. F*CKU. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Brothers, chop him up. Huh. There was a path in the heaven domain, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the purgatory. Die. Kill. The leader roared angrily, and everyone started to move. The weapons in their hands lit up with colorful lights, and their bodies emitted a boundless killing intent as they swarmed towards Yiqinghan. Spiritual confusion, scram. A bewitching purple light lit up, and the tens of experts near Yiqinghan all stopped in midair. Yiqinghan swung his metal rod randomly and sent them flying. There are actually 2 more second-stage divine general martial artists who didn't stun them? A look of surprise appeared in Yiqinghan's red eyes. However, he didn't hesitate. He activated so near, yet worlds apart, and his speed suddenly increased. He dodged the attacks of the 2 martial artists and used the shockwaves from their blades to bounce back. His speed increased by a notch as he shot into the distance. Where are you running to? Chase him. Chop him up. By the time the people at the back had surrounded him, Yiqinghan had already broken out of the encirclement and was flying far away. The martial artists at the back were enraged. At the same time, some of the martial artists who were stunned also woke up. Their expressions changed, and they prepared to give chase. Only a few martial artists hesitated and stopped. Stop chasing him. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the person who had spoken. It was their leader. You fools! Are you going to die? Their leader, a black-armored martial artist, stared at the disappearing green figure with a gloomy expression. He revealed a trace of fear and said with lingering fear, "That's an expert who cultivates the soul. If he really wanted to kill people just now, I'm afraid that more than half of you would have died. If he wanted to go on a killing spree, I'm afraid that apart from the dove fish and dove shark brothers who have decent soul cultivation, everyone else would have been killed instantly, including me." Only then did everyone come to their senses. When they recalled that bewitching purple light and the inexplicable dizziness in their souls, their expressions changed. This first-level heavenly god realm trash cultivator was actually a legendary expert who cultivated the soul's secret skill. Let's go. If we encounter such an expert in the future, we must avoid him. The leader looked in the direction that Yiqinghan had disappeared to, then led the way and flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 539. This soul confusion. It is indeed not invincible. During this period of time, I actually met 4 or 5 second or third stage divine generals who could resist the soul confusion. It seems like I cannot rely on the soul confusion in the future. Yiqinghan thought to himself as he tried his best to control the killing intent in his heart. In the past, he was invincible when his soul confusion was activated. This made him feel invincible when he combined his body. After breaking through to the divine general realm in the dark baleful stream, not only did he meet peak stage heavenly gods, but he also met a few second and third stage heavenly gods. This situation caused him to raise his guard. The immortal world was a land of heroes and countless experts, and the number of soul cultivators would also increase. Just like the 2 people just now, their god force realm was only at the 2nd level of god general, but their soul cultivation had definitely reached the peak of god general or even higher. His soul cultivation was only 2nd stage divine general. After combining with Xiao He, it was only 3rd stage divine general. Of course, it was ineffective against peak stage divine generals. He knew nothing about soul cultivation. Previously, Nyohuahua had given him a bottle of extremely valuable summer worm grass. That was how his soul cultivation reached the second stage divine general realm. Furthermore, he felt that it would be very difficult to increase his soul cultivation with spirit herbs. He decided to try his best to comprehend the mysteries of the laws and raise his cultivation level. These few days, he kept the slaughter god blade in his interspatial ring. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about so close, yet worlds apart. He made use of his cultivation to suppress the killing intent in his heart. Occasionally, he would meet a small team with a female martial artist but did not attack. Although he really wanted to use the slaughter god blade to kill everyone in the team and leave behind a few female martial artists, he wanted to vent his anger and see if it could clear the baleful aura in his mind. However, in the end, he forcefully suppressed it. Although he had been in the divine world for a long time, his heart was still the same as in the fire dragon continent. He felt that there were some things that he could not do and some principles that he could not violate. Using strong martial arts to force the female martial artists to submit and force them to have sex with each other. In his heart, this was the behavior of a beast. If he did this, would he still be the original Yi Qinghan? However, if he did not vent this killing intent, it would continue to linger in his mind. As time passed, his personality would also change. To do it or not to do it? This was a very complicated question. Forget it. I'll continue to comprehend the formless wind. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan stopped thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more the evil fire in his mind would burn. He could only forcefully reverse his thoughts and immerse himself in the comprehension of the formless wind. His body also turned into a gust of wind and silently drifted into the distance. Before he completely eliminated the baleful aura in his mind, he did not plan to kill anyone, nor did he kill any demons. If he didn't use the slaughter god saber to kill the evil demon, it would be very slow. If he used the slaughter god saber, he would probably go crazy the moment he touched the slaughter god saber. He wouldn't be able to suppress it anymore. Another group of martial artists was heading this way. Bad luck, I'll dodge. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly solidified on the ground before drifting to the left. However, the team in front of him also turned around at the same time, moving much faster than him. He was forced to run back helplessly. In just a short while, the martial artists behind him chased after him again. Although his speed had doubled after comprehending the formless wind, he was only at the first level of the God General realm. Even if he doubled his speed, he would only be at the second level of the Heaven God realm. If this carried on, he would definitely be caught. Humph. Do you really think that I am a pushover? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The other party's pestering made Yi Qinghan completely furious and triggered the baleful aura in his mind. He stopped moving and his face turned cold. He held the yellow metal rod and stopped running. Instead, he waited quietly. Man, where are you trying to escape to? The first person to rush over was a muscular figure. Before the person arrived, a rough voice rang out. It sounded like a man and a woman at the same time. Yi Qinghan looked over coldly and felt his stomach churn. There was such a top-quality woman in this world? The newcomer was over 2 meters tall and had a very charming face. However, she was completely hairless. She had no hair, no eyebrows, and not even eyelashes on her face. This charm looked a bit awkward. She was tall and strong, and the 2 large breasts on her chest could scare a heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast to death. Wrong. It would be more accurate to describe her as 2 meatballs. Her thighs were abnormally thick and strong, and she held 2 dark golden short axes in her hands. She was currently sizing up Yi Qinghan with a lecherous smile. That's right, a lecherous smile. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that he had become a weak little girl who was being looked at lecherously by a huge man with a malevolent appearance. He couldn't help but feel a kind of goosebumps all over his body. And she's actually an elite at the peak stage of the God General realm. There's more behind her, huh? Isn't that Cleopatra? She actually didn't die. Looks like she was saved by this Hu Niu. Yi Qinghan turned his head away, not looking at the woman with the unusual appearance. Instead, he turned his head to look behind him, only to see a group of 10 or more valiant women who looked exactly the same as the tiger girl madly rushing over. Finally, he saw a familiar person, Cleopatra. And looking at Cleopatra's speed, she had actually advanced to the God General realm. Running with Cleopatra was a charming woman with a slender waist. Their speed was the slowest, and they were obviously the weakest in the group. Wah wah. I was wondering why Big Sister wouldn't let go. So it was because you met a young handsome guy, wah wah. There's going to be some fun tonight. This person's vitality is vigorous, and he's obviously a young man who hasn't even cultivated for 100 years. It's good to be young. Wah wah, Big Sister, Big Sister. I like him, he's mine. This time, you guys aren't allowed to play with him to death. I want to raise him. I want to raise him for a year. Bullshit, when did we Whitestone Tiger women enjoy a man without doing it together? If you want to keep it all to yourself, fight me. Beat me, and I'll let you play with him. One woman was 10 ducks, and over 10 women were over 100 ducks. But Yi Qinghan felt as if there were 10,000 flies buzzing in his ears at this moment. That wasn't important. What was important was that the sound was very unpleasant, and this group of women who didn't look like women were talking about him. At this moment, he felt like he had become Tang Seng, caught by a group of hairy female monsters, and discussing who should enjoy him first. Shut up. So, he didn't tolerate it anymore. Using all the strength in his body, he roared. He thought that if this group of women still didn't shut their mouths, would his fragile nerves break? Would he go crazy in advance? Wah wah, you have quite a temper. Little handsome man, your resistance is futile, and your struggle is futile. Today, you must submit to us, the great Whitestone Tiger women tribe, and tremble. You two ugly monsters, go and capture this man for this lady. When the tallest woman heard Yi Qinghan's roar, not only did she not get angry, but she instead threw her head back and laughed wildly. As she laughed, the two giant balls in front of her chest shook violently. This scared Yi Qinghan. Such a violent shaking actually didn't cause him to fall. What a miracle. That tiger woman laughed for a while, then swept away her shiny bald head and smiled in a very narcissistic manner. She pointed at Cleopatra and the woman with the slender waist with a face full of disdain. In this situation, she clearly felt that the Whitestone Tiger women tribe was the most beautiful, and that the woman with the slender waist with Cleopatra and the woman with the slender waist were used to set off their beauty. Little man, resign yourself to your fate. Since we've known each other for a while, listen to them obediently and obey them, or else you'll die very, very miserably. The Whitestone Tiger women tribe's valiant and strange characters are not something you can imagine. Although you've actually broken through to the divine general realm, even Lord Padian can't protect you this time. Obey them, and when they're tired of playing with you, you can play with me for a few more days and I'll beg Lord Padian to let you go. Yi Qinghan looked at Cleopatra and the woman coldly walking toward him, and he was wondering if he should let Cleopatra off this time out of consideration for their past relationship. Today, this group of women had thoroughly infuriated him, so he decided to attack without holding anything back. At this time, he received a transmission from Cleopatra. The transmission was filled with a trace of pity and a trace of schadenfreude. The last sentence, however, made Yi Qinghan's heart completely chill. Thinking of Cleopatra's ruthlessness in the firework tribe, a trace of coldness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. He slowly retreated, his back slightly arched, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 540. Hee, little brother, don't resist. With your first-level divine general strength, you can't even defeat the two of us, let alone the lords. Resistance is futile. Just enjoy yourself. Hee, little brother, your mouth is very tempting. Big sister will teach you how to use your mouth to please others. Ha! The woman with the slender waist wore a tight-fitting green robe. Her appearance was very beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous. This was especially so for her slender waist. It was slender and long, and when she walked, it was like a snake twisting. She exuded the aura of a mature woman from head to toe, a mature woman through and through. However, her words and tone, as well as her eyes, were as vicious as a poisonous snake. Snake and scorpion were the best words to describe this woman. Cleopatra. Seeing that we've known each other for a while, I'll spare your life. Scram. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Qinghan slowly raised the iron rod in his hand. The baleful aura that he had been suppressing for many days was completely uncontrollable today. Perhaps he didn't want to suppress it anymore. He felt that if he didn't completely destroy such disgusting women, he would have nightmares every night. He always believed that it was not wrong for women to be ugly, but it was wrong for them to come out and scare people. It was fine even if they were wrong. However, if they were ugly and still thought that they were a peerless beauty, acting cute and innocent, then that was unforgivable. Moreover, these women were not only acting cute, they were also extremely lewd. They even wanted to use force to violate men. They deserved to be killed. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Snake lady, don't be polite with him. This person won't know pain without being taught a lesson. Let him understand the cruel reality. Cleopatra heard Yi Qinghan's advice but didn't show any gratitude. Instead, her expression turned cold and her lips curled into a sneer. She slowly unsheathed her divine sword from its scabbard, revealing a dazzling divine light. Hee, Cleopatra, house cats are not as fun as night cats. I like these wild cats with a trace of fierceness the most. I enjoy the process of a night cat being tamed. Do it. The lamia spat out a pink tongue, like a poisonous snake spitting out a snake tongue. She cut her waist with her hand and pulled off her belt. The belt in her hand twisted and turned, transforming into a sword shadow. It was a flexible sword. Before he could finish his words, his body turned into a poisonous snake. He wriggled and raised his soft sword with one hand, stabbing at Yi Qinghan's four limbs. The soft sword danced in the air, making whistling sounds. Queen Cleopatra also stomped on the ground and jumped high. She shot toward Yi Qinghan's head like lightning. She then flipped her body and spun at high speed. A divine sword turned into rays of sword light and stabbed toward Yi Qinghan's head. Such a vicious woman, I originally wanted to let you off, but now I've changed my mind. Yi Qinghan's eyes couldn't help but turn even redder as he watched Serpentine Queen Sephora use her ultimate move, wanting to directly cripple him. A cruel smile appeared on his face. His body didn't move at all. When the two girls were about to stab him, he suddenly released the body fusion technique. Without any surprise, the two girls were stunned. Then, the yellow iron rod in his hand turned into a series of afterimages and smashed the two girls thousands of meters away. Wow, this person is also a soul expert. Sisters, transform and take him down. Yi Qinghan's attack sent Queen Cleopatra and Snake Lady thousands of meters away, stunning the group of Whitestone Tigerman girls. The charming smile on the leader's face became even brighter, as if she had found a fun toy. He waved the two short axes in his hands left and right. His eyes shone brightly as he shouted loudly. His upper body suddenly became as thick as a balloon. His body slightly arched, and then he leaped up and rapidly pounced towards Yi Qinghan like a tiger descending the mountain. With her command, all the Whitestone Tigerman girls waved the short axes in their hands. Then, their upper bodies suddenly became twice as thick. At the same time, they jumped straight up and swung their short axes at Yi Qinghan's head. What is this? This transformation only increased the size of the upper body. His appearance is getting uglier and uglier. I wonder if his attacks have become more terrifying. Zha. Soul confusion. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his absolute domain. Then, he used Shadow Step to quickly retreat, dodging the Whitestone Tigerman leader's attack. At the same time, his body lit up with a purple light. He was prepared to stun the Whitestone Tigerman girls behind him and break out of the encirclement. However, what surprised him was that the two Whitestone Tigerman girls behind him didn't stop moving even though their eyes started to blur under the effect of soul confusion. The two short axes in their hands smashed heavily on his absolute domain. The absolute domain actually shattered instantly. Luckily, he reacted quickly. His body quickly leaned back, but his feet still slid forward. He slid past a Whitestone Tigerman girl's crotch and dodged the attacks of the other two Tigerman girls. Otherwise, his small body would have been chopped into pieces by these axes. These Whitestone Tigerman girls are indeed terrifying. They can actually rely on their instincts to attack even when their minds are dizzy. Their attack power is also strong. Two axes actually shattered my absolute domain. Humph. It seems like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Hearing the whistling sound of something piercing through the air behind him, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned completely red. He didn't care anymore. He flipped his left hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. The moment this saber appeared, the surroundings suddenly changed color. Even the biting cold wind seemed to have stopped blowing. An extremely evil and cold aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The saber that was more than a meter long was emitting terrifying black smoke. Yi Qinghan held onto the slaughter god saber and stood there quietly. He was just like a demon king, bringing with him the aura of death and destruction. Swish! 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 The Whitestone Tigerman leader, who was charging at the front, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her originally charming face instantly darkened. Then, the black color changed again and turned snow-white. The pupils in her huge eyes instantly enlarged. Suddenly, she shouted, "Run!" An extremely rough voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice sounded. It was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the desert. The 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies who had also felt the danger behind them were shocked awake by the explosion. Their eyes widened rapidly as they stomped on the ground with their thick legs. They didn't even have time to turn around as they quickly retreated. Although they didn't know what exactly happened and didn't know how terrifying that saber was, they instinctively felt the danger. It was absolute danger. Therefore, they didn't think too much about it and decided to escape first. Too late. Yi Qinghan leisurely turned around. The moment he held onto the slaughter god saber, his body seemed to suddenly become bigger. At this moment, he didn't seem like a human anymore. Instead, he seemed to have transformed into the Azura king of the 9 hells purgatory. He brought with him the coldness of the 9 hells purgatory and descended into the divine world. He didn't make any extra movements. He just slashed forward with his saber. It was a light slash. Remnant thought. As he shouted, the black light on the slaughter god saber suddenly brightened. A terrifying aura instantly gushed out and instantly enveloped the 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies who were running a few hundred meters away. The 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies instantly rolled around in pain. Then, a black fog slowly seeped out from the saber and enveloped the surrounding few hundred meters. Chapter 541. Remnant Thought? What law attack is this remnant thought? Have you heard of Cleopatra? It's so scary. We are so far away, but we can't even move. This is too scary. Cleopatra and Snake Girl had just woken up and didn't know how they were sent flying. However, they saw a strange black long blade suddenly appear in Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, an icy cold aura came from the blade, instantly freezing the two of them. They couldn't even move a muscle. After that, Yi Qinghan softly called out, "Remnant thoughts," and the area in front of them was enveloped by a black fog. The dozen or so Whitestone Tigress ladies and Yi Qinghan disappeared into the black fog. How should I know? No, this isn't the person I know. That person is definitely not this scary. Right, he hid his strength. He killed Shou Kuang and the others. It must be. It's over, we are finished. He will kill us. He will kill us. Cleopatra saw Yi Qinghan's domineering aura and became tongue-tied. She couldn't believe it. Then she thought of something and turned pale. She tried her best to use the divine power in her body to escape. Her body was limp and powerless. Her divine power seemed to be frozen. No, it was her body that was frozen and out of her control. Only her soul and divine sense could move. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to Cleopatra. Wah, wah, wah. The pained cries of the Whitestone Tiger girls came from the black fog. The two girls' faces turned even paler. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that a seemingly weak little man would transform into such a terrifying powerhouse in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, Cleopatra was thinking about how to play with Yi Qinghan to get revenge for humiliating her. Now, he could crush her life at any time. Although the world could change in an instant, this was too fast. Hiss, hiss. What made the two even more frightened was that several clouds of black fog floated over. The two were very familiar with the strange hissing sound. It was the sound of demons. Normally, they wouldn't be afraid of demons. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could still escape. But now, it's over. He's dead. The rolling black fog of the evil demons was getting closer and closer, but the black fog in front of them was gradually receding. The two of them looked at the corpses on the ground and the bloodshot eyes of Yi Qinghan. His face was no longer as delicate and pretty as before. His face was twisted, and his body was slightly arched. He breathed heavily, and his body moved up and down as he panted. He held the terrifying blade and walked towards the two of them. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. Not to mention this man in front of them, who was even more terrifying than a demon. Even if there were demons swarming over from all directions, they would not be able to escape. If you dare to resist, die. However, after Yi Qinghan slowly walked over, he put the knife on his back and stretched out two hands that were bulging with blue veins. He grabbed the two men's waists and carried them as he dashed toward the boulder in the distance. You dare to resist? Die? Hearing Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice that sounded like a beast's growl, the two's eyes lit up at the same time. Resistance would lead to death. Wouldn't they not die if they didn't resist? The two's hearts became excited at the same time. Yi Qinghan was so powerful that he would definitely be able to defeat the demons easily. As long as they didn't die, they would definitely not resist. As long as they didn't die, they were willing to do anything. To them, what was more important than their lives? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Under the two's puzzled gaze, Yi Qinghan did not run or attack the demons pouncing on him from all directions. Instead, he actually dug a cave in the boulder in front of him. The two looked at Yi Qinghan, who was trembling and growling, and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Madman, this is a madman. Does he think that by hiding in a cave, he can avoid the attacks of the demons? Looking at the demons that were getting closer and closer, the two's excited hearts gradually sank. If this continued, there would be more and more demons. At that time, all three of them would die. Bang! A moment later, a huge cave was dug. Yi Qinghan threw the two into the cave and stabbed the slaughter god blade into the entrance. His bloodshot eyes stared at the two slender bodies on the ground, and his body trembled even more violently. Lord! The demons outside are about to arrive. At this moment, the two realized that the blade was no longer glowing with black light. Instead, it was glowing with a gentle light. At the same time, the two felt that their bodies could move again. They hurriedly crawled up and knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, they reminded him worriedly. Strip. 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 Or else, die. Yi Qinghan acted as if he didn't see the increasing number of demons outside. His eyes were firmly fixed on Cleopatra and Lamia's slender bodies. His breathing became more rapid, and his body trembled even more violently. After moving his lips for a long time, a dry and hoarse voice came out. What? Lamia and Cleopatra looked at each other and were both dumbfounded. This person didn't care about the demons outside and dug a cave just to do it? This was too crazy. Although they didn't mind being done a little, it wasn't the right time and place. This lord was too horny. But looking at Yi Qinghan's bloodshot eyes and ferocious appearance, the two didn't dare to say anything. His body trembled as he took off his clothes. Lie on your stomach. Raise your buttocks. As the two shining white bodies, like snow lotuses spilling out of the mud, gradually left the wrappings of their clothes and completely displayed themselves in the cave. The desire that Yi Qinghan had been suppressing for so many years, as well as the endless baleful aura in his mind, had completely exploded. When the two women listened to his words and raised their trembling white buttocks high up, Yi Qinghan could no longer suppress it. With a furious roar, the robe on his body was torn into pieces, and even the inner armor on his upper body was brutally torn apart by him. His trembling body was extremely tyrannical as he pushed forward, pa, pa, pa. The crisp sound was like the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, echoing endlessly in the cave. And, it seemed like it would never stop. Lamia's heart was very complicated as she welcomed Yi Qinghan's crazy whipping again and again. On one hand, she was worried that the demons outside would instantly demonize the three of them, but on the other hand, the waves of numbness that came from the peach garden made her forget about the danger outside. This was a kind of stimulation that she had never experienced before. This was 100 times more exciting than having an affair with her lover at home. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's marksmanship was fast and ruthless. Every time he hit the target, she would gradually sink into oblivion and forget everything. She was intoxicated by the most primitive movement of humans. This demon doesn't dare to come in, and the demon's aura can't seep in. This is too amazing, this man is too terrifying. Cleopatra didn't have the mood to listen to the beautiful, pa, sounds in the cave. Instead, she trembled and shook her buttocks. She began to spread out her divine sense to observe the situation outside. However, the more she observed, the more frightened she became. She was more and more afraid of Yi Qinghan. A man who could make demons afraid, how powerful was he? A few months ago, she said that she wanted him to be her boy toy. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know how high the sky was. Of course, she was also slightly relieved. As long as her life was not in danger, it was always good. As for doing that, who was afraid of who? Come on. I can't, master, I can't. If I continue, something bad will happen. However, in less than 2 hours, Cleopatra was horrified to find that the Lamia, who was countless times stronger than her, suddenly convulsed violently. She had no strength left in her body. She lay on the ground panting and even rolled her eyes, looking like she was about to die. Then, she suddenly felt a strange movement behind her, followed by a series of pa-pa sounds. She frowned, and then realized what was going on. She cried bitterly in her heart. This lord is really strong, he actually has a special ability. That thing is actually like a huge fire stick, and its endurance is so terrifying. This is going to kill me. Chapter 542. Azure Dragon Castle. Godly King Shui led a team of godly generals and walked around the castle. He flipped through the booklet in his hand and informed each courtyard before leaving coldly. Unit 88. It's time to hunt demons. Leave the castle. God King Xiu called out coldly in courtyard 88 before turning around to leave. However, a voice transmission rang out in his ears once more. His lips curled into a mocking smile. You finally know the rules? He waved his hand and threw the booklet to his subordinates, telling them to send the message. He then turned around coldly and looked at Neopatian, who was rushing over. What's the matter? My lord, I want to know something. I wonder if the godly king can spare some time to clear up my doubts. Neopatian suppressed the disdain in his heart and put on a fawning expression. He secretly handed over a spatial ring. It wasn't that Neopatian didn't know the rules, but he knew that the godly king wouldn't dare to agree to his request. The situation was dangerous. The Wu tribe still had 3 godly generals who hadn't encountered the tragedy half a month ago. He was afraid that they would encounter the midget powerhouse again and be wiped out. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan hadn't returned yet. He was afraid that things would go south this time, so he decided to take the risk with a last bit of hope. As a guard of the castle, I have the duty to answer some of your questions. Let's talk inside. Godly King Shui saw that Neopatian had never done anything before, but this time, he gave him a big gift. He was slightly surprised. His expression became extremely gentle as he nodded and revealed a slight smile as he walked inside. Speak. What's the matter? As long as it's not too difficult, I can still help a little. Of course, I'm sure you know the rules of the castle. Godly King Shui released his god realm again and said to Neopatian. My lord, I'll tell you the truth. I'm weak. If I continue to hunt demons, I'm sure I'll be wiped out. So, I want to offer all my god stones to you. I beg you, to let me live. Neopatian didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. A pair of tiger eyes stared at God King Shui with hope. Humph. Don't you know the rules of the castle? Are you trying to kill me? God King Shui's face turned cold when he heard Neopatian's words. He snorted coldly and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Although he was greedy, he didn't want to die. He understood what Neopatian meant. Neopatian wanted him to help his team leave the baleful Yin stream. This was definitely against the rules of the ancient castle, and if he was found out, he would definitely die. Sir, wait. Although this lowly one's strength is low, I am quite wealthy. If my lord can safely escort our team out of baleful Yin stream, I am willing to give my lord 5 billion divine stones. I might even be able to give you a great opportunity. Neopatian was anxious. He didn't hide it anymore and directly threw out his conditions. Hiss, 5 billion divine stones. God King Shui's body suddenly froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. What background did this person have? How could he offer such a sky-high price? And he even dared to boast shamelessly that he was going to give him an opportunity? 5 billion divine stones. He was a second-level God King expert, and after accumulating for over 500,000 years, he only had close to 1 billion divine stones. This person actually wanted to give 5 billion divine stones? One had to know that 5 billion divine stones could almost buy a first-level God Emperor God crystal. As long as he agreed to this, and took the risk to escort his team out, he could secretly go to the Battle God Pavilion to buy a first-level God Emperor God crystal. After refining it, he could become a peak expert in the divine world. He had been stuck at the second-level God King for over 200,000 years, and his strength hadn't improved at all. He was just vexed that he didn't have enough divine stones to buy a God Emperor God crystal, which was why he had secretly accepted the bribe from the baleful Yin stream expert. Now, a great opportunity was presented to him. This attraction was too great. It even stunned a dignified divine king powerhouse. His eyes moved rapidly, and his divine senses swept across the ancient castle. He then said in a low voice, "You aren't playing with me? My lord, how would this lowly one dare to play with you? I can give you 800 million divine stones in advance, and you can leave the baleful Yin stream with us. Once we get out, you can immediately exchange it at the Battle God Pavilion. Our strength isn't high, and if we lie to you, you can easily kill us." Niu Potion's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, he was just trying his luck to see if he could find a dead rat. To think that this God King was actually tempted? He hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said seriously, "What is the opportunity you are talking about?" God King Shui swallowed his saliva, and asked again. "This." Niu Patian hesitated for a moment, but still decided to reveal some information, and completely tempted this God King. He said, "To tell you the truth, I am actually a direct descendant of Longyang City's Niu clan. I was persecuted by my clan brothers, and was sent here. This time, I am preparing to go back and seize power. As long as I succeed, I can use my relationship with the Niu clan to protect my lord, and at the same time, nurture my lord. As one of the three major clans of Longyang City, it is very easy for the Niu clan to nurture a God King. Of course, I am not sure if I can succeed in seizing power. My lord, think about it yourself." Niu clan. God King Shui smirked coldly, "It should be the Thunder clan. And you are probably not a direct descendant, that young lady inside is the direct descendant." Although God King Shui easily saw the flaw in Niu Potion's words, his heart was burning with passion. However, his heart was burning with passion. The Thunder clan was the #1 clan in the Longyang prefecture. In the recent million years, the position of prefecture head had always been the Thunder clan. In Longyang City, the Thunder clan could cover the sky with one hand. She was actually a direct descendant. She was actually a direct descendant of the Thunder clan. Actually, the moment Niu Hua came, he recognized that she was a descendant of the Thunder clan. It was just that there were billions of descendants in the Thunder clan, and millions of branch descendants. Those who were sent to Baleful Een Stream were definitely branch descendants who committed crimes. To think that it was a true dragon's daughter. The more God King Shui thought about it, the more passionate his heart was. His body was even trembling slightly. This opportunity was really great. If that young lady was really a direct descendant, and she could seize power successfully, it would be a great merit for him. At that time, forget about first-level God Emperor God crystals, even third-level God Emperor God crystals could be easily taken out by the Thunder clan. And Niu Patian asked for 5 billion God stones. This was the best proof of the young lady's identity. Although the Thunder clan was strong, ordinary branch clan leaders probably could not casually ask for 5 billion God stones. Deal. I will do it. I just hope that you don't go back on your words. Otherwise, I won't be courteous. When you guys go out this time, wander around the teleportation array. I will find a time to sneak you out. You pay me that 800 million God stones first. God King Shui decided to gamble. With such a huge temptation, it was hard for him to reject. He was in charge of sending and receiving the people sent here. Sneaking a few people out, it was fine as long as he was careful. Even if Niu Patian cheated him, he could at least get 800 million God stones, right? Chapter 543. Alright. My lord, please wait a moment. Niu Patian suppressed his excitement and sprinted towards the inner room. His lips were trembling with excitement. He had never expected that God King Shui would actually dare to do it, and answer so decisively. Baleful Een Stream was now the Divine Realm's prison, directly under the Misty Lord's command. The management was very strict. For example, if he were to bring someone out without permission, he would definitely be killed if he was discovered. No one would be able to protect him. To think that this God King dared to do what no one in the world dared to do, and gamble his life for 5 billion divine stones? While Niu Patian was excited, he also regretted it. He could have done this. He would have done it long ago, and his 5 brothers and the firework tribe wouldn't have to die. 5 billion divine stones was precious, but was it more precious than life? What was the use of divine stones if people died? Besides, Niu Firework had already decided to go back and fight for it. If she could return to her family and gain their recognition, the family would give her 50 billion divine stones, much less 5 billion. This God King Shui is definitely crazy, or there's something wrong with the management of Zhanglong Castle. Niu Padian knew very well that a God King had 1,000,000 years of life. It was easy for him to earn divine stones, and he definitely wouldn't take such a risk. It was very likely that something had happened to the important person in charge of Zhanglong Castle, or there was some other reason. But no matter what the reason was, this was a great opportunity for them. After a quick chat with Niu Firework was shocked. She decisively handed a spatial ring to Niu Padian, and then waited anxiously in the room for Niu Padian. "It's done." When Niu Padian came in again and nodded at her, Niu Firework was still uncertain. It was done so easily? Was this God King Shui messing with them? Did he cheat them of 800 million divine stones? Niu Firework and Niu Padian discussed for a while, and felt that while there was a possibility, it was very small. Since God King Shui was tempted by the 800 million divine stones, he would definitely be tempted by the remaining 2 billion divine stones. In other words, their chances of escaping were very high. Whatever. Niu Haohua and Niu Padian looked at each other and nodded slightly. They walked out of the house, gathered the team members, and walked out of the castle. The result of the matter would be known in 3 days. Niu Padian and God King Shui had agreed to meet 3 days later, when the demonic moon rose, near the teleportation array. They were teleported out of Baleful Yin Stream. "Lord Qingyao, the target has set off. Also, it's time for our party to go on a demon hunt. The 2 deputy commanders have already finished preparing in the front yard." In the backyard of the 314 courtyard, a cool breeze drifted over. Then, it suddenly condensed into a black figure. The figure knelt down on one knee towards the house and said, "Let's go." A cold voice came from inside the house. Then, a figure walked out. He didn't even look at the person kneeling on the ground and walked straight out. "Greetings, Lord Qingyao." 100 black-armored cultivators with stern expressions and awe-inspiring auras stood in an orderly fashion in the front yard. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanatical worship as they collectively knelt on one knee and shouted in a deep voice, "Depart." There was no expression on Lord Qingyao's face. He waved his hand and led the way out. The team began to silently and orderly walk out. Once they were out of Blue Dragon Castle, the entire team began to speed up and run into the distance. Swish! 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 After running for dozens of li, Qingyao's figure suddenly stopped. The team members behind him also stopped. All of them looked at Qingyao with excitement in their eyes. They knew that the mission was about to begin. It was time to kill again. "Where is Ghost Rat?" Following Qingyao's shout, a gust of wind quickly floated over and condensed in front of Lord Qingyao. It was the scout from before. "Follow the target. If anything unexpected happens, immediately send a signal to inform me. If the target is lost or killed, bring your head back to see me." Under Qingyao's order, the scout did not hesitate. He lowered his head and bowed before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "Team Qingyao, follow me. It's not too late to complete the mission after accumulating enough points. It's time to kill to our heart's content again. Kill whoever you see, kill whatever you see. Let's get rich. Kill, kill, kill." The hundreds of powerhouses roared in unison. Their auras were like rainbows. With their swords and sabers in hand, they followed Qingyao and rushed forward. The situation was clear. The team Qingyao was the most powerful existence in Class 3 Chasm of Vile Spirits. How could they let go of such a good opportunity to get rich? The target of this mission was very weak. They did not care about it at all. They decisively slaughtered and looted the Chasm of Vile Spirits first. They wanted to make a fortune first. What? This, oh my God. After hearing Niu Potion's telepathic message, the 20 or so members of the firework tribe all revealed expressions of disbelief. In the end, they all looked at Niu Patian in confusion, thinking that he was lying to them. Even Niu Zhantian and the others revealed the same expression. Actually, many of them were prepared to die this time. Although Niu Patian said that they already had more than 500 points, they all knew that they would be finished before they had more than 400 points left. Niu Yaohua's spiritual body was too alluring. Her spiritual body had attracted 2 packs of greedy wolves. If it were not for Yi Qinghan, they would have been finished the first 2 times. Now that Yi Qinghan's whereabouts were unknown, if a 3rd pack of wolves appeared, who would save them? Many people even thought of leaving Niu Potion's group. However, if they left, no team would take them in as they were only at the 3rd level of the Heaven God realm. The result of not having a team to take them in was being demonized by the devil dwellers and demons, or being killed by others. Now, Niu Patian suddenly said that they might be able to leave Chasm of Vile Spirits in 3 days. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Niu Patian was lying to them. If it was so easy to leave this godforsaken place, Niu Mitian and the others wouldn't have died. The team of more than 2,000 people wouldn't have been reduced to these 20 or so. When Niu Patian could not resist the fervor in everyone's eyes, he explained the reason to everyone and got Niu Yaohua's confirmation. Everyone cheered wildly, hot tears streaming down their cheeks. Although they weren't 100% sure that God King Xiao Yi would take the risk for the sake of 5 billion divine stones, they still couldn't stop the tears in their eyes. After a long night, they suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Although they were not sure if this glimmer of light was a sign of the arrival of light, it was still enough to excite them. Chapter 544. 3 days? Then what about him? What if he is still alive? What if he comes back but can't find us? At this time, a cold voice suddenly broke everyone's ecstatic atmosphere. After being stunned for a moment, everyone understood who Yi Yaorao was talking about. That man who was kneeling on one knee and roaring like an injured beast appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Protect yourselves, wait for me to come back. Those hoarse and oppressive words still reverberated in everyone's ears. When they thought of that trembling body that didn't even look back, and of that thin and frail body that had descended like a divine emperor and saved everyone from despair, everyone fell silent. Those on the side that had died also fell silent. He came back, but we have to leave. To him, how cruel is this? Niu Yanhua had actually been tangling with this problem. Her heart was in a kind of extreme contradiction. Not only her, when Yi Yaorao said this, everyone was tangled and conflicted. This was a very good opportunity. This was the only chance he had to escape with his life. No one would resist this opportunity, no one would refuse. If they resisted and refused, it would mean death. No one wanted to die, they still had a long life, they still had a vast sky. 3 days. 3 days was too short. No one could guarantee that they would coincidentally meet him in these 3 days. Even to the extent that no one could guarantee that he was still alive, no one would give up the chance to survive for a person whose life was uncertain. So, no one spoke, everyone was silent. Reality was very cruel. If everyone was in danger, facing a desperate situation, they would definitely think of that sentence. Hoping, praying, waiting for his return. And at this moment, everyone naturally hoped that he would come back, hoping that he would leave with everyone. But, if he didn't come back in 3 days, everyone would leave without looking back, without any hesitation. No one would wait for him to come back. You all go, I will go look for him. After 3 days, I will meet you all at the transmission array. Yi Yaorao looked at everyone's uncertain expression, knowing that it was unrealistic for everyone to give up the chance to escape for a person whose life was uncertain. But, they didn't want to wait for him, but she wanted to wait for him. She wanted to find him, and then leave with him. She was not a person who was easily moved, but once she was moved, she would not change until death. She had tried once, but that man had disappointed her and broken her heart. In the end, she killed him with her own hands, escaped from that world, and came to the God realm. In the God realm, she had met the second man who had moved her heart. She decided to give him a chance, and also give herself a chance. Within 3 days, she would use all of her strength to search for him. If she couldn't find him, she would return to the teleportation array, forget about him and escape from this place, just like how she escaped from that world. Or perhaps, during these 3 days of searching for him, she would perish and stay in this fiendish ravine forever to accompany him and wait for him. Big sister, you won't be able to find him. You'll die. Big sister, don't do anything stupid. Maybe he will come back, don't go, big sister. The desert is so vast, where are you going to find him? Big sister, he might be dead or demonized. Just forget about him. Hearing Yi Yaorao's words, Bing Shui and Bing Yu desperately shook their heads, crying and persuading Yi Yaorao. They also seemed to be persuading themselves not to do the same stupid thing as Yi Yaorao. Several of Yi Yaorao's sisters, as well as the rest of the team, also tried to persuade her. Niu Patian and Niu Zhantian didn't say anything. Their expression was incomparably gloomy as they turned around, not looking at Yi Yaorao. Looking at this stubborn and ice-cold woman, they felt very ashamed. But their rationality told them that some stupid things couldn't be done. I've made up my mind. Everyone take care. Yi Yaorao faintly smiled. It was a little sad, but also a little sad. She turned around and madly ran away. Her body didn't hesitate at all. Like a moth, she threw herself into the raging fire without any hesitation. Even if she turned into ashes, she wouldn't hesitate. I am not as good as her. Let's go. Niu Huiyan didn't say anything. Looking at Yi Yaorao's gradually disappearing figure, she let out a heavy sigh. Her perfect face was filled with sorrow, and her petite body was filled with desolation. She was very envious of Yi Yaorao. She dared to love and hate. For her beloved man, she dared to abandon some things. But she couldn't. She had too many things that she couldn't let go of. Her too thin and weak shoulders had to bear too many things. There were still many things waiting for her to do. Her life didn't belong to her. She didn't have the qualifications to extravagantly throw away her life like Yi Yaorao. Sir. Don't do it anymore. I beg you, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. 10 days, a whole 10 days. In a stone cave in the Gobi Desert, the pa-pa sound that sounded like waves hitting the rocks had been going on for 10 days. Mixed in this sound were bursts of moaning. But every time this moaning sound rang out, it would turn into pleas for mercy, painful howls, and finally become weak gasps. Cleopatra rolled her eyes. Like a fish out of water, she lay on the wet stone floor, listening to the pleas of Lamia. But her expression didn't change in the slightest. Or it could be said that the muscles on her face were numb. She couldn't cry or laugh. A few months ago, she had said to the demon-like man in front of her, "Follow me, as long as you become my boy toy, I'll make sure you eat and drink well." 10 days ago, she didn't have the slightest fear in her heart and said to herself, "Do this, who's afraid of who? Come on." But now, she couldn't wait to slap herself. She believed that if she could escape from the clutches of this demon, perhaps for a long time, she wouldn't have sex with any man. Or perhaps, she didn't want to do this for the rest of her life, she was scared. For a whole 10 days, this man actually didn't stop the dance of the spear under his crotch. Of course, this wasn't important. Not to mention that they were now in World War II, if it was normal times, she could easily deal with it. The important thing was that this man's magic tool was too terrifying. Although she had never enjoyed such a wonderful feeling in her life, she, who had been fighting for a long time, would throw away her armor and be utterly defeated in less than a minute under that magic tool. Until now, they didn't have the slightest wonderful feeling, only a burst of burning pain was left. The originally dry cave was now overflowing with water. It could even be used to raise fish. From this, one could see how intense the battle had been. Following a low roar, Yi Qinghan's body trembled, but the blood in his eyes faded. The cave was finally quiet. The lamia curled up her body, shivering as she lay on the ground. Like a bitch that was about to die, her nostrils could only inhale and not exhale. Chapter 545. Are we finally free? Joy appeared in Cleopatra's eyes. Although the snake lady looked like she was about to die, she heaved a sigh of relief. As god-tier martial artists, they were not worried about being whipped to death. However, if this continued, they were worried that they would lose their minds and go crazy. Furthermore, there was too much water. If this continued, they were worried that they would become the first god-tier martial artist in the history of the divine world to die from dehydration. Indulging in lust does have some effect. The killing intent in my mind has decreased significantly. This is much better than self-mutilation. Now, I can easily suppress the killing intent in my mind. Yi Qinghan stretched his limbs and relaxed all his muscles. After 10 days and 10 nights of bitter battle, he was slightly exhausted. He did not feel any pity for Cleopatra and the snake lady. If not for the slaughter god blade, he might also be lying in a cave right now. However, he would not be toying with them. He would be the one being toyed with. Although the outcome would be the same, at least he was the one on the offensive and not the one on the receiving end. To Yi Qinghan, this was a matter of principle. There are more than 100 demons gathered outside. The slaughter god blade has absorbed almost all of their aura. It's better to get these 100 or so points and leave this place. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan extended his divine sense outside. He saw more than 100 demons trembling outside the cave. The aura on their bodies had almost been absorbed. He looked at the slaughter god blade in fear and thought to himself. After absorbing so much demon aura, the slaughter god blade should be even more powerful and the killing intent should be even stronger. I better not use it so easily. Yi Qinghan took out a robe from his interspatial ring and put it on. He carried the metal rod and flew out of the cave. With the slaughter god blade suppressing them, the demons did not dare to move at all. When the metal rod smashed between the demon's horns, one of the demons was instantly eroded. In less than an hour, all the 100 demons were killed. More than 100 points were easily obtained. Lord, please don't kill me. I promise not to cry out in pain. I promise that you will be satisfied, sir, please spare my life. My mouth is very good, and I also have a harem. As long as you don't kill me, I promise to make you comfortable. Yi Qinghan went out for a spin, and more than 100 demons were easily killed. Cleopatra and Lamia's eyes were no longer blurred, and their expressions were no longer numb. Instead, they were extremely shocked and scared. Seeing Yi Qinghan walk back with murderous intent, the two ladies thought that Yi Qinghan was going to kill them. He hurriedly ignored the tearing pain in his lower body and struggled to kneel, begging for mercy. The demons outside have been cleaned up. You guys should know the good news. Yi Qinghan did not say much. He kept the slaughter god's saber, glanced at the two of them, and ran into the distance. The baleful aura in his mind was more or less cleared. As long as he did not use the slaughter god blade, there should not be any backlash. It was time to find the people from the firework tribe and leave the baleful stream together. Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to offer all the treasures and god stones we have. Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you and be at your beck and call until our deaths. On the other side of the desert, it was like purgatory. The ground was filled with broken limbs, corpses, and broken god armors. There were weapons glowing with god light and broken god artifacts everywhere. The remaining dozens of martial artists all knelt on the ground and looked at the hundreds of black-armored martial artists in front of them in fear. They kept begging for mercy. Just now, this group of black-armored martial artists suddenly appeared without a sound. Without saying a word, the brown-haired, huge man, who could make one's soul tremble, held a full moon blade in his hand that was glowing with a reddish-black blade light. Wherever the blade light passed, no one was a match for him. Even their leader, a peak divine champion powerhouse, had only managed to block 3 of his blows before he was slain. There were more than 300 people in the small team, but after being killed by the black-armored torrent, only 30 of them were left. Furthermore, this group of people actually did not suffer any casualties. How could they not be disappointed? How could they not be afraid? You bunch of trash still want to join our Green Glory army? Kill all of you. Clean up the battlefield. The brown-haired, bearded Lord Qingyao snorted disdainfully as he swept his gaze over them. With a cold snort, several blades of light flashed. Screams rang out as heads flew through the air. This group of people was not very strong. Their leader was only a peak god general who had comprehended an elementary occult. Under the butcher's blades of a team of peak god general powerhouses, they had no way of resisting. Reporting to Commander, the divine stones and divine crystals in the spatial ring add up to about 8 million divine stones. The small team quickly cleaned up the battlefield. A deputy commander calculated the amount and then respectfully handed it over to Qingyao. However, his expression was one of delight. Not bad. In just 2 days, you've killed 10 teams and earned over 200 million divine stones. Continue killing. Slaughter for half a month and leave baleful in stream. I'll let you enjoy 50 years in fallen Red City. Qingyao took the spatial ring and laughed maniacally with joy. This mission had been too satisfying. Even if they didn't receive the reward, they would be willing. If they continued killing like this for half a month, their earnings would far exceed the reward. Of course, he knew very well that if it weren't for this mission and that important figure, he wouldn't have so easily led his team in. Even if he did, it would have been because his subordinates had been scattered. Reporting, milord. The target has changed. Just as Qingyao was about to continue leading his men around to hunt martial artists, a gust of wind blew in from the distance. A gust of wind blew in from afar, and the figure of the scout quickly condensed in front of Lord Qingyao. Cupping his hands, he didn't waste any time and directly reported, "My lord, the 2 teams that were interested in the target last time are now rushing towards it. This subordinate is worried that something has changed and has come to report." Oh. Hearing this, Qingyao's lips curled into a cruel smile. A stream of dark red air emitted from his body as he caressed the circular saber in his hand. With 2 dazzling beams of light shooting out of his eyes, he shouted, "Brothers, here comes a big business. 2 teams, almost 100 peak divine generals. Chop them and eliminate the target. Let's go. Kill." Hearing that there were nearly 100 peak god generals, the members of Qingyao's team weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. Roaring, they followed Qingyao's footwork and sprinted into the distance under the scout's guidance. Although there were 100 peak god generals, they were from 2 teams. Not to mention whether they would kill each other, they wouldn't be afraid even if they joined forces to attack them. Hundreds of bloody battles had given them incomparably strong confidence. There seems to be a lot of fighting lately. There are corpses and skeletons everywhere. I wonder if the people of the firework tribe are also in trouble? Tens of thousands of miles away, Yi Qinghan stared at the scattered skeletons. His brows were tightly furrowed and his face was gloomy. After he left the cave, he had already encountered several teams that had been wiped out. Moreover, the corpses hadn't decayed for more than a few months. This worried him greatly. He had no choice but to leave the firework tribe that day. Now that a month had passed, he was very worried about the tribe's safety. It wasn't just because Neopatian had hundreds of points, nor was it because he had developed some feelings for the tribe after spending a few months with them. Most importantly, there were a few people in the tribe that he missed. The pair of beautiful sisters, the delicate little girl, and the ice-cold woman with a body like cold jade. Chapter 546. Because of his anxiety and worry, Yi Qinghan rushed all the way. He didn't kill any demons or demonic people along the way, nor did he get entangled with the warriors along the way. He calculated the time. If the warriors of the firework tribe were still alive, they should have just come out of the ancient castle to hunt demons and were wandering in the desert. This desert was huge, and he didn't know how to find them. He could only wander around like a headless fly, hoping that he would be lucky enough to encounter the warriors of the firework tribe within half a month. There's a team of warriors in front. No, there are too many of them. Let's go. Spreading out his divine sense to the maximum, Yi Qinghan would use his divine sense to check every time he encountered a team of warriors. If he found that the number of people was not right, he would immediately escape. What made them feel strange was that he had encountered 3 teams in a row, but none of these teams were interested in him. Seeing that he had turned around and run, none of them came to chase after him. One of the teams even sensed that their divine senses were probing them, and they were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. Thinking of the countless wreckages he saw along the way, Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. It seemed that something especially terrifying had happened recently. Had these warrior teams been scared out of their wits? Or had the demon-hunting teams of the Shady Stream become timid recently? They weren't as arrogant as before. Indeed, many teams in the Shady Stream were scared out of their wits by the Glorious Green Team. The powerful strength of the Glorious Green Team, which had close to 100 peak divine generals, had attracted the attention of every team. The moment the Glorious Green Team left the ancient castle, they went on a killing spree. In 2 days, they had slaughtered 10 teams, and all of them had been directly wiped out. Their cruel method had scared them out of their wits. In these 2 days, the scouts of countless teams had easily determined that these wiped-out teams had been slaughtered by the same team because the method of slaughter was exactly the same. And the only team in the ancient castle that had such strength and could easily slaughter so many teams in 2 days was the Glorious Green Team. A strong team wasn't scary, but if they not only had super strong strength but also liked to kill people, then it was very scary. Therefore, the countless teams in the Shady Stream didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. They didn't even kill demons, much less martial artists. They kept a very low profile in the Shady Stream. At the same time, they prayed that they wouldn't encounter a team that was even more terrifying than the demons. This also saved Yi Qinghan a lot of trouble. The speed of their advance had increased by a lot. In just 4 hours, they had already madly rushed for nearly 10,000 li. No. As time passed, Yi Qinghan investigated more and more teams, and he became more and more anxious. They had already scouted more than 10 teams, but they had not found a single trace of the fireworks tribe. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart. Niu Huahua's spirit body was very attractive. The last time he left, Niu Huahua had used her origin energy, so her body was extremely weak. He definitely couldn't unleash that powerful barrier again. If they encountered another small team, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. What should we do? Why don't we send a team to check if the fireworks team has returned to the castle? Yi Qinghan was conflicted. If he sent a team to investigate, there was a high chance of conflict. If there was a conflict, he might very well use the Slaughter God Blade. Once the Slaughter God Blade was used, without Cleopatra and Snake Lady, he could only use self-mutilation to relieve the murderous aura in his mind. If he mutilated himself, he would not be able to move his body for a few days. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to continue searching for 2 more days. If he really couldn't find them, he could only take the risk and find a small team to ask. There is a small team in front, and it seems like they are still fighting. After continuing for tens of li, Yi Qinghan's divine sense sensed that there was a small team in front of him. However, after scanning with his divine sense, he discovered that there were more than 40 people in the team. The number of people in the team did not match the number of people in the fireworks tribe, so he immediately prepared to go around them. More than 40 people besieging one person. This is really despicable. Yi Qinghan shook his head and sighed. He activated so close, yet worlds apart, and rushed into the distance. He did not have the mood to be a busybody like this. However, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body suddenly stopped moving, and his heart trembled slightly. Then, he suddenly turned around and ran toward the back, but his divine sense once again radiated toward the team from before. An ice-cold aura. Could it be her? Yi Qinghan's divine sense had only swept over the top of the team before hurriedly retracting it. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the aura of the person who was being besieged seemed a little familiar. The aura was incomparably cold. This kind of coldness was very special, and Yi Qinghan was very familiar with it. It seemed like Yi Qinghan's aura. Yi Qinghan. I'm coming to accompany you. Halfway there, he suddenly heard an incomparably despairing and lonely shout. When he heard this voice, when he heard the 3 words, Yi Qinghan, his pupils suddenly dilated, and all the pores on his body opened up. The hair on his body stood on end. This was not because of fear, but because of excitement. It was a trembling that came from the depths of his soul. It's her. It's her. Ah! Yi Qinghan let out an enraged roar. It was like the roar of a male lion who had returned from a hunt only to find his wife being brutally murdered. His roar resounded through the heavens and pierced through the clouds. His speed suddenly increased by several times, and his eyes turned slightly bloodshot. The yellow iron rod in his hand emitted a green aura that carried a domineering aura that could kill everything in its path. Yi Qinghan had suffered a lot. 2 days ago, she had left the fireworks team without hesitation. With a glimmer of hope, she had started to walk in the desert. She had wandered around aimlessly, searching for that figure that she might never find. In these 2 days, she had encountered 4 evil demons, 2 groups of demon dwellers, and 2 teams of martial artists. But she had never met that figure that she missed so much. She had tried her best to escape from the evil demons. She had tried her best to carve out a bloody path in the crowd of demons. To avoid encountering martial artists, she had been careful and kept a low profile. To avoid encountering martial artists who would covet her beauty, she had even clenched her teeth and scratched her face. She had not used the power of the divine crystal to repair her wounds, leaving her with scars all over her face. But she had not expected that she would still be coveted today. Looking at the pairs of lustful eyes in front of her, she knew that she could not escape. There were more than 40 people, and the weakest among them was a 3rd-level heavenly god. Moreover, their team leader had not made a move yet. But from the aura that occasionally leaked out, she could tell that his strength was definitely higher than Nyo potions. She could not escape. Since she could not escape, she would stay here forever. Little beauty, scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. TSK, although this girl's face is ugly, her figure is incomparably mesmerizing. It's a pity that her temper is a little too fierce. Little girl, surrender and join our team. We will spare your life and bring you out of baleful Een stream. It's better to live than to die. Think carefully. If you die like this, you will disappear from this world forever. Hearing Yi Qinghan's sorrowful cries and seeing the faint white flames on the surface of her body, the martial artists surrounding her hurriedly retreated. The group of martial artists surrounding her hurriedly retreated and tried to dissuade her. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan's perfect figure. Their eyes were filled with pity and greed. Before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by a furious roar from afar. At the same time, the white flames around Yi Yaorao's body suddenly froze. Her cold and beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, then widened in disbelief as she looked into the distance.